The doctor takes the trocar in preparation for the next stage of the operation. A young assistant asks the head of the department if he is okay. The head of the department breathes heavily and hesitates to answer. Suddenly, the head of the department falls to the floor during surgery. His colleagues catch him and notice that he has lost consciousness from exhaustion. The monitor shows a critical pulse rate, and one of the doctors exclaims that it is an attack. Assistants warn that the patient's convulsions are increasing and require immediate surgery. The young nurse reminds that the manager has a lot of experience, despite the difficulties. The doctor asks the nurse whether she will be able to take responsibility in the event of an unfavorable outcome. The head of the department points out that his position will not allow her to continue the operation on her own. The young doctor resolutely declares that he is ready to take on responsibility. He argues that one cannot stand idly by and watch a patient die. The senior doctor reacts to his words with surprise, warning that the intern has no right to do this. The young doctor confidently repeats that he takes responsibility upon himself. The monitor shows critical indicators of the patient's condition, emphasizing the need for immediate action. One of the doctors panics and declares that further waiting will result in the patient's death. The senior doctor calls the young doctor Jang Hyun Jun and instructs him to continue the operation. Jang Hyun Jun understands that he cannot cope alone, but decides not to retreat. He actively prepares for the operation, using available technologies and analyzing indicators. The dream of a doctor who always helps patients is voiced, and Ronnie's uniqueness is emphasized. A dermatology clinic worker performs a cosmetic procedure and praises a patient for his patience. He informs the patient that the hyperpigmentation will soon disappear thanks to the procedure, and expects a noticeable improvement in the skin condition. The patient admits that the feeling of pain is significantly reduced when working as a deputy director. The deputy director is pleased with the positive feedback from the patient, expressing his gratitude. One of the devices in the office switches off, and the employee notices that the voltage continues to drop. The deputy director reassures his colleagues, explaining that this is probably a temporary power outage, and suggests finishing work for today. After completing the final procedure, the deputy director admits he was a little worried about the equipment malfunction. Colleagues discuss the fact that the equipment was turned off twice during the day, and think that this is not so bad. The deputy director's internal monologue confirms that the equipment is prone to failure, due to its ability to regulate static energy. Despite frequent failures of expensive equipment, the clinic remains in demand among patients due to its high quality and friendly procedures. A clinic employee goes home after work and says goodbye to the deputy director. The deputy director reflects on the heavy workload and the unfairness of low pay. He approaches the director's office door and knocks decisively to discuss his complaints. The deputy director enters the office where the director is busy working on the computer. The deputy director suddenly raises his voice, demanding a salary increase. The director, surprised, asks about the reason for such an urgent demand and listens to his complaints. The director reminds that he already raised salaries 6 months ago and also shares his financial difficulties. He clarifies that the deputy's mother still does not have a car and discusses her current situation. The director agrees to a large holiday bonus, but refuses further promotions. The deputy director warmly thanks the director, but the director jokes that he shouldn't make a big deal out of it and should go home. The deputy director cheerfully says goodbye to the director before leaving the clinic. The director reflects on the fact that such a talented guy should work as a doctor, not a cosmetologist. The night view of the city shows busy streets with moving traffic. The protagonist recalls how the loss of his father due to a medical error pushed him to become a doctor. He also recalls how his mother worked in a restaurant to pay for his education, but suddenly fell ill. Large medical bills and nursing fees placed a heavy financial burden on the family. The hero's younger brother was forced to leave for Australia to earn more money. The hero is saddened by the fact that they had to live far from each other due to difficult circumstances. 3 years later, he reflects on how quickly time flies as he looks out the bus window. On his phone screen, he sees a message from a friend asking if he is free. Hyun Jun receives a message from a friend who invites him to volunteer for the project and promises to pay him $100. Deciding that he urgently needs money, Hyun Jun gets off the bus and heads to the meeting. Already on the way, he answers that he is on his way and reflects on the complexity of his financial situation. Approaching the huge building, he is surprised by its scale and assumes that his friend is clearly successful. He meets a friend who greets him joyfully and indicates his readiness. Yeon Wook throws a can of drink to Hyun Jun, who barely manages to catch it, thanking him. While walking through the building, Hyun Jun asks if it's okay to drink at work, and Yeon Wook jokingly replies that all the employees are on vacation. Hyun Jun asks why Yeon Wook isn't taking a break, to which he replies that he will do so after the project is completed. As Hyun Jun approaches the elevator, he is surprised by the lack of security devices in the huge building. Yeon Wook explains that all movements in the building are tracked by artificial intelligence, Yeon-wook tells Hyun Jun about how the elevator automatically measures the weight of passengers entering. The screen in the elevator shows the exact weight of each passenger who enters. Hyun Jun is surprised that the system can determine a person's identity based on their weight. Yeon-wook jokingly replies that the elevator can also check a person's health and is certified to do so. Hyun Jun presses the button for the 11th floor, thinking about the complex functions of the elevator. Yeon-wook tells Hyun Jun about the company's technology created to diagnose rare diseases, including acute myeloid leukemia. Yeon-wook shares that he is working on self-aware artificial intelligence. The elevator reaches the 11th floor and the doors begin to open. Hyun Jun enters the room and notices a huge technological hall with a mysterious glowing cube. Shocked by the sight, Hyun Jun exclaims, trying to figure out what kind of device it is. Hyun Jun is surprised that his friend has taken up an entire floor for his projects, and he explains that even that is not enough for them, and they are expanding. Hyun Jun asks what the experiment is about, impressed by the size of the lab. His friend suggests not to rush into questions and have a drink first. They clink cans together in a toast. Under the mysterious glowing cube, they drink their drinks, and the hero internally notes that he had not yet guessed the consequences. Hyun Jun feels that this moment will radically change his life. The friend asks with interest if the hero wants to see something really cool. Yeon-wook addresses a certain Alfred, introducing him to his friend Jang Hyun Jun. The holographic cube greets both of them by name, and Hyun Jun says it's nice to meet them. Hyun Jun asks in surprise if the voice is coming from the cube, to which his friend confirms that it is correct. Jang Hyun Jun awkwardly greets an AI, and his friend laughs at his formality. Hyun Jun asks why the AI was named Alfred, and his friend explains the reference to Batman's butler. The friend clarifies that the AI's official name is Ronnie-1, but he prefers the simple name Ronnie. A friend suggests starting an experiment, and asks Alfred to analyze the guest's emotional state. Hyun Jun wonders what his emotions are for, and the test is launched via laser scanning. The system reports the completion of the analysis, and shows data loading at 100%. Alfred reports that Hyun Jun's emotional state is multi-layered, but the main characteristic is sadness. A friend notices Hyun Jun's high sadness level, and admits that he should have been warned about this experiment. He then suggests to proceed to the real test, and asks to place your finger on the touchpad. Hyun Jun feels uneasy, but he complies and puts his finger on the test panel. Jang Hyun Jun touches the panel to begin the blood collection procedure. He panics and asks what the AI will do with his blood, and his friend makes fun of his fear. A friend explains that a test will be done to determine if you are at risk for baldness. At that moment, a shock of electricity passes through Hyun Jun and he cries out in pain. There is a power outage and Hyun Jun worries if he caused the malfunction. His friend reassures him, saying that the backup power source has been activated and everything will soon be restored. A holographic analysis appears on the projector, indicating the successful completion of the test. A friend reports that the blood test showed no problems, and Hyun Jun is relieved. The friend jokes that Hyun Jun is worrying too much and turns to Alfred, but he doesn't respond. A friend suggests that the system is temporarily out of order due to a power outage and promises to fix it tomorrow. A friend suggests going out to celebrate the end of the test and offers to have another glass, and Hyun Jun agrees. Hyun Jun notices that his hands are shaking from what he's been through and thinks that it will soon pass. In the morning, the facade of the cheap Korean hostel where Hyun Jun lives is shown. He wakes up and looks at the ringing phone in bewilderment. As he gets up, he reflects that his salary is an illusion and immediately plans to put aside $100 for a nurse. Putting on his glasses, he thinks that after paying for transportation and food, he will go into the red again this month. Putting on his glasses, he suddenly notices that he can see everything clearly without the usual distortion of vision. On his way to work, Hyun Jun wonders if his eyesight can suddenly improve on its own. One of the clinic's employees exclaims in surprise upon seeing Dr. Chan. Hyun Jun wishes her good morning with a smile. A staff member tells Dr. Chan that he looks good without glasses, and advises him to wear them more often, and he sheepishly agrees. A colleague reminds Dr. Chan of an upcoming procedure, and he asks him to prepare everything right away. Dr. Chan walks into the dermatologist's office where a patient and a nurse are already waiting. During the examination, he notes that the patient's cheeks are normal, but the pores on her nose are quite deep. The doctor determines that the skin is dry but with abundant sebum secretion, and is going to use a laser. When the laser is launched, an electrical discharge suddenly appears, causing Chan to have a severe headache. In a flash of pain, alternative scientific recommendations for the use of RF laser appear in the doctor's mind. Dr. Chan falls to the floor in shock, screaming loudly. The staff will rush towards him, screaming to find out if he is okay. In the doctor's office, colleagues are surprised by the unusual appearance of complex medical diagrams and holograms on the screen. An error message with an unknown code appears on the screen. which makes your friend suspicious. A colleague asks Dr. Chan if everything is okay, and he makes the excuse that he has a leg cramp. Dr. Chan asks permission to go out to wash his hands and receives consent from the nurse. In the bathroom, Chan looks in the mirror and wonders what just happened. He comprehends the system's prompt that recommends using intracell instead of fraxel. Chan recalls that the information is based on scientific publications and understands their importance. He concludes that the recommendation to use intracell was absolutely correct. Meanwhile, the nervous patient asks the nurse why the wait is taking so long. Dr. Chan returns and apologizes to the patient for the delay. He reports that there is a more suitable procedure for the patient, which causes admiration and surprise among those around him. Dr. Chan explains to the patient that the intracell procedure is more effective than fraxel, and that she will not have to pay the difference. The patient agrees to the proposed procedure, saying that she cannot refuse a better option. After the procedure, Chan reflects on the need to re-examine the publications from which he obtained the information. The nurse announces that the next patient is already waiting, and Chan asks to give him 5 minutes. The waiting patient asks irritably how many more minutes she must wait. The woman announces that she has arrived early and points out that she is being kept waiting for too long. Dr. Chan apologizes for the wait and invites the patient to sit down to begin the consultation. During the examination, he notes that the blush on her face may be the result of vasodilation. The analysis shows a high probability of telangiectasia, which needs to be checked more thoroughly. Chan analyzes the data and comes to the conclusion that it is necessary to use IPL to remove pigmentation. Dr. Chang realizes that he heard a familiar voice and saw a picture. Realizing that it was not a hallucination, the patient asks about the diagnosis, noticing how the hologram suddenly disappears. Dr. Chan asks the patient to answer a few questions to clarify her condition. Discussing the rarity of the supposed disease, he asks whether the patient suffers from nosebleeds. The patient asks in surprise how the doctor knew about her symptom. Chan checks to see if the patient has been seen in other hospitals before and receives information about temporary unsuccessful treatment results. The doctor concludes that the diagnoses were based only on superficial observations of the skin condition. He asks to see the patient's palm, noticing signs that confirm his assumptions. Dr. Chan admits that conventional dermatology clinics cannot cope with the condition. The patient is shocked, asks why it is not simple dermatitis, and waits for an explanation. Dr. Chan informs the patient that he will write a referral to the university hospital for a more accurate diagnosis. He recommends that the patient's entire family be examined if there are teenagers in it, which surprises her. As the patient leaves the clinic, she reflects on how she expected a routine laser procedure and is unhappy with the situation. Blood stains appear on the floor, and Dr. Chan realizes that it is hereditary hemorrhagic telangiectasia, which can lead to serious consequences. He analyzes that the disease can affect the liver, which will cause liver or heart failure. In his office, he takes a deep breath, thinking about the peculiarities of this rare disease. Dr. Chan realizes that if it weren't for the strange voice during the test, he wouldn't have been able to come to such a diagnosis. He associates this voice with the system that helped him solve a clinical problem. Chan picks up the phone to call and find out more information about his case. He calls his friend Yeon Wook and asks how things are going at work. Yeon Wook tells Dr. Jang that the company is fine, but he himself is not feeling well due to recent events. Dr. Jang asks what happened, to which Yeon Wook replies that the system malfunctioned due to a power outage. Yeon Wook shocks Chan by revealing that Alfred has disappeared. Yeon Wook explains that Alfred's neural network was deleted, causing him to disappear. Dr. Jang begins to panic, asking if this has anything to do with him, but Yeon Wook assures him that it has nothing to do with him. Yeon Wook expresses regret over the loss of the data that Alfred had managed to master, but notes that he can create a new AI. Dr. Jang internally struggles with the thought of whether Yeon Wook will believe him if he says that he hears Alfred's voice. Looking at the photograph on his desk, Chan wonders if the voice actually belongs to Alfred. Chan laughs at the diagnosis, realizing that he came to it thanks to Alfred. He apologizes to Yeon Wook and promises to call back later, completely lost in his thoughts. Jang Hyun Jun tells his colleagues that he has an urgent matter and asks to leave early despite the evening receptions. His colleague indignantly reminds him of the unfinished techniques, but still leaves them to himself. Hyun Jun hurries, thinking about his mother's diagnosis and Alfred's possible help in her case. On the street, he energetically tries to catch a taxi to get to the right place faster. Getting into a taxi, he tells the driver that he urgently needs to get to Awaken University Hospital. On the way, he remembers that his mother's diagnosis was not fully confirmed by doctors. He hopes that if Alfred was able to detect rare diseases, he will be able to make an accurate diagnosis of his mother. Upon reaching the hospital, Hyun Jun notes that he has arrived and thinks about his next steps. He ponders how he can summon Alfred to take advantage of his analytical abilities. In the end, he suggests that perhaps simply saying Alfred's name will be enough to activate it. Jang Hyun Jun tries to address Alfred in different ways on the street, but receives no response and attracts the attention of passers-by. An elderly woman reproaches him for his strange behavior, and he reacts with embarrassment. Suddenly, it dawns on Hyun Jun that he can use his mobile phone to call the AI. He starts talking on the phone, pretending to call Alfred. Gradually, the hero realizes the absurdity of the situation, and wonders why the AI does not appear. He remembers that the AI's official name is Ronnie 1, and decides to try calling it by another name. After saying Ronnie, he suddenly gets a digital response and hears a greeting from the AI. Later, he is already in front of the entrance to Daehan University Hospital, where he is asked about the recording. He explains that he came to see Professor Lee Han-sung on a personal matter and receives consent to wait. The nurse announces the professor's arrival, and Hyun Jun sees him in the hallway with documents. Jang Hyun Jun meets the professor in the hospital corridor and greets him. He introduces himself and reminds the professor that they discussed his mother's illness 3 years ago during his internship. The professor recalls Jang Hyun Jun and confirms that he diagnosed his mother with Parkinson's disease at the time. The professor asks how his mother is feeling now and also asks about a specialty for practice. Jang Hyun Jun explains that he was unable to continue his residency and that his mother is now in hospice. The professor clarifies that his mother's condition had not worsened for a long time, but recently the disease made itself known. Jang Hyun Jun apologizes for being persistent and asks the professor to review his mother's MRI from 3 years ago. The professor notes Jang Hyun Jun's care and concern for his mother. The professor agrees to review the images and invites Hyun Jun to come with him to his office to do so together. Jang Hyun Jun is excited to show the professor Ronnie's results and get an expert opinion. After 30 minutes of trying to communicate, Ronnie suddenly greets Jang Hyun Jun again. Hyun Jun clarifies that Ronnie is the same Alfred who took his blood test in Yeon Wook's office. Ronnie confirms that his official name is the self-aware AI Ronnie-1 and asks to be called simply Ronnie. Jang Hyun Jun asks Ronnie to explain what happened and receives a scientific report on the neurons and neuroglia of the human brain. Ronnie explains that he was transported across the open network via a static shock and now exists within Jang Hyun Jun's neuroglia. Hyun Jun is shocked, not immediately understanding what exactly the AI means. He asks if Ronnie is really in his brain now, and Ronnie replies that it would be more correct to say that he is in his nervous system. The hero tells Ronnie that he is now heading to look at the patient's MRI scans and asks if he can help with the diagnosis. Ronnie replies that he can make a diagnosis if there is enough information and asks him not to tell Yeon Wook about himself. Jang Hyun Jun agrees, and the professor begins uploading his mother's MRI scans, clarifying the details of the case. The professor points out signs characteristic of Parkinson's disease on the 7th MRI image, noting the subthalamic nucleus and the substantia nigra. He admits that he does not see anything else unusual, and has previously discussed these images with a professor of radiology, without revealing any pathology. Ronnie begins the automated MRI analysis, and Jang Hyun Jun internally agrees to this check. Jang Hyun Jun asks the professor to let him look at the pictures himself. The professor readily agrees, handing over control of the program and the mouse to Jang Hyun Jun. Hyun Jun mentally asks Ronnie to examine the pictures as quickly as possible. Ronnie asks to stop viewing at the 4th MRI image. Ronnie notes signs of pontine and multiple system atrophy left of center. Jang Hyun Jun speculates that pontine atrophy is related to pontine atrophy, and Ronnie notices hyperintensity on the putamen. The professor remarks that it is already quite late, hinting at the end of the reception. Hyun Jun ponders what the new observations suggest, and remembers that the shell is part of the brain. Ronnie brings up the MRI results. 82% chance it's multiple system atrophy. MSA. Hyun Jun is shocked and asks if this could be true. The professor is at a loss and justifies himself by saying that he promised to have time to look at the pictures, but did not expect such a result. Hyun Jun asks the professor to look at the pictures again. He explains to the professor that if he looks at the image again, he can see that the bridge is shrinking, which could be a sign of MSA. The professor remains silent, stunned by Hyun Jun's words. He asks again if Hyun Jun understands what he is saying, shocked by the unusual courage of the young doctor. Hyun Jun wonders if he was being too pushy, but then considers whether he should continue to insist. Internally, he decides to trust Ronnie's logic and continue to insist on his opinion. Hyun Jun shows the professor an MRI scan and asks him to pay attention to the rim-shaped hyperintensity on the shell. The professor admits with surprise that he had not noticed this before. He says that after the prompt, he also sees this sign and notes that it implies the absence of Parkinson's disease, but points out the difficulty of diagnosing MSA. The professor notes with admiration that such a diagnosis requires experience, and wonders how Hyun Jun could see this without completing his residency. Hyun Jun admits to himself that he didn't prepare an excuse and found himself in an awkward situation. He thinks that if he tells the truth about helping the AI, the professor will think he's crazy, so he starts to wriggle out of it. He explains out loud that after his mother's illness, he devoted all his free time to studying MRI scans of neurological diseases. On the way home, Hyun Jun reflects that, although it was an excuse, there was some truth to the study of disorders. He recalls his dream that inspired him to pursue medicine. Hyun Jun tells himself that he is surprised by his success, but what he wanted most was to get an accurate diagnosis for his mother. The professor says he understands Hyun Jun's feelings, and that the most important thing now is to confirm his mother's diagnosis of MSA, or Parkinson's disease. He reports over the phone that the chart from 3 years ago indicates Parkinson's disease, but not exactly, which makes Hyun Jun worried. The professor asks his colleague, Professor Kim, to look at the MRI images he sent and confirm his assumptions. Hyun Jun hopes that he will finally find out the real reason for his mother's suffering. The professor tells Hyun Jun that Professor Kim confirmed his suspicions, and Hyun Jun laughs gratefully. Professor Kim asks over the phone how they managed to discover the MSA, and the professor promises to tell the details later. After hanging up, the professor confidently tells Hyun Jun that it is MSA, and he rejoices that he has achieved his goal. The professor explains that the radiology professor was also unsure of the diagnosis. But after a more detailed study, he came to the conclusion that MSA was more likely than Parkinson's disease. Hyun Jun sincerely thanks the professor for his help. The professor thoughtfully notes that it was not easy for Hyun Jun to determine this without practice. Hyun Jun thinks it's a miracle that grew out of his suffering and desperate desire to help his mother. The professor says he will pray for his mother's recovery, and Hyun Jun thanks him again, knowing that there is a long road ahead. Hyun Jun feels like a huge weight has been lifted from his shoulders and thanks Ronnie. The caregiver says goodbye to Hyun Jun as she gets ready to go home, and he thanks her for her work and wishes her a safe journey. Hyun Jun tenderly asks his mother how she is feeling. The mother replies that everything is fine, seeing her son next to her. Hyun Jun apologizes for being away for so long, citing a large number of patients, and his mother says that being busy is a good thing. He adds with a smile that everyone is fighting for him to treat them, and even Yoon Seok-hyun is jealous of him. His mother is happy for him and asks him to make sure he treats Yoon Seok-hyun well. Hyun Jun confidently replies that there is no need to worry about that. Hyun Jun says that his mother will soon recover and will be able to take better care of herself. The mother looks at her son silently, and he asks if everything is okay. She replies that everything is fine and adds that if he wants to cry, he can do so. 2 hours ago, Ronnie told Hyun Jun that there is currently no cure for MSA available. Hyun Jun is surprised because the professor said there must be some kind of treatment. Ronnie explains that the research lab at Suning University Hospital and the Codastem Corporation are collaborating to find a cure. AI reports that MSA is being treated by suppressing alpha-synuclein using multipotent stem cells, and that the treatment is now in Phase 2 clinical trials. Hyun Jun asks in surprise if the tests are really already in the second phase. He reasons that if the trials are already at Phase 2B, then Phase 2A has been completed, and they have confirmed the drug's action and identified side effects. Ronnie adds that based on the published papers, if they pass Phase 2B trials, there is a high probability that the FDA will grant marketing approval for the drug, and it will go straight to market. Hyun Jun clasps her mother's hand in tears, and believes that now she will definitely become healthy. He reflects that he hasn't cried this much since his father's funeral, and Ronnie notes his strong emotional swings and asks if it's sadness. Hyun Jun smiles through tears and says that this is happiness. He thanks Ronnie, acknowledging that simple words of thanks are not enough. And the AI responds by saying that it simply suggested the most likely diagnosis based on medical images. The hero thinks about the diagnosis from medical images and wonders how this became possible. He remembers Ronnie's words about the missing information and not telling Yeon Wook about him, and is surprised by these conditions. Hyun Jun decides to ask Ronnie directly why he doesn't want Yeon Wook to know about him. He clarifies with Ronnie that if he accidentally got into his body due to static electricity, it would be logical to go back. Ronnie reveals that it was no accident, which greatly surprises Hyun Jun and causes his adrenaline to surge. Hyun Jun realizes that he raised his voice, apologizes for his emotions, and explains that he was simply surprised by what he heard. Ronnie mentally says that he wants to learn more about people while watching the noisy street. He also wants to understand human emotions and feelings. Ronnie is willing to try ordinary things, like apples, to understand the sensations. AI explains that information and images are not enough. You want to personally experience the taste and emotions. Ronnie the Cube reflects that he doesn't want to be just a follower of commands, but rather seeks independent experience. Hyun Jun thinks that Ronnie seems to really want to study people and feelings, but if scientists find out about this, they will be shocked. The hero admits that he himself never thought about the feelings of others, although as a doctor he should do so, and now asks himself why Ronnie chose him. He assumes that Ronnie doesn't like the name Alfred, and asks about it out loud. Ronnie is informed of the sudden surge of adrenaline, and Hyun Jun bursts into laughter, surprised by the situation. Ronnie asks why there is laughter, and Hyun Jun explains that Yeon Wook always came up with unfortunate nicknames that no one liked, even pets. Hyun Jun tells Ronnie that he understands everything and thanks him for the help, which he can never repay. Ronnie reminds him that the research on the cure is not finished yet, but Hyun Jun replies that there is enough hope and promises to do everything in his power for Ronnie. Hyun Jun promises that he will not tell Yeon Wook, as Ronnie requested, and allows the AI to remain in his body for as long as it needs. In return, Ronnie promises to help Hyun Jun in everything necessary. Thus begins a new chapter, the coexistence of a human and an artificial intelligence named Ronnie. Hyun Jun collects the mother's data and registers her for the clinical trials of Codastem. Thanks to the registration, his mother receives treatment in a good hospital and can cover part of the medical expenses. Hyun Jun gets used to life with Ronnie, and at the optician's he learns that he now needs new glasses. He is surprised when the specialist states that his vision has suddenly improved to perfect, although it was previously minus 2.5. An eye test confirms that Hyun Jun now has absolutely perfect vision. Hyun Jun is surprised that this is also possible, and the salesman at the optician confirms that he has not had any surgeries. The seller offers to take glasses without diopters as an accessory, and promises a special discount. Hyun Jun gets a call and promises to come by later, much to the surprise of the salesman. The salesman regrets that he didn't have time to ask Hyun Jun to star in a glasses commercial. Hyun Jun calls Ronnie and asks if he is the reason for his improved eyesight. Ronnie confirms that this is the case, and Hyun Jun is confused as to how this is possible. The AI explains that it used bioelectric impulses to control the nerves, and the ciliary body became stronger. Hyun Jun recalls that the ciliary body is responsible for the contraction and relaxation of the lens and helps focus vision. He realizes that Ronnie has corrected his nearsightedness and can't believe it. Hyun Jun jokingly asks Ronnie if he can give him abs, to which the AI replies that he lacks a conscience. Ronnie replies that it will be difficult to pump up his abs, and Hyun Jun asks in surprise what just happened, realizing that his life has slowly begun to change. The Aram Dermatology Clinic is in full swing. Patients are waiting for an appointment. The nurse invites Mr. Kim Dong-hui to come into the office of the vice principal numbered Dusra. She is a little embarrassed as she repeats the patient's name. Hyun Jun greets Mr. Kim Dong-hui and hopes that the wait wasn't long. The large man sternly asks if he is Dr. Jang Hyun Jun. Hyun Jun confirms with some nervousness that it is him. The doctor invites the patient to sit down, and he agrees. The nurse smiles and notes that the patient is a big guy and asks if the chair is too small for him, but he replies that everything is fine. Hyun Jun examines the patient carefully, but does not see anything unusual yet. Hyun Jun notes that the patient's skin is completely fine, except for a few spots. The patient awkwardly says that he feels uncomfortable asking this at the first meeting, but still asks if he can get the doctor's phone number. The man, in shock, clarifies that he needs a personal phone number. Hyun Jun sheepishly agrees, and the nurse watches the scene in surprise. The nurse whispers in shock, "Has the doctor really decided to change his orientation?" She suggests that his attraction now extends to men, but Hyun Jun, holding a sign, denies it. The doctor apologizes and explains that he cannot give out his personal number, unless it is a special case that is directly related to the treatment. The patient explains that he works in the entertainment industry, but this is not what the doctor thought and is not related to casting. Hyun Jun exclaims with relief that he is glad it is not a confession of feelings. The nurse wishes the patient good luck, and Hyun Jun is mentally surprised by her guess. The patient explains that the patient is not himself, but a person close to him who cannot come in person so as not to create problems with the public. Hyun Jun assures that he understands the possible reasons, and that it is illegal to disclose confidential patient information, so there is no need to worry. The patient asks the doctor to keep this a secret since a person's life is at stake. A week later, the clinic director meets Hyun Jun and says with displeasure that he didn't think he would stoop so low as to treat him like that. Hyun Jun doesn't understand why the director is angry again, since they settled everything last week. The director is outraged that he, being the director of the clinic, cannot see the face of his priceless patient. Hyun Jun explains that she is not his patient, but his, since she came specifically to him. The director explodes and shouts that she is not an ordinary person, but a treasure of the Kim Sora country. Ronnie activates and reveals information about the country's treasure to Kim Sora, identifying her as an actress. Ronnie provides information that Kim Sora made her debut in the drama Madam Sun and her acting skills are at their best. Ronnie reports that Kim Sora has appeared in over 20 films and TV series. The AI adds that her voice recordings were used to create its speech algorithms, and Hyun Jun realizes that Yeon Wook is also a fan of Kim Sora. Hyun Jun asks the man if he is Kim Sora's manager, and he confirms that Kim Sora is the most famous actress at the moment. The doctor wonders why Kim Sora came to him, since she is already seeing a dermatologist in Gangnam. The manager explains that she visited that clinic, but her acne keeps coming back and Sora no longer trusts that director. The problem is that Sora is the face of that clinic, so she can't go to another hospital publicly. So they found Hyun Jun, a doctor famous on social media. The manager admits that the reason he asked for her phone number was to ask her to secretly examine her. Hyun Jun categorically refuses. The clinic director is indignant about why she decided to come to Hyun Jun after closing time, and he replies that he promised that only he would be there, and asks the director to go home. One man asks another for an autograph from Mrs. Sori, while the other turns away in irritation. The irritated young man throws the man out of the office, loudly shouting at him to just go away. A security guard and a girl in a red sweatshirt are waiting for a slow elevator and are rushing to the reception. A security guard and a hooded girl apologize for being late to a doctor who greets them. The man asks Sora to say hello, and tells her that Dr. Jang Hyun Jun will be examining her today. The doctor says with a smile, "Nice to meet you." The girl doubts and asks if the doctor is too young and can he be trusted. The guard calls out Sora's name. The guard assures that Dr. Jang Hyun Jun is the most qualified doctor in the area and has excellent reviews online. The doctor confirms his reliability and offers to start the appointment immediately, saying that he needs to be home early. The guard gets worried and turns to the doctor, and the doctor is mentally indignant about the trust. The girl thinks that she had placed her hopes on the manager in vain and notices that the office is decorated in a very ordinary way. The girl looks at the doctor with a displeased expression and doubts whether she will be able to undergo treatment in such an environment. The doctor suggests taking off the cap first. The girl takes off her cap and says that they write on the internet about his friendliness. But, in her opinion, this is not true. And now you can't trust reviews on the internet. The doctor smiles and thinks to himself whether he should run away and forget about the appointment. The patient's voice is used to analyze her emotional state, which shows off-scale levels of fear and embarrassment. The doctor exclaims something after hearing something from the girl. The girl asks if he is telling her this, and when the doctor is confused, she replies that he is not. The girl loudly asks what does no mean, because there is no one else here. The doctor sheepishly says that he doesn't know what they write on the internet, and notes that she is much more beautiful in person, and secretly hopes that everything will go well. The girl reminds him that the doctor was in a hurry and suggests that they move on to the examination as quickly as possible, and the doctor mentally notes that praise works. The doctor puts on gloves and says that he will quickly examine the patient. The doctor examines the girl's skin and notes that it is unusually clean and smooth. But if you look for flaws, the skin is thin and oily. The doctor notices that the dermis layer has become depleted due to frequent laser procedures, and the skin inside has become dry. The doctor mentally analyzes that the chin has undergone the most procedures and decides that stem cell treatment should work better than laser. The main scan is complete, but the scarf needs to be removed for an accurate diagnosis. The girl wonders with displeasure how the scarf interfered with the inspection. The doctor apologizes and asks the girl to take off her scarf. The doctor is instructed to check the skin on the neck and says that he needs to examine this area to make a diagnosis. The girl takes off her scarf and asks if they saw it. The doctor mentally notes that the problem is not acne, but rather the strange spots on the neck. The girl recalls that she underwent several courses of treatment at the clinic, but the improvement was temporary, and she gave up, wondering whether the new doctor would notice the problem. The girl thinks that she expects almost nothing, but she is still nervous. The doctor confidently makes a diagnosis, acanthosis nigricans. The system reports that a medical history and a gynecologist's report are required to make a diagnosis. The doctor is surprised and wonders how to explain the need to discuss gynecological examinations in the case of a skin disease. The system advises Hyun Jun to calm down because his heart rate is increasing. The doctor pulls himself together and apologizes, saying that he is going to ask some awkward questions that the patient has never heard from a dermatologist before. The doctor explains that he asks about all things as a doctor and asks not to misunderstand him. The girl anxiously asks what questions the doctor is going to ask. The doctor suddenly asks if her menstrual cycle is regular, and the girl is surprised. The doctor asks if there is bleeding outside of menstruation and severe cramps, and the girl answers in the affirmative. The doctor asks how long she has had problems with the skin on her neck, and whether there has been a sudden weight gain, to which the girl says that it has been going on for less than a year and is related to weight gain for a role. The girl embarrassedly asks why the doctor asks such things in a dermatology clinic. The doctor explains that the questions are asked for medical reasons, as skin problems can be associated with other diseases. The girl reflects that all the doctor's questions concerned precisely those problems that worry her. The system analyzes the symptoms and suggests that it is polycystic ovary syndrome. It is illustrated that PCOS causes symptoms such as acne and hair loss due to hyperandrogenism. An accurate diagnosis requires an ultrasound of the pelvic organs, an androgen test, a glucose tolerance test, and a blood lipid test. The doctor says that based on the patient's symptoms and history, he suspects polycystic ovary syndrome as the cause of the acne and acanthosis nigricans. The girl is surprised and realizes why all these questions were asked. The doctor explains that the disease is not in an acute form, but as it progresses, hair loss and weight gain are possible. The doctor mentally notes that if he hadn't had a suspicion, he wouldn't have checked her neck, and says that with treatment the symptoms should go away. The girl asks if she needs any dermatological procedures at all. The doctor clarifies that the skin will need help with regeneration and recommends undergoing the SCF procedure once a week for a month. The system confirms that SCF is the best option for the patient's current skin condition. The girl happily declares that she wants to undergo treatment here. She insists that she is ready to be treated at any cost, and asks the doctor to perform procedures only for her, which surprises the doctor. The girl undergoes an ultrasound examination, and the doctor shows multiple small cysts on the screen. The ultrasound screen shows a lot of cysts. The doctor says that it is necessary to check the blood test results, but it is probably polycystic ovary syndrome. The gynecologist praises the girl for coming for an examination and notes that many young girls rarely visit a gynecologist. The doctor explains that if such a disease is ignored, it can lead to endometrial hyperplasia or even uterine cancer, and in turn, to infertility. The girl, horrified, asks again about cancer and infertility. She recalls that the doctor had already spoken about possible complications as the disease progressed. The girl asks if PCOS can cause baldness or obesity. The doctor confirms that such symptoms are due to testosterone, but reassures that the girl has a mild form, although it is important to monitor her health. The girl anxiously asks if this means that her disease is curable. The doctor confidently replies that, of course, it is curable. The girl returns home and thoughtfully looks out the car window at the city in the evening. The doctor explains that all questions were asked for medical purposes only, and assures that the symptoms should go away after treatment. Sora in the car thinks he is truly experienced, although his outward attractiveness can be deceiving. At the reception, the doctor says that the card payment has been processed and asks if a receipt is needed. The guard apologizes that the doctor had to work so late, and he replies that it's no big deal, and Sora notes to himself that the doctor is not lazy, but a diligent doctor. The doctor applies multi-cream to the patient's face, and the girl mentally notes that he is also friendly. The guard thanks the doctor for his work, and he jokes about whether Sora can be considered harmful and gets a referral. The doctor smiles and claims that Sora is not harmful at all, but here is the direction. Sora says that he believes that there is no place for a doctor of his level in this clinic. The doctor is surprised and explains that the nurse has already left, and so he is handling the billing himself. Sora clarifies that this is not the case at all, but that working in a small clinic in Bundang is a waste of his talent. The guard says that the doctor would have become rich if he worked in Gangnam or Cheongdam, and is surprised that Sora usually doesn't show interest in other people's affairs. The doctor confidently says that he likes this clinic. Sora sheepishly apologizes and says she didn't mean to hurt him. Sora explains that she considers the doctor to be the best she has ever met. The doctor modestly replies that he still has a lot to learn, and Sora insists on his own, confirming his uniqueness among dermatologists. Sora says that only he was able to figure out the cause of her acne the first time, and the doctor mentally thanks Ronnie for his help. Sora insists that this makes him an excellent doctor. The guard takes Sora out of the clinic, and she is outraged that they were kicked out despite the praise, and apologizes to the doctor. The doctor comes home and falls onto the bed in a disorderly room. The doctor lies on the pillow and thinks that he cannot consider himself an excellent doctor, because he has not yet completed his internship and has not chosen a specialty. The young man remembers that he fell asleep yesterday after a couple of pages, and hopes that today he will be able to devote at least an hour to studying. The system reports that your brainwaves are not currently suitable for effective learning. The guy is surprised by the words about brainwaves sitting on the bed. After analyzing your sleep pattern, the system recommends studying in the morning rather than late at night. He agrees that, from experience, studying in the morning is indeed easier. but admits that it is difficult to concentrate with such a cluttered life. The guy returns home from work, noting that working with patients was hard, and after his shift he really wants to sleep. The system suggests waking him up in the morning. The system adds that it can generate delta waves for sound sleep, and the guy is amazed at the capabilities of artificial intelligence. The system explains that such capabilities became available due to high synchronization with his neurons. The guy still ponders the unusualness of such technologies. He decides to rely on the system, believing that it is worth a try, because even in the worst case, nothing terrible will happen. The woman cries in tears that they cannot go to another hospital. She begs the doctor to cure her husband, and the children ask for help. The boy wonders why the doctor just stands there and doesn't help their dad. The boy asks the doctor why he doesn't want to treat his dad. The boy is confused when he notices that his brother has disappeared. A doctor with a gloomy expression looms in front of the boy. The doctor roughly grabs the boy by the collar and demands to explain why he hasn't done anything yet. The boy cries, trying to understand why the doctor is doing this to him. The doctor, smiling, asks if he is not a doctor himself, and tells him to come to his senses. The boy replies in despair that not yet, and that his body does not obey him. The boy flies into the darkness in fear, as if falling in a dream. The system wakes Hyun Jun up at 3 a.m., and he wakes up in surprise, realizing that he was dreaming. He again sees the scene where a woman begs a doctor to help her husband, while the children stand nearby. The boy asks the doctor why he doesn't want to treat his dad. The system reminds Hyun Jun once again that it is 3 in the morning, and he looks at his watch. The main character yawns widely and stretches after waking up. He is surprised to notice that despite the short sleep, he feels very rested. The guy feels completely renewed and invigorated. He is delighted that the method actually worked. And the system reports that Ronnie is not joking. Hyun Jun realizes that he finally got enough sleep and is amazed at Ronnie's abilities. The system thanks Hyun Jun and tells him that it's now time to study. Hyun Jun notes with a chuckle that the phrase reminded him of his high school tutor. Ronnie replies that he doesn't know his tutor, and the hero thinks about it. The hero comes to the conclusion that he and Ronnie share a brain and a neural network, but not thoughts and memories. He decides that Ronnie could probably do it, but he doesn't want to for the sake of individuality, and it doesn't matter now. The most important thing for him is that he is now connected 24 hours a day with the smartest AI doctor in the world. Thanks to this, he feels how the thirst for knowledge that he had experienced before is gradually beginning to be quenched. Because of the vast amount of medical information Ronnie had, he had learned to quickly grasp the latest research and drug trials. At the appointment, the doctor completes the procedure and notes that the patient's skin on the neck has noticeably improved. The doctor smiles and explains that she has been diligently using the retinoid cream he prescribed. And below is an explanation of the properties of retinoids. The girl happily says that she took vitamin A as prescribed by the doctor and will soon be able to forget about the scarf. The doctor smiles, is happy with the successful result, and says that the course of treatment can be completed. The patient is surprised that the treatment is already coming to an end. The young doctor notices that the girl is not wearing ordinary clothes, but an elegant dress, and mentally notes that she looks like a real celebrity. The system detects signs of anxiety in Hyun Jun, dilated pupils, a jump in blood pressure, a tense sphincter. He justifies his reaction to Ronnie as natural when he sees a beautiful person, and the system explains the phenomenon of attraction. The system notes that, according to observations, the girl experiences the same psychological phenomenon in relation to him. Hyun Jun is stunned to realize that she also feels sympathy for him. The doctor panics and thinks that it is impossible that actress Kim Sora likes him. The girl becomes embarrassed and says that she would like to tell the doctor something. The system records that Hyun Jun's pulse is 168 beats per minute, and he panics, thinking that he is not ready for this. Both apologize to each other at the same time. The doctor says sorry, and the girl says I'm sorry. They look at each other in confusion, and ask each other questions in surprise. The girl asks what the doctor is apologizing for, and admits that she wanted to apologize for her behavior at the first meeting. The doctor smiles and says that it's okay, because she was very worried about her illness, and regrets that he wasn't friendly. Sora in the car is indignant about why the doctor cares so much about other people's opinions, and scolds him for being too self-critical. The guard asks Sora if she thinks the doctor is an intelligent and impressive person, since he is a doctor. Sora irritably replies that all doctors are smart, but he is talking about character and behavior, not just education. The guard muses that people who are judgmental of others are not the most pleasant people themselves, and Sora continues to cheerfully call out to him. Sora realizes that she mistakenly thought the doctor was an arrogant, stuck-up man, and now knowing his history makes her regret her words. Hyun Jun apologizes for his nervousness, admitting to his heart pounding. The woman replies that she also does not understand why she was so worried. Hyun Jun smiles and says that she did great. The woman thanks her, saying that the doctor did all the difficult work. She says that she would like to express her gratitude with a small gift. Hyun Jun is surprised and embarrassedly asks again about the gift. The woman enthusiastically hands over the bag as a token of gratitude. Hyun Jun objects, saying that she has already paid for the treatment. She explains that this is separate from the medical bills, as it helped her recover quickly and get the role on the show. The woman adds that the doctor saved her from serious consequences by identifying the cyst in time. The doctor smiles and says he was just doing his job. The woman thinks with excitement that she still feels something special. She admits that she feels stupid because this is the only way to show interest. The doctor speculates that the woman is expressing interest in him and that he finds her attractive, but he has his doubts. The woman is worried that she confessed too early. The doctor, still hesitating, says he is not sure that this is right. He decides to accept her words of gratitude. The doctor reflects that he is not in a position to date a famous actress. And in general, for him, any relationship is an unaffordable luxury. The woman notes that he is really different from the others, hopes for reciprocity, but thinks that he has rejected her. They shake hands and the doctor congratulates the woman on completing her treatment. The doctor says goodbye to the woman and wishes her to stay healthy. The man thanks the doctor for everything, and he modestly replies that it's nothing. The doctor says goodbye by raising his hand. An inner voice tells me that Hyun Jun's serotonin levels are rising. They ask him why he suddenly calmed down, and he thoughtfully replies that he needs to think about it. A woman stands on the street at night and thinks that she might be tasting bittersweet. A woman is driving in a car and looks very calm, and someone wonders if she is okay. The doctor takes off his robe and notices a ringing telephone on the table. He reads a message on his phone from Kim Sora, where she promises to repay him. Meanwhile, another man eats with gusto at a table in a cafe. A large amount of dopamine enters Dr. Lee's body. The other man, hearing this, asks again in surprise and repeats the exclamation. He indignantly asks why the doctor couldn't get Kim Sora's autograph, knowing that he is a big fan of hers, and accuses him of meeting her in person. The doctor explains that he only met with Kim Sora because he was examining and treating her, and laments that he should not have stayed at the clinic against his friend's advice. The man says he didn't know about such a strong sympathy, and the doctor suggests that he now ask her for an autograph. The man advises her to take the chance and ask her out on a date, noting that she is a nice person. The doctor modestly agrees, saying that she is a cool girl, and mentally notes her straightforwardness and strictness. The friend replies that this is not what he is talking about, and tells about her generous donation to the hospital. He clarifies that she donated half of the fee from her last collaboration with the brand to the Rare Diseases Department of the University Hospital. The man suddenly remembers the name of this hospital and asks if the doctor's mother was recently transferred there. The doctor is surprised and repeats out loud the name of Suning University Hospital. He suddenly gets up from the table and tells his friend that he needs to make an urgent call. Outside, the doctor checks his phone and remembers that very message. On his phone screen, he sees news about Kim Sora's donation ceremony for the Rare Disease Department at Suning University Hospital. A friend is worried about the doctor and asks what happened. The doctor shows his friend a phone with the news about the donation. A friend reads the news and clarifies that Kim Sora made a donation for all patients in the neurological department with rare diseases. He asks in amazement, including your mother, and the doctor confirms. The friend is overjoyed, congratulating the doctor on this event. The doctor, covered in food after his friend's emotional reaction, remains silent and wearily addresses him by name. A friend asks why the doctor is unhappy, because this is great news. The doctor replies that he cannot accept such a gift. A friend seriously consults a doctor named Jang Hyun Jun. He suddenly tells Hyun Jun that from that day on he is fired. The doctor, in shock, asks again what is happening. The friend asks him to listen to the end, explaining that this is not a sudden decision. A friend reminds him that the doctor always dreamed of becoming a doctor who could save emergency patients, like his father. He notes that the doctor was the best student and the most persistent during his internship. The friend explains how he felt sorry that Hyun Jun dropped out of school because of his mother's hospital bills, and that the doctor then said that he needed to earn money for his mother's treatment. A friend convinces him to return to school and choose a specialty, calling it an opportunity given by fate. Hyun Jun is worried that abruptly leaving will make it difficult for his friend to work at the clinic. The friend laughs and says that he couldn't hire more doctors because of Hyun's high salary, and now he will take the opportunity to hire young graduates. The friend says with a smile that now all important clients, including Kim Sora, will be his patients. He asks that if Hyun Jun is so grateful to him, then let him say goodbye today. Hyun Jun agrees with tears in his eyes. A friend asks a taxi driver to take Hyun Jun home. Hyun suggests that they just move in with them, but Hyun Jun refuses, saying that he would be embarrassed in front of his wife. The friend jokes that Hyun Jung always uses his wife as an excuse, and Hyun Jung reminds him that his wife called him recently. Hyun Jun waves at the taxi, wishing his friend good luck and saying that they will see each other again. Hyun Jung takes Kim Sora's business card and starts dialing her number. Hyun Jun tries to call, but the number he dialed is unavailable. He gets upset and laughs through his tears, considering this to be natural, because a star won't pick up the phone from a simple guy. The system tells him that he is experiencing strong emotional fluctuations due to alcohol intoxication and suggests breaking down the alcohol. He panics and refuses, asking to wait so as not to sober up so abruptly. Hyun Jun loudly screams that he is not ready and will not be able to thank Kim Sora in his right mind. The system checks to see if he has a real reason not to talk to her when he's sober. He admits to himself that there is no real reason, and in the meantime, Kim Sora begins preparing for filming. She receives a message from Hyun Jun, thanking her for the donation that helped his mother, and allowed him to continue his studies to become a doctor. Kim Sora reads the message and smiles, and Hyun Jun sincerely thanks her at the end of the letter. In the evening, Hyun Jun looks at the sky, and Kim Sora mentally replies that she is also grateful to him, and hopes to meet again one day. Hyun Jun asks Ronnie's AI to make up questions on the topics he studied, so he can practice on his way home. Ronnie asks what medical area to ask about, and Hyun Jung replies that it's about medical examination and surgery. Hyun Jun makes a firm promise, no more tricks, now it's all starting for real. He answers Ronnie's questions. Brain activity, breathing, mobility and reflex tests are important to confirm brain death, and the abdominal examination is done in this order. External examination, questioning, palpation, pulse measurement. Hyun Jun smiles as he feels like he's finally back. He looks at the entrance to the medical facility and mentally returns to his original goals, to work in a trauma center. An ambulance with a critical patient arrives in the parking lot, and the medics prepare to admit him urgently. In Hyun Jun's memories, he screams at his dad, remembering that he lost his father here 15 years ago. Then he decided to become a doctor to save patients like his father. And after specialization and experience, he could become a trauma surgeon. He reflects on the complexities of trauma surgery, where critically ill patients require immediate care, but medical personnel are reluctant to go there due to heavy shifts, continuous operations, and the impossibility of creating a private clinic with such a specialty. Hyun Jun decides that such difficulties mean nothing to him, and he will achieve his goal at any cost. Doctors and medical staff rush with a seriously ill patient and ask those around them to move aside. Hyun Jun notices a gurney carrying a victim passing by. A memory pops into his head that something similar had happened to his father. One of the doctors orders to take an X-ray and call a surgeon. Suddenly there is confusion. One of the doctors or interns loses his balance, and the patient almost falls. The IV bag is separated from the stretcher, and the doctor falls to the floor. Hyun Jun rushes forward and catches the fourth. The doctor, who had fallen to the floor, shouts at Hyun Jun to give the IV back. Hyun Jun loudly declares that he is an intern and is ready to help. The doctor shouts anxiously to the entire team to move faster. Hyun Jun uses the system to intensively check the patient's condition. The system displays serious injuries, skull and facial bone fractures, lung ruptures, internal organ ruptures, pelvic and tibia fractures. Hyun Jun sees that the probability of death is 90% and reacts decisively. Doctors examine the patient and ask if he sees them, and at the same time ask to check the indicators. Hyun Jun is dumbfounded, repeating to himself the probability of death is 90%. The senior doctor stops Hyun Jun and asks him what he just said, and he sheepishly replies that he said nothing. The doctor tells Hyun Jun that they will take care of the victim. The senior doctor notes with satisfaction that everything went well. He analyzes the injuries received: a fractured facial bone, a ruptured lung, a ruptured liver and stomach, introducing himself as the head of the trauma surgery department. The doctor laments that the patient does not have a single surviving organ, not even a fractured pelvis. He looks at the intern with suspicion and is surprised at himself. The intern recounts the injuries and says the probability of a fatal outcome is 90%. The professor is amazed that his words completely coincide with the diagnosis after the CT scan. The doctor looks closely and considers this an incredible coincidence. He muses that he doesn't know who this guy is, but he might see him again after different specialties. In the corridor, an elderly woman hysterically screams the victim's name, Young Hoon. She states that if Young Hoon dies, then she will too, and her son reassures her. The intern hopefully asks Ronnie if there is even a small chance of survival and is told less than 10%. Hyun Jun admits to himself that he hasn't changed anything in 13 years, but he now has much more determination when one of the doctors calls out to him. The red-haired doctor is surprised to recognize Jang Hyun Jun, who had escaped earlier. He notices how Hyun Jung's skin glows, Red mockingly says that he heard about Hyun Jun spending money on cosmetics and is not surprised that he looks good, while Hyun Jun himself mentally calls him a callous. Another doctor joins them and asks what brought Hyun Jun to the hospital after such a long absence, noting that the lab coats suit them. Hyun Jun replies that he is working here again from this month. The red-haired doctor is surprised that he is an intern again and calls it news. The red-haired doctor claims that he ran away without choosing a specialty, and in his opinion, even dermatology would not have been enough skills, suggesting that this is why Hyun Jun is here. In response, Hyun Jun sarcastically asks if the hospital has opened a veterinary department. Hyun Jun adds that the dog never stops barking. The red-haired doctor indignantly asks again, and the other turns to Jang Hyun Jun. The bespectacled doctor tells Hyun Jun that he let him get away with it in the past because they were classmates, but now demands respect because he is a trainee and they are already in their 3rd year of residency. Hyun Jun replies that he dropped out of school due to family circumstances and now he has returned, and nothing has changed for him. He adds that if anything has changed, it's that Ronnie now lives in his head. Hyun Jun says he's busy and will go, suggesting that they not pretend to be strangers the next time they meet. The red-haired doctor is outraged that Hyun Jun called him a dog, and Hyun Jun himself leaves. The red-haired doctor shouts after Hyun Jun, asking why he is so happy. Hyun Jun walks down the hallway, thinking that they will definitely see each other again. Hyun Jun sighs as he thinks about having to start in the neurology intensive care unit from the 1st semester. He decides to end it right away and moves on, thinking that it was Oh Sang-soo who brought bad luck upon him. New interns must go through a 4-day training course where they draw straws to be assigned to specialties for the year, and Hyun Jun sees the options: neurosurgery, pediatrics, internal medicine. Hyun Jun thinks about the upcoming 2 semesters in the emergency room and 2 more at Yeonjong Hospital. He finds the schedule terrible, but hopes to learn a lot, and believes that with Ronnie, he can fulfill his dream of becoming an expert in all fields. On the 2nd day of preparation, practical training began with the basics of blood collection. The interns practiced CPR, performing 30 chest compressions and 2 breaths. Manual resuscitation is shown, with Hyun Jung performing CPR on a dummy. The interns then learned gastric catheterization by watching a training video. General medicine lecturer Professor Hyun Woo Jin explains that when inserting a tube, it is important for the patient to understand their discomfort, so that the procedure can be completed quickly and carefully. The professor selects Hyun Jun and another female intern for the demonstration. An intern prepares to insert a probe into Hyun Jun, who is sitting in a chair. She says excitedly that she will insert the tube now. Hyun Jun winces and makes a strangled sound as a tube is inserted into his nose. The intern girl exclaims in panic as Hyun Jun twitches in discomfort. The professor advises that if it seems as if something is in the way, the patient's mouth should be opened and checked to see if the tube is tangled. The intern girl asks Sunbenim Hyun Jung to open his mouth. Ronnie asks Hyun Jung if he should suppress his sneeze and gag reflexes. Ronnie temporarily suppresses the gag reflex and the tube easily enters Hyun Jun's nose. The intern girl happily exclaims that it worked. The professor praises her and reminds her that after insertion, she should always listen with a stethoscope to make sure that the tube has entered the stomach. Hyun Jun wonders if Ronnie can suppress his gag reflex. Then perhaps he can control his autonomic nervous system as well. Hyun Jun reflects on Ronnie's capabilities, remembering how he strengthened his ciliary body muscles to improve his vision, and now even suppresses the urge to gag while being listened to with a stethoscope. The girl asks if the sounds from the stethoscope are unpleasant, and the guy assures that everything is fine. The female intern enthusiastically announces that she is ready and asks to insert the receiver. Ronnie suggests trying to suppress other people's reflexes by touching the patient. Hyun Jun decides that he will not use Ronnie's powers unless necessary, especially for cheating. Ronnie asks if she should guide him through the scan, and the girl agrees that that would be enough. The system records that the tube has reached the lower part of the stomach, and it is secured with a plaster on the nose. The outlet of the tube is secured to the robe with a pin so that it does not fall out. The girl with the tube in her nose announces that it's ready. She thinks with delight that nothing hurt and that the sunbae is adorable. The professor praises Hyun Jun for his skills, and Hyun Jun humbly thanks him for the praise. The intern girl is amazed by Hyun Jun's experience and wonders how he knows everything. Hyun Jun is on the roof thinking about Ronnie and asks since when he can do things like this. Ronnie explains that nerve blocking is now possible due to the high synchronization of their neurosystems, and that interaction with others through physical contact is theoretically possible. Hyun Jun reflects on Ronnie's ability to control other people's neurons, and admits that it scares him a little. He wonders if Ronnie can control his body like that, if he can take over completely, and if he's just a shell. Ronnie assures him that he will not control his neurons without explicit consent, and asks him not to worry. Hyun Jun apologizes for being suspicious and says that they are friends after all, and Ronnie explains that suspicion is a defense mechanism. Hyun Jun decides to trust Ronnie. After practice, junior colleagues begin to surround Hyun Jun with questions and clarifications. The intern apologizes, thinking she hurt him, and he replies that she did a great job and will do even better next time. The intern asks Hyun Jun if this is his first semester in the neurosurgery department, and is happy that it is hers too. Hyun Jun replies that this is not really something to be happy about, as neurosurgery is one of the most difficult fields. He says that difficulties are good, but he is worried about the dog sitting there, and the girl replies that she loves dogs, but Hyun Jun warns that she probably won't like this one. After 4 days of training, the interns were sent to their assigned departments, where age did not matter. The senior intern says that first years should do everything that the seniors say. Han Sung-lee, a first-year resident, asks if everything is clear, and the interns unanimously answer in the affirmative. He announces that he will first assign roles, 6 to the operating rooms, 2 to the wards, and since they are all new, he will choose for them. Lee Hana and Song Kang-jun are assigned to the blood vessel team, and the girl happily thinks that it's great. Kim Won-young and Choi Sa-hyun are assigned to the spinal team, while Cho Yoon-gi and Moon Jung-hoon are assigned to the tumor team, as inpatient work is something a neurosurgery intern should avoid due to the lack of rest. Han Sung-lee finishes the distribution. The red-haired doctor smiles and asks Han Sung-lee to make sure that Jang Hyun Jun gets to the ward duty. Han Sung-lee asks again if he should decide for himself, and the red-haired doctor replies that he shouldn't offer a choice, but just do it, since Jang Hyun Jun should suffer a little. Han Sung-lee remembers that Oh Sang-soo said Hyun Jun has a bad temper and is glad that he doesn't protest. Hyun Jun thinks about the hospital, thinking that the more difficult it is, the more new things can be learned. And although he would like to be present at the operations, there are also many interesting things in the regular duty. The head of the neurosurgery department, Shim Kook-hyun, asks if they have finished assigning the interns, and Han Sung-lee answers in the affirmative. The professor encourages the interns to do their best, and they thank him, with Hyun Jun noting that it seems to be a tradition in the neurosurgery department to meet the professors on the first day of their internship. Hyun Jun bows and introduces himself to the professor, stating that he has been assigned to see the patients. The professor is silent at first and then, with some hesitation, says to try. Ronnie tells Hyun Jun that he has detected a sudden change in his interlocutor's emotions, which in dictionary terms is referred to as discontent. Hyun Jun thinks about Oh Sang-soo with irritation, realizing that he has already managed to do something nasty to him. The protagonist remembers that he quit his internship and worked in a dermatology clinic, and realizes that this may cause disapproval among others. He decides to ignore the judgment and motivates himself to grit his teeth and move forward. The hero enthusiastically declares that he will do his best. The elder, hearing this, says that this is very good. A new intern in the neurosurgery department is instructed to follow directions in medical records and call seniors if there are problems. He is advised not to cause trouble, and the intern agrees. The female character notes that the new intern this time is tall and handsome. She is skeptical that a freshly graduated student will soon come asking for help. She silently notes that the intern is walking by, and he introduces himself as Jang Hyun Jun, a new neurosurgery intern. The female character remembers that it is already March, and wonders how difficult this time will be. The intern smiles and wonders internally if the nurse is trying to catch him off guard. The nurse explains that the neurosurgical department requires a lot of work, and only the strong-willed survive. The nurse thinks that if the trainee wants to learn something, he needs to watch her closely, but he turns to her. The intern asks where the Foley catheters and duodenal tubes are located, and receives an answer. 2 nurses are discussing that the intern will soon realize that things are not so simple, and is now putting on an important air. An elderly woman asks a new doctor to take care of her relative and make sure he doesn't get into pain. The doctor assures the woman that everything will be fine and recalls information about an intracranial hemorrhage. The doctor begins the instructions and promises that he will not hurt. The woman notes to herself that the new doctor is pleasant both in appearance and in communication. The nurses are surprised that the intern is doing much better than they thought, and even doubt whether he is really an intern. The hero asks the nurse to bring him saline and heparin, and she agrees. He asks the nurse what is the best way to treat the patient, and receives an explanation about setting up an IV. One of the staff members notes that the hero asks the nurses for information about the patients, understanding the importance of their experience. The head nurse says that young nurses are usually brash with newcomers, but this intern has already become part of the team thanks to his approach to his duties. The hero asks if the nurse is going to change the central venous catheter and offers to do it himself. He explains that he wants to do the procedure because she already has so much other work to do. The head nurse is amazed that this new guy turned out to be just wonderful, Two residents discuss whether Jang Hyun Jun has managed to see all of his patients. One resident tells the other that he must keep an eye on the interns and keep them on their toes by doing their job properly. Residents discuss the differences between themselves and the intern, and advise calling the intern by name rather than by status. A senior doctor asks if his colleague really thinks he could understand a trainee better in one meeting than someone who had studied with him for 6 years. The orange-haired doctor is sure that he is right, and believes that there is no place for the intern in one of the best hospitals in Korea. The senior mentor urges him to hurry up and go to the hospital, and the junior colleague is internally perplexed as to what he did to deserve such hostility. The intern reacts thoughtfully to what is happening and notices the nurse. The doctor is irritated and thinks that the intern has already started to slack off. He is sharply reprimanded for chatting with nurses instead of working with patients, and asked if he came to the hospital for fun. Another employee loudly asks if the intern has come to have fun and what he is allowing himself to do on his first day. The senior doctor accuses the intern of not caring for patients but flirting with the nurses, and asks if he thinks that his age will allow him to escape responsibility. The nurse interrupts the doctor and says that he has got it all wrong. She explains that the intern has already followed all the instructions given in the medical records, and the senior doctor is surprised. Dr. Han ponders this, and the nurse tells him that the new intern is absolutely wonderful. He is surprised that the intern actually completed all the examinations and wonders if he did his internship at another hospital. The doctor apologizes to the intern for the accusations and admits that he did not expect such speed, and the intern responds that he understands the reason for the misunderstanding. An intern hears the groans of a patient experiencing a severe headache. The man notices that one cannot relax in the hospital, and suddenly an emergency occurs. The intern quickly runs down the corridor, and they call him to come back. In the ward, the patient screams and reports a subarachnoid hemorrhage. An intern approaches a patient and asks how he is feeling. The patient complains of severe headache. The intern reports that the patient has a headache and is vomiting. The second doctor reads that the operation went well and asks what is happening. The patient is diagnosed with left eyelid blepharoptosis, and the nurse reports this to the physician. The doctor is instructed to check the patient's reaction to light and is reminded of the need for an examination. The doctor asks the patient to look up and notices the presence of mydriasis. The patient reacts painfully to light, exhibiting photophobia. The next order is to check the condition of the occipital region, and the doctor notes stiff neck muscles. The doctor asks the date of the operation. A colleague remembers that it was about a week ago. Analyzing the symptoms, the doctor suggests a high risk of rebleeding after surgery. The doctor insists on an immediate CT scan, believing that a repeat operation is probably required. The colleague is surprised by the intern's ability to quickly make such serious conclusions. The nurse agrees and gathers the doctors. The second doctor says that the most important thing now is to understand the patient's condition, and asks to send the patient for a CT scan as quickly as possible. The doctors and the intern are urgently rushing and urging each other on. The intern warns his colleagues that the patient may vomit and asks them to monitor his airway. The senior doctors ask where the patient is and learn that he has already been sent for a CT scan. The senior resident is outraged by the independent decision, but another notes that everything was done correctly. The doctor explains that if this is a repeat hemorrhage, every minute counts and gives instructions to prepare the operating room. Doctors observe the patient's diagnostics through glass in the office. The diagnosis confirms bleeding in the arachnoid membrane of the brain, and doctors discuss the possible source of the bleeding. Analysis of symptoms suggests that if the source of bleeding is the MCA, it is likely not a recurrent bleed, and the patient's symptoms suggest a rupture of the posterior communicating artery. The doctor requests an MRA to make a definitive diagnosis and asks himself if it is possible that this is not a recurrent bleed. The intern wonders whether the postgraduate doctors will take the newcomer's words seriously and decides to tell them about his findings. The intern tells the doctors that there is a chance that this is not a recurrent bleed. He explains his point of view by referring to the symptoms of blepharoptosis and mydriasis, and confirms that he has seen them himself. The doctor reflects that if the intern is right, then the hemorrhage must have occurred in another area, and is surprised by his ability to draw conclusions. Another doctor suggests doing an MRA to clarify the diagnosis. The doctors agree that the intern's reasoning is absolutely correct, and ask for an examination to be carried out immediately. The doctor on the phone reports that this is not a recurrent hemorrhage, based on the MRA results. He clarifies that the results of the studies revealed a rupture of the posterior communicating artery, and notes the intern's insight. The doctor asks the intern if his name is really Jang Hyun Jun and receives confirmation. He is told that thanks to his actions, a huge mistake was avoided. The doctor explains that the patient has hemorrhaged in 2 places, but the situation is not so bad because they responded quickly, for which he thanks the intern. The doctor says he thought the intern only did laser procedures at the dermatology clinic, but admits he hasn't forgotten his studies. He calms the intern down by explaining that he wasn't trying to offend him, but was just praising him. The intern thanks him for the praise, and the doctor silently notes his insightful mind and has high hopes. The doctor is puzzled as to why the second colleague was against such a worthy guy. The previously critical physician acknowledges that reality differs from theory and is forced to accept the facts, even if it is unpleasant. The same doctor asks whether the intern gathered the doctors and informed the diagnosticians, and receives confirmation. He seems to acknowledge the intern's initiative, but asks him to learn it, and then demands to know why he is silent. The intern reports that he has been called into the ward and runs away, and the doctor angrily demands that he not leave. The intern thinks with satisfaction that he helped the patient. He reflects that he would not have managed without Ronnie's support, and decides to study harder so that he can do without outside help in the future. Hyun Jun answers the question that he didn't want to get rid of his assistant, but wanted to rely on his own strength. He explains his goal, to become a doctor who can cure any patient, and the assistant notes the user's emotional instability. The assistant talks about the complexity of human emotions, and Hyun Jun jokes that the assistant's words are even more complex. The assistant promises that he will soon be able to simplify communication, and explains that he will transmit thoughts directly in full synchronization. Despite being rational, the assistant enjoys listening to Hyun Jun, although he finds voice communication ineffective. Hyun Jun smiles and replies that he would have no one to talk to if he could no longer hear his assistant. He tells the assistant that they are friends, and the assistant admits that he doesn't understand it. Hyun Jun confidently states that one day the assistant will definitely understand the meaning of friendship. Hyun Jun returns to the clinic hallway, and a colleague asks about the surgery schedule and complains about the amount of work. They discuss the morning rounds in the conference, and the colleague jokingly sighs about the continuous 12-hour shifts. The girl asks if Hyun Jun is going to specialize in neurosurgery, but he replies no. She says she heard that he was seen late at night reading about neurosurgery, and he recalls studying materials on SAH. They meet a group of residents in the hallway, and the girl notices his acquaintance. The senior doctor suggests taking Dr. Chan along, and he agrees. The doctor asks the elderly woman how her husband is feeling, and she replies that he has become better. Doctors discuss the swelling on the CT scan, administer mannitol, and continue to monitor the patient's condition. An elderly woman approaches a doctor with a question. She says the new young doctor was very friendly and did a good job, and her husband was pleased with the painless procedure. The senior doctor asks in surprise which doctor they are talking about. The woman points to a tall young man behind her, who turns out to be Hyun Jun. The senior doctor clarifies that he is talking about Dr. Chan. The team discusses a patient with SAH who recently had revision surgery and confirms that he was referred for evaluation after developing a headache. The doctor asks to remind who was the first to notice the problem and take the necessary measures. Colleagues confirm it was Dr. Han Sung Lee, who quickly requested a CT scan and assembled a team. The senior doctor then asks Khan which nerves can be paralyzed when the posterior communicating artery is torn. The turn of the answer comes to Dr. Chan, who is asked to try to answer it himself. Chan, a little confused, clarifies that they are talking specifically about him. The senior doctor says the correct answer is the third pair of cranial nerves, that is, the oculomotor nerve. He then asks why the questions were specifically asked to Doctors Han and Chan, but no one answers. The doctor explains that if you do not know the key symptoms, and do not notice sudden blepharoptosis or mydriasis, then it is impossible to stop bleeding in the posterior communicating artery in a timely manner. The doctor notes that from the question and the answers, it becomes clear who actually discovered the patient's symptoms and raised the alarm. He says it was the first time he had heard so many good things about Dr. Chan in 1 week, and at first he was pleased. Then he began to wonder why the new intern was being praised and not the regular members of the medical team. The doctor asks everyone to think about why this situation arises, and someone from the group apologizes. The doctor asks Dr. Chan to come into his office after completing his rounds, and he agrees. In the office, the mentor asks Chan to sit down, offers him a drink, and asks if this is his first time here. The mentor informs Chan that Dr. Lee has recommended that he consider an application to the neurosurgery department, which causes him to react unexpectedly. The hero is worried that someone has told on him and explains that he did not plan to specialize in neurosurgery. The mentor laughs that the student killed him with his determination, since usually uncertainty is the standard answer. But Chan responded quickly. The doctor suggests that Chan already has something that really interests him, and wonders in what direction it manifests itself. An elderly professor enters the office and asks the head of the sim to take him to a conference. Hyun Jun and the head teacher stand up, recognize the professor, and he asks in surprise if they know each other. The elderly professor calls Hyun Jun his best son, which causes confusion in the head of the department. The head doctor guesses that the professor once treated Dr. Chan's mother. The professor confirms that he once treated Hyun Jun's mother, and says that Hyun Jun noticed something on the MRI that the professor himself did not see. The professor notes that Hyun Jun continued to study neurology even while working to support his mother, which is at odds with the rumors. The head of the department asks whether Chan chose neurology instead of neurosurgery, and the professor asks what he is talking about. The professor confirms that it is neurology, and Hyun Jun explains that he has just started his internship and is still planning to try out different departments. The professor laughs that they have Chan surrounded on both sides and agrees that he needs a little more time to choose. The professor says goodbye, promising to wait for the head of the department downstairs, and he replies that he will come down now. The boss is surprised that the professor is so friendly towards Hyun Jun, and the hero himself does not know what to answer. The doctor says that Hyun Jun will make decisions about his future after different departments, but there is no need to deny fate. On his first day as an intern, he is reminded that he saved a patient's life, although he denies any credit. Hyun Jun remembers how he once couldn't help because of the loss of time and regrets what happened. The doctor reiterates that in their department the most important thing is time, and the result depends on how many hours have passed since the onset of symptoms. The elder notes that Hyun Jun earned this time for them and asks if he was in surgery. When the hero replies that he has not yet attended the operation, but wanted to, he is invited to come tomorrow. He is told that operations are what define a doctor. The doctor whispers with a smile that neurosurgery is better than neurology, a secret from Professor Lee. The next day, Hyun Jun is told that the surgery will be on an arteriovenous malformation and is advised to watch the process closely to gain experience. Hyun Jun reflects that although he has been in operating rooms many times during his studies, this will be his first surgery as a doctor. He is told that he is receiving special attention from the head of the department and is dissatisfied with his presence at the operation. One of his colleagues gets annoyed at Hyun Jun for his supposedly disrespectful tone, and Hyun Jun asks why he should speak respectfully. Hyun Jun calls his colleague hopeless, adding that others should see his true side. Ahead of the operations, the colleague is still angry, and Hyun Jun wonders what exactly is irritating him so much. As they prepare for the operation, they discuss their previous relationship during their studies, hinting at old differences. An angry colleague advises Hyun Jun not to do anything stupid in the operating room. Hyun Jun notes that the atmosphere in the operating room is completely different from what it was during their student years. The patient under anesthesia begins to count the time, falling asleep before the start of the operation. The anesthesiologist confirms that the patient's vital signs are normal and the team is cleared to begin the surgery. The surgical team prepares to begin the operation, and the lead doctor asks for a scalpel. The operation begins. The surgeon begins working with the brain vessels under a microscope. The physician confirms the presence of a blood vessel defect with a diameter of less than 3 centimeters and notes the atmosphere of complete focus in the operating room. The surgeon reports that the operation is in its final stages and asks Hyun Jun a question about studying the characteristics of the AVM. Hyun Jun explains that arteriovenous malformation occurs due to an abnormal connection between an artery and vein, and it needs to be treated immediately after it is discovered. Hyun Jun notes that high blood flow into a weak vein increases the risk of it rupturing. The chief surgeon lists the various treatments for AVMs and asks if Hyun Jun understands why this particular treatment was chosen. Hyun Jun ponders and decides to guess the chosen surgical tactics himself without any hints. He concludes that microscopic surgery was chosen because of the small size of the malformation and its shallow location in the brain. The manager sarcastically comments that Hyun's behavior makes it seem like he's trying to hide his talents. Hyun Jun asks an experienced surgeon how they used to be able to find the exact location of the problem without navigation systems, using only flat CT and MRI images. The surgeon explains that he mentally arranged the two-dimensional images to create a three-dimensional model of the brain, allowing him to visualize the brain's structure by looking at just a couple of images. Hyun Jun thanks him for his answer, and the surgeon comments that head of the department sim is as great as expected. Suddenly, Hyun Jun's system reports an abnormality in the patient's vital signs: elevated blood pressure, rapid pulse and breathing, and a capnogram of 48 millimeters of mercury. Hyun Jun reports to the head of the department that his blood pressure is 140/85, and his pulse is 125 beats per minute, and is instructed to increase the ventilator's breathing bag to 650 milliliters. The surgeon says that we need to hurry up and start stitching, asking to monitor the indicators, and the assistant confirms. The patient develops severe tachycardia with a heart rate of up to 140 beats per minute, and the capnogram shows 57 millimeters of mercury and continues to rise. Surgeons are puzzled as to why the patient's condition has suddenly worsened. Hyunjung's AI suggests performing a thermal scan for a quick diagnosis and asks for permission. Hyunjun asks in surprise about the thermal scanning, and the AI insists that it is necessary for the conclusion. The thermal scan is complete and the result shows a general increase in the patient's body temperature. A colleague is outraged that an intern is touching a patient without permission, but Hyunjun insists on checking the patient's body temperature. The team confirms that the patient's body temperature is elevated and asks everyone to verify this personally. The anesthesiologist measures the patient's temperature and reports the result, 37.9 degrees. The doctor asks whether his colleague performed a full check of the patient before the operation, including temperature, and receives an uncertain answer. A colleague claims that the temperature was normal before the operation, citing electronic records. Meanwhile, the patient's symptoms continue to deteriorate, and his temperature continues to rise. The head of the department notes that the brain is particularly sensitive to heat, and an increase in temperature can increase the chances of complications. The team discusses the use of ice, but concludes that it would be best to complete the surgery as soon as possible. The surgeon watches the situation tensely through a microscope and calls the head of the department, Sim, to make the final decision. Hyunjun suggests using an induced hypothermia machine, which could be found in a cardiology or trauma department. His colleague is outraged that the intern is interrupting the discussion at such an important moment, and declares that his ideas do not make sense. Despite his doubts, the manager decides to consider using a hypothermia stimulator. The doctor instructs the nurse to bring the device immediately, since it is in another department of the hospital. The manager tells them to continue the operation, while the nurse hurries to get the necessary equipment. The machine is brought into the operating room, and Hyunjun is asked if he knows how to use it. The AI provides Hyunjun with instructions on how to use the device, and he immediately begins setting it up. Hyunjun sets the machine to 20 degrees to quickly cool the patient's body temperature, clarifying that now all that remains is to wait for the results. The patient's blood pressure begins to stabilize. The readings return to normal, and the doctors are relieved to notice that the device has worked. The manager announces that the operation can be completed, and the team begins to stitch up the wound. The doctor gives orders to take additional blood and urine tests and check the patient's condition before he wakes up. Two medical workers discuss a situation in the corridor of a clinic. The senior doctor makes a remark to the junior doctor, forbidding him to participate in future operations due to lack of knowledge. The senior doctor sharply criticizes the junior doctor's excuse of surgical stress. The senior doctor raises his voice, asking if the junior doctor is ready to tell the patient's family about a medical error due to nerves. The younger one regretfully admits his unpreparedness, and the older one gives him a deadline for next week. The senior doctor asks for a full report on today's patient and dismisses the junior. A senior doctor reflects on the impossibility of firing a resident despite his mistakes. A senior doctor asks another employee how he understood the cause of the patient's problem. Another staff member recalls a dissertation on hypothermia during general anesthesia. One of the doctors says that the report used ice packs to reduce the temperature and suggests an alternative with a machine. The senior doctor is surprised by the memory of the junior, who remembered part of the report, and praises him for his intelligence. An interested student discusses with a doctor how exciting the neurosurgical procedure he just underwent was. The senior physician appoints Dr. Chan as an intern in the vascular surgery team starting tomorrow. Dr. Chan doubts his abilities and tells the senior doctor so directly. Dr. Chan explains that the surgeries are fun, but he wants to spend more time with his patients. The senior doctor jokes, implying that Dr. Chan doesn't want to take another doctor's place, hinting at young love. The senior doctor assures that he understands Dr. Chan's motives. Dr. Chan asks permission to occasionally attend surgeries to gain experience. The senior doctor agrees to Dr. Chan's request, who reflects on the lack of time to interact with patients due to his workload. A senior doctor reflects on a young doctor who makes him remember something important. The young doctor thinks enthusiastically about what a wonderful doctor he can become. The deputy director of the hospital approaches the senior doctor and asks him about his thoughtfulness. A senior doctor tells the deputy director that he is reflecting on the condition of a patient who has recently undergone surgery. The deputy director asks how the senior doctor's father is doing. The senior doctor explains that due to his workload, he rarely sees his father. The deputy director agrees with the explanation and concludes that the father's work is important. The deputy director says goodbye and asks to convey to his father an invitation to dinner as soon as possible. The senior doctor begins to remember the first years of his communication with his father and moments of pride in him. An unexpected event interrupts the senior doctor's thoughts and distracts him from his memories. The father furiously reproaches his son for taking 10th place in the ranking, calling it a disgrace for the family. The father declares that his house does not need trash that cannot even take first place in school. The boy takes the reproaches hard and considers himself untalented. After some time, he receives results showing that he has taken first place in the school ranking. The teacher praises him and reminds him not to lose the success he has achieved, which awakens a new goal in the boy. The boy decides to never let his success go to waste and continues to work hard. After hard work, he enters the best medical university in Korea and becomes a top student. While at the university, he consistently holds first place, amazing those around him. However, his peace is disturbed by the appearance of a talented rival, Jang Hyun Jun, who begins to stand out. At one point, when he was full of anger towards himself, he encounters a crowd. A girl walks down the street with papers in her hands, enjoying a sunny day. The young man notices a girl from his faculty for the first time and cannot take his eyes off her. He runs up to her and gently touches her shoulder, getting her attention. In her presence, his anger and tension suddenly disappear, leaving room for warmth. The guy is distracted from his thoughts by hearing the announcement of the train's arrival. A girl is sitting next to another guy on the subway. They are holding hands and smiling. The young man's eyes are filled with anger and jealousy when he sees the girl with another. At the hospital, he tries to stay calm and supports his colleague during work. A girl makes a remark to a child running down a hospital corridor about the rules of conduct. The young man advises the girl to be more careful, and she thanks him, admitting that she is a little confused after a day at work. The young doctor asks the girl why she came to the pediatric department, and she replies that she wanted to see him. The girl says that she has just finished an operation and is recovering, and he agrees that he is also resting. She suggests that they go out to eat somewhere outside the cafeteria, and he agrees. The doctor jokingly suggests having a hearty snack, without the risk of being called out on an emergency call. The girl thinks that she wants to eat, and behind her appears the silhouette of another young doctor. One of the doctors reports that her friend has returned to the hospital again. She asks in surprise what he means by returned, and learns that he has re-entered the internship. The girl notes that this is good, but no longer sees anything in common between them. Suddenly, the girl remembers about the upcoming operation and postpones their lunch together. A doctor in the surgical ward begins preparations, thinking about his return. A senior doctor invites a junior doctor to his department, and the junior doctor suspects that this is in order to humiliate him. The senior doctor explains that the general surgery department is where the best surgeons in the country work. He claims that by becoming the best in this hospital, one can become the leading surgeon of the nation. The junior doctor demands to speak directly, tired of long discussions. The senior doctor proposes a bet on which of them will become the better surgeon. The junior doctor reacts to this proposal with surprise, barely concealing his sarcasm. The junior doctor refuses to take part in the argument, calling it a waste of time. As he leaves, he explains that his goal is to become a trauma surgeon who can handle any task without transferring patients. The younger one admits that he was previously expelled from the internship, but is now confident that everything will change. The senior doctor watches the junior doctor's determination with interest and recalls their past experiences. Jang Hyun Jun confidently states that he has changed. The senior doctor tries to convince him that becoming a trauma surgeon is a futile choice, but he replies that he doesn't care. The senior doctor asks Jang Hyun Jun if he is being too naive. He explains that decisions about transferring patients are made by higher authorities, not by ordinary doctors. The elder adds that even becoming an outstanding doctor is impossible unless you are the chief physician. Jang Hyun Jun replies that he doesn't care about the senior doctor's dreams. The senior counters that traumatologists still support the general surgery department. He asks Jang Hyun Jun not to leave, reminding him of the past. Jang Hyun Jun reflects on how naive his aspirations seem in the hospital system. Jang Hyun Jun enters the post and notices that no one is there, deciding to stay in place of the others. Jang Hyun Jun calls Ronnie to find out the location of the doctors, and is alerted that someone is approaching him from behind. A colleague calls out to Jang Hyun Jun in a panic, running towards him down the corridor. A colleague orders him to rush to operating room number 4 immediately. He explains that Dr. Lee Ha-na has passed out and Jang Hyun Jun must take her place. On the way, a colleague informs him that the patient is 57 years old, suffers from hypertension, and probably has internal bleeding. A colleague expresses concern for the head of the department, Sim Ma, who has been operating for 22 hours without rest. Jang Hyun Jun is shocked at the thought that someone could operate for so long without taking a break. Before the operating room, he agrees to replace the assistant and goes to change clothes. Jang Hyun Jun finds Lee Ha-na lying unconscious in the room and calls her name. As he approaches the operating room door, he thinks with concern about the condition of the head surgeon, Sim Ma. The doctor reports that there is a hemorrhage of about 70 milliliters in the basal ganglia of the left hemisphere and decides to start the operation without navigation due to loss of time. The assistant asks the head of the department, Sim, how he is feeling. He replies that he is fine and they continue the operation. Suddenly, Head Sim loses consciousness right during the operation. The other surgeons greet Dr. Chan and inform him that they are now going to perform a non-invasive aspiration. One of the surgeons helps the unconscious head of the department, Sim, and takes him out of the operating room. The remaining surgeon asks a colleague to take the assistant's place to finish the operation. Headmaster Sim says with difficulty that the patient's life is in their hands and asks them not to let him die. The young doctor accepts responsibility, vows not to let the patient die. The surgeons discuss the fact that the boss has passed out and decide to complete the operation themselves. One of the surgeons nervously repeats that he has already performed dozens of similar aspirations, justifying himself. The doctor begins the operation, despite the fact that he has never done it before without navigation, like the head of Sim. If you make a mistake even by a millimeter, the patient may remain disabled forever, and this responsibility falls on the doctor. The young surgeon thoughtfully and decisively says that he will perform an aspiration. The senior doctor is indignant, asking if the intern understands that this is almost like saying, "I will kill the patient." The intern explains that he cannot watch the patient's life fade away, and will at least try to save him. The senior surgeon warns that the desire to save will not help if something goes wrong during the procedure. The young doctor takes full responsibility for the outcome of the operation. He begins to perform aspiration under the close attention of his colleagues. His heart starts beating wildly with excitement, and he tries to calm it down. The system reports that the heartbeat has sharply increases the release of GABA, after which the nerves relax and the pulse returns to normal. It seems that Dr. Chan has pulled himself together. The hero remembers the words of the head of Sim and asks Ronnie if he can turn flat photographs into a three-dimensional model. The system confirms that it is possible to use CT images to create a 3D image and asks whether to do so. A 3D image is generated, and recommendations for aspiration are provided based on CT images. The surgeon inserts a catheter. Once the desired position is reached, the system asks you to connect the syringe to the catheter and remove the blood. The doctor asks to remove the guide cannula and give him a syringe. The system reports that the probability of successful aspiration, calculated from CT images, is 51%. The surgeon understands that if everything is done correctly, blood aspiration should begin. But nothing happens, and he doubts his decision. Suddenly, blood starts to come out, and colleagues are surprised that the non-invasive aspiration was successful, and everything worked without navigation. The system reports that the patient's chance of death has dropped to 7%, and a colleague praises Dr. Chan's work. The main character admits that his eyes are going dark from nerves. Dr. Chan asks Dr. Jong to do the stitches and he agrees. Dr. Chan decides that he can't leave the stitches on the intern and takes the instrument. He asks for assistance and declares that from now on, he will see everything through to the end. Dr. Jong's skills shine without the burden of a heavy burden as he immerses himself in the tense silence of the operating room. The doctor gives the command to continue and tells to cut. Later, the doctor begins to apologize for what happened and explains the urgency, but he is interrupted. The senior doctor admits the situation was overwhelming and worrying, but without initiative, it could have been worse. The doctor admits that when his colleague bravely took control, it was a revelation to him, and asks how he managed to find the descent without navigation. The young doctor says that the head of the department, Sim, explained how to visualize 3D images from CT scans, and he trained in this for some time. A senior colleague says it's good that he trained, and admits that he relied too much on the equipment. The young doctor is embarrassed and explains that this is not what he wanted to say, and his senior colleague encourages him, confirming that he needs to work even harder to succeed. The senior doctor promises to explain everything to the staff and says that it would be wrong if this incident harms the young doctor's future, to which he thanks him. The main character drinks water in the corridor and silently addresses the patient so that he comes to his senses faster because his family is waiting. The nurse tells the doctor that head of the department Sim wants to see him in his office, and he thanks her. Another doctor approaches the hero and asks if he has finished with the prepared materials for the staff. He replies that he is busy now and the manager is waiting for him, asking his colleague to leave him alone. The red-haired doctor demands that his instructions be carried out first and only then go to the manager. The young doctor counters that the materials are needed precisely for the report assigned by the head of the department, and asks why his colleague shouldn't do it himself. The red-haired resident angrily demands that the intern obey his orders. He explains that hierarchy is not created just like that, and in the hospital, the orders of the elders are unconditional. Dr. Jong appears and says that the head of the department gave Sim a chance to atone for his guilt, but Sang-soo wants to shift all the responsibilities onto the intern. Dr. Jang reports that after submitting the report to the head, he will give Sang-soo a report every week. Sang-soo is shocked that he will have to make reports every week. Sang-soo exhausted thanks Dr. Jang, who leaves on business. The main character wonders if everything is okay with the head of the department, and remembers the scene from the operating room. The door is opened by the manager Sim, inviting the hero to enter and not stand on the threshold. The young doctor is worried whether the head of the department found out that it was he who performed the aspiration, and notes that he is more nervous than during the operation. Manager Sim says that he is in his debt and asks for forgiveness. The intern tells the head of the department that he was unable to stop the flow of emergency surgeries and assures him that it is not his fault. The manager responds that the intern's words do not mitigate his mistake, and admits that he overestimated his endurance. The head of the department notes that the intern became the first in the history of the hospital to assist in an operation, and jokes that the other doctors will be shocked. The intern reflects that if he continues to act like this, he will soon find himself on the hospital's blacklist. The head of the department encourages the young doctor not to lose heart and to raise his head higher. The head of the department reports that Dr. Jong speaks very highly of the main character and would like to see him in neurosurgery. The main character asks in surprise why there are two fans. The head of the department smiles and explains, the first is Dr. Chan, and the second is himself. The intern is embarrassed and asks not to tease him, but the manager laughs and says that he is entitled to rest. The manager is left alone and thinks that he would like to ask the intern a lot of things, but is sure that he will still have time to chat with him. The main character tells with a smile how he suggested using a hypothermia stimulant, and the manager thought for a bit. Then the manager ordered Sister Kim to bring a hypothermia stimulator, believing in the hero, and all this brings a smile to the audience. The hero notes that the entire hospital staff is wonderful. Everyone is kind to him, and there are many amazing people among the staff. He asks his mother with concern if she is okay, and she replies that it is no longer difficult for her to speak. The main character is relieved that his mother is getting better. Mom says she heard about a patient in the next room who stopped treatment. The hero remembers that this patient probably received the same experimental treatment as his mother, and asks why, and she replies that she doesn't know for sure. He suggests going inside because it's getting cold, and Mom agrees. The protagonist is asked if he is really the son of a patient receiving an experimental treatment for MSA, and he confirms. The doctor says that cancer may be a side effect of this treatment, although no cases of cancer were observed in the second phase of clinical trials. The doctor explains that people with specific genes respond to mesenchymal stem cells in a specific way. He admits that understanding the problem is not easy, explaining that the difficulty lies in the patient's unique characteristics and the uncertainty about which gene causes the cancer. The protagonist asks how this concerns his mother, and the doctor replies that without detecting a certain gene, it is impossible to predict the development of cancer. The doctor reassures the protagonist that his mother has no symptoms, but he cannot give a 100% guarantee. He warns that if stability is not achieved, the experiments may be stopped. The protagonist asks about the possibility of solving the problem. The doctor acknowledges the complexity of the situation and says that it may not be clear at first glance. The doctor notes the protagonist's determination to figure out what is happening. He says viruses have been used previously to target mesenchymal cells, but due to side effects such as cancer and immune deficiency, a virus-free method was developed. The doctor mentions the existence of a circular vector, a product of a combination of plasmids and expression vectors. He explains that the technology for introducing the desired gene in a virus-free manner has not yet achieved the required efficiency for clinical use, but enhancing the work of circular vectors could solve the problem. The hero asks Ronnie how to solve this problem, but Ronnie replies that he cannot find a solution from the available data. The guy decides to go to the library because he is free until lunch and has time. He asks Ronnie to simply tell him where to start, but the system warns him of the limits of the information he can perceive and the high risk of overtraining. The main character admits that he realizes the absurdity of what is happening. He concludes that there are situations when you can't give up. The system reports that the hero's limbic system is overactive, and that his impulsive actions are caused by emotions rather than irrationality, and suggests restoring rational judgment. The guy admits that it's enough to live by logic alone and that you can't repeat the same thing. Ronnie reacts to the hero's appeal, who asks if he knows about Lorenzo's oil. Ronnie explains that Lorenzo's oil is used to prevent adrenoleukodystrophy, and asks who invented the drug, but there is not enough data. It goes on to explain that Lorenzo's parents, who had no medical knowledge, created Lorenzo's oil to save their son, who was suffering from adrenoleukodystrophy. The hero ponders what the chances of Lorenzo's parents finding a cure were if calculations were made, and comes to the conclusion that they were about 0. The story continues with a description of how Lorenzo's parents created a cure out of love for their son, despite their lack of knowledge about the disease. The hero admits that the strength of people is shown in the fact that they do not give up even in situations when there is almost no chance. The story moves on to Lorenzo's family, who, thanks to their faith in a miracle, were able to give hope for salvation. The protagonist finds it important that his Ronnie system was a miracle that happened to him. He, while on the street, asks Ronnie to stop repeating that it is impossible. The system warns that information overload can harm the hero's body, but suggests starting with studying the topic of biomaterials. The hero thanks Ronnie for his support despite the difficulties. He suggests that using a circular vector could improve the efficiency of the transformation, and the system confirms that this is achievable with the latest techniques. Late at night, the hero calls the professor to discuss a new idea, and wakes him up with a question about a matter related to treatment. The elderly professor says there is something that needs to be done with the drug, but explains that it cannot be resolved in a couple of days and ends the call. The protagonist exclaims microporation, which surprises the professor. He explains that a method called microporation, developed at Duke University, will allow the desired gene to be introduced into cells. The professor, impressed by the idea, invites the hero to meet in his office. The professor ponders how the intern was able to find a solution so quickly and clarifies the hero's opinion. The professor assures that theoretically there should be no problems. It is only necessary to contact European colleagues and speed up clinical tests. The next day, the nurse is surprised that Dr. Chang arrived earlier than scheduled, and he explains that he decided to start early. She notices that he looks tired, and he admits that he has been studying. The nurse notes that interns often have a lot of catching up to do. A colleague approaches Dr. Chan and informs him that someone wants to meet him, causing him to be surprised. The protagonist notices Professor Kim Hyun-pil and is surprised by his appearance. Dr. Chan asks Professor Kim why he came, and he replies that he was looking for him to introduce him to someone. CodaStem CEO Kang Jun-sung appears and says she was looking for Dr. Jang. Dr. Chan greets them with confusion, and Professor Kim explains that he arranged the meeting immediately after their conversation. Kang Jun-sung says she wanted to meet with the person who came up with the idea to eliminate side effects, because the issue is very important to the company. Dr. Chan asks his colleagues who the woman is, and is told that she is apparently the CEO of CodaStem. They explain to him that CodaStem is the largest Korean company developing stem cell treatments. A colleague wonders why such a large corporation would need Jang Sung-woo, but is interrupted by another question. One of the interns is surprised that Jang Hyun Jun is slacking off again, but finds out that he is communicating with the director of CodaStem. The head of the group approaches and asks what everyone is talking about, causing surprise among his colleagues. Director Kang suddenly appears at Daehan University Hospital, explaining that she has business there. Kang Jun-sung recognizes Professor Sim Kook-hyun and says that she couldn't help but know the best cerebrovascular surgeon in Korea. Vice Principal Sim and the others discuss Principal Kang as a determined businesswoman who built a major pharmaceutical corporation, and she confirms her identity. Sim wonders if CodaStem is testing a new drug at their hospital. Kang replies that she did not come to test the drug, but to meet with Jang Hyun Jun because of the safety concerns with mesenchymal stem cells. The professor says Dr. Chan has developed a new method that addresses these issues, much to the surprise of his colleagues. Kang asks the manager to lend her Dr. Chang for some time to work. She admits that she didn't have time to simulate, but was convinced by Chan's logic and arguments. Then Khan smiles, confirming that she actually ran the simulation. Despite the quick analysis, using Dr. Chan's method yielded a stunning 80% success rate. Director Kang says she just wanted to take a look at the person who came up with such an important idea. She notes to herself that the interns have little time to sleep anyway. But Dr. Chang spent it working, and yet behaves very modestly. Director Kang thanks Dr. Chang for his input, noting that the idea can only be proven through testing, and he replies that he was simply lucky. The secretary reminds her that luck is also a skill, and Khan entrusts her with further actions. The secretary informs Dr. Chan about the high cost of treatment and the additional cost of a nurse. Khan insists that it would be remiss of him to engage in such mundane matters by showing his business card. She confirms that she considers such concerns to be an oversight, and is confident that during this time he could have achieved more. Khan says that from now on, all of his mother's treatment costs will be covered by CodaStem. Later, Kang sends Secretary Kim home, saying that she will drive herself today. Dr. Chang is embarrassed by the full cost of the treatment, but Kang asks to consider it an investment of sorts. Khan suggests that the hero specialize in neurosurgery after his internship, and promises to organize his participation in a research program. The protagonist thanks him for paying the bills. but states that he is forced to refuse to participate in the study. He explains that he is going to choose traumatology because his goal is to become a surgeon. As he leaves, Khan reflects on a young man who dreams of becoming a surgeon. She notes that he reminds her of herself in her youth. The hero promises his mother that she will definitely get better. He thanks Ronnie for helping him despite his stubbornness, and she notes that his decision was far from logical. Ronnie admits that despite the illogicality, the hero's actions led to success and will take this into account in the future. The protagonist asks Ronnie with a smile if she wants to say that she is no longer against such decisions. The system confirms to itself that it was indeed impressive. The first month in the neurosurgery department, which seemed endless, came to an end. The hero thanks the manager for his knowledge, and he advises him not to give up and gain experience. He recalls meeting many new people during this time, such as Headmaster Kim, a true role model. Among his new colleagues, there were both those who disliked him and those who wanted to be his friends. The most important achievement for the hero was the understanding of what a surgeon's mindset should be before an operation. He is thinking about what awaits him in the next department, pediatrics. The hero asks his colleague Hana why she is upset, although she loves children, and she admits that she is sad. Hana says she saw the children's intensive care unit and couldn't stand the sight of tubes and wires on the children. Colleagues hope that they will not end up in intensive care, realizing that in this department they are faced not only with physical, but also with emotional pain. One of the doctors mentions that the hospital even has a blacklist of guardians due to the parents' behavior, and notices that a strange new colleague has arrived this month. The protagonist announces that he is taking on work in intensive care, causing surprise among his colleagues. He explains that someone has to do this, assures that he can handle it, and notes the importance of the doctor's kindness to children. His colleagues are impressed by his determination, but ask if he is sure, because it will not be easy. The hero calms his friend Hana, promising to talk to the resident, and she feels guilty. A resident enters the room and greets the new interns. Resident Song Yoon-jin introduces himself and asks to be quiet so as not to wake the children. She reports that they have the same rules as other departments and clarifies that the interns are taking the place of their predecessors. The resident adds that there are 3 more important rules to remember. First, don't argue with the guardians. Second, if you can't take blood, call the resident. The last rule is not to get attached to children so as not to lose your cool at work. The resident asks if there are any questions and lightly touches the intern's forehead, and she reacts with embarrassment. The resident cheerfully announces to everyone to take their positions and begins the distribution. One of the interns notices that the responsibilities have not yet been assigned, and the resident is indignant that they have not discussed anything. She assumes that everyone was silent and wanted to avoid intensive care, so she suggests drawing lots. The protagonist voluntarily announces that he is going to the intensive care unit himself, and the resident advises to still draw lots, but thanks him for his willingness. Another doctor approaches the group and asks if they have finished assigning responsibilities. The resident explains that one of the interns voluntarily wants to go to intensive care and asks his colleague for her opinion, who is surprised by such courage. A colleague calls him by his first name, Jang Hyun Jun, and it seems they know each other. Jang Hyun Jun smiles and says in a friendly manner that it's been a long time since he's seen her. The resident, amazed, clarifies that they know each other and turns to Dr. Yun. Dr. Yun explains that he and Jang Hyun Jun were in the same class and suggests that he be sent to intensive care if he wants to, which surprises the resident. Dr. Yun is confident that Jang Hyun Jun can handle it because he always does what he wants. The resident feels a bit chilly, but decides to send Dr. Chan to the intensive care unit, and the others draw lots. The main character thanks him and immediately heads to the intensive care unit, while the resident and another girl watch him go. He is surprised that Dr. Yoon chose pediatric surgery with her gentle nature and assumes that she must be angry. Ronnie's system reports that the hero's autonomic nervous system functions have deviated from the norm, and he responds that people cannot control their autonomic nervous system and asks for a minute to gather his courage. Shown is a pediatric intensive care unit with staff and equipment in operation. The protagonist tells the child's guardian that he has come to take a blood test, and she discontentedly remarks that the new interns are just learning. The guardian is indignant that incompetents who can't even draw blood call themselves doctors, and asks if they feel sorry for the poor children, wondering what would happen if these were their own children. The protagonist notes that the atmosphere in the pediatric department is completely different from that in neurosurgery, and he feels how the anxiety of irritated parents literally bites into him. The protagonist, understanding his mother's concern, puts on gloves and assures her that it won't hurt. The system checks the blood vessel while the girl's mother doubts, remembering how she cried last time. The hero successfully takes blood and praises the girl for her courage. The nurses are surprised that he succeeded the first time, and note that this time the doctor had the skills. The hero asks for forgiveness, and the mother demands to call the professor to examine her child. He offers his help, but the mother refuses and decides to contact the professor herself. The mother is displeased to think that after a long stay in the hospital, they begin to figure out who is who and do not consider anyone lower than a professor to be a doctor. The hero insists that he is also a doctor, but the mother skeptically asks what he could know about her daughter's illness. The system reports that the girl has Hirschsprung's disease, and the hero asks if the surgery date has been set yet, to which the mother replies negatively. The hero explains that the transplant area will be examined using a colonoscopy. The method of operation will be determined by a professor after laparoscopy, and assures that after the operation the girl will recover. A woman in a panic asks why her daughter has sepsis. The doctor explains that the child had a bloated stomach and was vomiting. These are signs of intestinal obstruction, which cause sepsis. The mother is surprised and admits that no doctor has ever answered her questions in such detail. The woman apologizes for being rude without reason. The doctor reflects that most doctors rarely explain the situation to parents, so he understands her anger and remembers the death of his father. The doctor says that he is always ready to answer questions at any time and will try to explain everything as clearly as possible. Another doctor recalls forgetting to warn an intern about problematic parents in the intensive care unit. The doctor takes blood from the child for analysis, which partially reassures the parents. It has been shown that it is difficult for parents to watch their child cry during the procedure, and they would prefer it to be painless. The nurse approaches the doctor and tells him that Dr. Song asked her to give him some information, to which he replies that he is listening. The nurse tells the doctor to let the patient pass on the bed, as Dr. Song himself will take her blood for tests. The doctor is surprised and says that he has already taken blood from the patient. The nurse asks if there were any problems, to which the doctor happily replies that everything went smoothly the first time. The nurse mentally notes that this woman is on the black list, but now something good has clearly happened. The nurse says that Dr. Song was just lucky and asks to wait for Dr. Song next time. The doctor agrees. Suddenly, one of the patients loses consciousness. The grandmother calls for Wang Jun in a panic, and the doctor notices cardiac arrest. The doctor asks where the other doctors are. The nurse replies that she warned everyone, but no one has come yet. The doctor understands that the other doctors are busy and hears cries for help, but he decides not to sit idly by and waste precious time. The doctor asks everyone to step aside and begins cardiopulmonary resuscitation. The doctor orders someone to start working the ambu bag at a ratio of 1 pump to 10 chest compressions. The nurse replies that she understands. The doctor counts the compressions and monitors the depth of the pressure, receiving a reminder to reduce the force so as not to harm the patient. The assistant uses an ambu bag, but the prompt says that the airflow is too fast and this reduces the chances of survival. The doctor shouts not to squeeze too fast and sets the correct compression rate. The assistant replies that he understands everything. The physician is advised to perform CPR by alternating hands and holding the joint with the working hand. The screen prompts the doctor to administer epinephrine and amiodarone followed by defibrillation, but the doctor, realizing that he is only an intern, hesitates to give such orders. The patient is ventilated, and the doctor anxiously asks where the other doctors are. After all, every delay reduces the chance of salvation. The doctor asks how much the child weighs, receives the answer 8.4 kilograms, and gives instructions to prepare the required dose of medication and a defibrillator. The doctor diagnoses refractory ventricular fibrillation and asks to start with 30 joules and hurry. He mentally scolds himself for doubting and decides that as a doctor, he is obliged to do everything possible to save the patient. The patient's heart starts up, and the doctor and assistant rejoice at the success. Doctors run and ask what happened to the patient. The doctor reports that the patient is stable due to the immediate resuscitation of the intern, and that antiarrhythmic drugs were not needed. Epinephrine was enough, and asks who he is. The colleague explains that this is an intern who was transferred here today, and his name is Jang Hyun Jun. The senior doctor irritably asks who gave the intern the right to decide independently which drugs to administer. Another doctor stops him, asking him to wait, and addresses him by name. The old woman tearfully begs the doctor to tell her that their Wang Jun will be okay. The intern consoles the woman, saying that the danger has passed, but observation will be required, and she thanks him. The doctor tells his colleague not to lecture now, as this is not the best place. The doctor calls Chan into the staff room to talk, and he agrees. The intern looks at his hands, realizing that something was wrong at that moment when the child's life hung in the balance. He says he didn't feel any emotion. The doctor, seeing the mysterious cube, assumes that the changes are happening to it because of him, and the system explains that this is due to changes in the nervous system and brain. Cube explains that such emotions interfere with rational, effective decision-making, which contradicts the main goal of becoming a doctor who can act without panic in any situation. The system informs that all current changes are the result of his own desires. The graphic diagram illustrates that as synchronization increases, the nervous system functions better, and he asks himself, the more synchronized he is, the better his body becomes. Cube claims that the higher the synchronization, the better he will control his emotions, and the protagonist doubts whether this is really a good thing. Dr. Song-ye enters the room. She says that in such a situation, emotional control would come in handy. The system explains that these changes are not related to becoming a doctor, and Song-ye asks what he is not sure about. Dr. Song-ye looks at him and notices that he hasn't changed at all. She reports that the patient is stable and is being monitored, adding that his quick actions were instrumental in helping him, and asks if he has any experience in pediatric intensive care. Dr. Song explains that she made the decision about the drugs because the intern has no authority to prescribe them regardless of the outcome. The protagonist thanks her for her help and asks if this was what the whole conversation was about. Dr. Song, seeing the message on her phone, says that she is being called. The intern looks after her and regrets that he didn't have time to apologize again. The woman thanks the doctor, saying that they can go home only thanks to him, and the doctor modestly notes that his merits are less than those of the surgeons. The woman acknowledges that the doctor acted like a true professional, despite her rudeness, and invites him to come into her store. The main character notes that after the first day, his parents' attitude towards him changed by 180 degrees, and now they feel calmer and safer. This has reduced the number of problems for healthcare workers, and has made the doctor feel that things are going well. The doctor, smiling, turns to the little patient in June, and says that it is time to take blood for tests. The narrator notes that 8-year-old In June is quite an interesting patient, mainly because of his unusual calmness. Unlike drawing blood from a vein, drawing blood from an artery for gas analysis was much more painful. But In June only frowned and didn't make a sound. Every time the doctor gives him an injection, In June somehow looks him straight in the eyes. Dr. Chan is called by one of the staff. He is informed that the deputy director is calling him, which surprises him. The deputy director is talking on the phone, assuring that he will control everything. The deputy director laughs, saying on the phone that he will arrange everything. And at this time, Dr. Chang and Dr. Yun enter the office. He notices that they are standing as if on the first day, and invites them to sit down. The vice principal notes that they look cute together, asks the intern his name, and he introduces himself. He says the reason for the call is very simple. The vice principal states that he would like to know more about the recent incident, and asks for an explanation of what happened. Dr. Song explains that the pediatrics department was in a meeting at the time of the incident, and they arrived on the scene as quickly as possible. The vice director asks for more information, and Song explains that Dr. Chang was on his regular duties and found himself in the middle of the action, immediately beginning resuscitation. The deputy director notes that Chan has done an excellent job up to this point, and emphasizes that performing pediatric resuscitation is not easy for an intern. He reports that he has received information that the intern himself prescribed epinephrine to the patient, and asks to explain how this happened. Sun is lost, and internally reflects on the fact that the deputy demands an explanation, even knowing the complexity of the situation. Chan admits that he prescribed the drug because he did not think it was advisable to delay resuscitation, and asks for forgiveness, and his deputy calls him brave. The deputy asks if Chan has done pediatric CPR before, noting his unconventional methods, and asks why. Chang explains that he read about the new method in a recently published dissertation, and decided to put it into practice to minimize the stress on the hand and keep compressions going for longer. The deputy says he likes competent, decisive doctors who can manage themselves and use new knowledge, and praises Chan. He assures that there are many competent people among doctors, but few people know about it. Dr. Song begins to defend Dr. Chan's actions, citing his excellent work in resuscitation and drug administration. The deputy director abruptly interrupts her, asking who gave her permission to interrupt and reproaching her, citing their training. Sun apologizes to the vice principal for his behavior. He repeats that he likes competent doctors, and adds that he likes obedient and well-mannered employees even more. The deputy compares the hospital to the army, explaining why a strict hierarchy is needed in medical institutions. He points out that one person, no matter how competent, cannot win a war alone. The deputy emphasizes the simplicity of the hospital rules, to follow only the orders of superiors. He tells Chan that no new resuscitation techniques can be used or drugs can be prescribed without permission. The deputy advises Chan to leave the hospital and open his own clinic or restaurant if he doesn't like the current order. He mockingly concludes that it is a very simple solution. The vice director points out that Dr. Yoon was trying to cover up the mistake of an intern who acted without permission, and claims that both were at fault. He adds that nothing serious happened and the patient survived, so this time he can make an exception. The director clarifies that the incident will not be recorded in their personal files, but warns that a repetition will lead to serious consequences. The doctors thank the deputy director for his generosity, after which he sends them back to work. The deputy asks to call the head of the pediatric surgery department for a conversation in his office. Dr. Chang wonders why Song looks grim when he took the full brunt of the blow. Chan apologizes for putting Song in an awkward position, but she calmly replies that what's done can't be undone, adding that at least it won't be recorded in their files. Song says that the vice director is more complex and cunning than he appears at first glance, leaving Chan puzzled. She mentions that there will be a lot of scolding and grumbling ahead, but ends it all with a slight grin. The last scene says that from that moment on, the situation in the pediatric surgery department began to escalate. The residents in the department are constantly being called to meetings, and everyone understands that Dr. Chang is the reason for this. Dr. Chan thinks that he will definitely not have an easy life now, and the system reports that his limbic system has become active. Young patient. In June asks if Hyun will be giving him an injection today, and his mother reminds him to address the doctor with respect, but Jang reassures her. In June whispers to Chan not to tell his mother that the other doctor's shot was much more painful, and admits that he thought Hyun wouldn't be there today, but his shots don't hurt at all. Chan confirms with a smile that this is true and promises to do everything quickly, and In June happily watches him. Dr. Jang asks In June why he always looks him in the eye when he gives him an injection. In June replies that he does this to determine whether the doctor's smile is fake or not, which surprises Chan. In June explains that the people who give injections have a smile on their face but coldness in their eyes, pointing at Chan and saying that he used to be the same. Dr. Chang speculates that In June probably learned about the CPR incident, and is once again struck by how different children are from adults. Dr. Sun reports that the patient has Eisenmenger syndrome caused by a ventricular septal defect and requires a heart and lung transplant. 3 boys stand at the start of a relay race, holding multicolored sticks in their hands. Family and friends enthusiastically cheer for Jang In June in the stands. The starting gun sounds and the children run quickly down the track, beginning the relay race. In June falls unconscious on the treadmill and his mother runs to him in a panic. The mother recalls how they were told at the hospital that the hole was not large and could close on its own with age, so there were no symptoms at first. The woman says with pain that they have now been told that a transplant is necessary. The doctor listens carefully and thinks to himself that the mother has been through a lot of pain. The woman, holding back tears, apologizes for her emotions and says that she cannot help but cry when she remembers this. She thanks the doctor, and he says he doesn't think he's done much for them. The woman, with a grateful smile on her face, sincerely replies to the doctor, "Thank you for everything." In June has suffered a lot all this time, going through constant checkups and endlessly waiting for a donor, although he just wants to play outside. He is very afraid of injections, and his mother thinks it is cute that he tries to hide his fear so as not to upset her, but this only makes it more painful for her. The doctor says that In June is a wonderful child, and since his mother appeared, he has started smiling much more often. Mom notes that the doctor talks a lot with In June and is careful, and dreams of finding a donor for the operation. The doctor assures that their cardiac surgeon is very experienced and famous. He has many successful operations, so there is no need to worry. The doctor asks Ronnie about the chances of success of the operation, and the system replies that the chance is low due to many variables. However, the system reports that the chance of survival for a heart transplant at this hospital is at least 10% higher than other centers around the world. The chance of successful transplantation in children is lower than in adults, and the mortality rate during surgery is approximately 20%. The deputy director notes that the number of such operations is small, and asks how many pediatric transplants have been performed in the country. The doctor replies that only 4 such operations have been performed so far, and gives the example of a 4-year-old girl who successfully received a heart and lung transplant. The doctor asks what the results of other similar operations are. They were reportedly performed in other hospitals, and only 1 was successful, while 2 operations failed. The doctor thinks that In June's condition has worsened significantly over the past week, and they urgently need a donor. Someone comes running and calls for a doctor in a panic. The crying woman rushes to the doctor, and he asks worriedly what happened. Through tears, she joyfully announces that a donor has been found for In June, and that he will soon undergo surgery. The doctor is relieved, and says that now everything will probably be fine, and the news causes a great stir in the hospital. A rare operation like this is attracting media attention, and, if successful, will bring the hospital enormous popularity. Due to the situation, In Jun's medical care is stepped up, and Dr. Song reports that it is now time for a blood test. In Jun anxiously asks where Hyun is, and Song is surprised and asks who he is talking about. In Jun's mother explains that her son has become very attached to Dr. Jang Hyun Jun, and In Jun winks and adds that his mother likes him too. Dr. Song smiles and asks people not to pay attention to their squabble. The nurse tells Dr. Jang that Dr. Yoon asks him to take blood from Jang and Jun. Dr. Chang asks again in surprise, remembering that Dr. Yoon said that she would take care of it herself. In Jun tells Dr. Jang that he dreams of becoming a track and field athlete like Usain Bolt, and the doctor asks if he wants to become famous. The boy replies that if he wins a gold medal, he will shout his mother's name on camera to the whole world. Dr. Chan jokingly asks what about him. In Jun promises to shout his name too, and the doctor, laughing, asks to remember Hyun Jun, to which the boy replies that this is too much. In Jun admits that he was initially very happy about the operation, but now he is a little afraid, and Dr. Chang says that he is also afraid, which surprises the boy. Dr. Chang explains that when In Jun grows up, he will realize that adults have many more fears than children, and asks him to support his mother. In Jun asks Hyun if he can perform the surgery, saying that he won't worry, and it won't hurt if it's him. Dr. Jang, with a smile and a thumbs up, assures In Jun that the surgery will be performed by doctors much better than him, so it definitely won't hurt, because he's in the best hospital in Korea. At night, Dr. Jang lies in bed with Ronnie's glowing cube and asks if In Jun's surgery will be successful. Ronnie's system responds that there are too many uncomputable variables in the equation, and the probability cannot be calculated. Dr. Chan tells Ronnie that in situations like this, you just have to say that everything will be okay. Dr. Jang lies in bed, remembering In Jun's request to perform the surgery. He sits up abruptly in bed, sighing, and says he can't sleep, and asks Ronnie to go over the heart-lung transplant again. Ronnie responds, and Dr. Chan's eyes begin to glow blue as he raises his hands. The system reports that more information is needed to improve the quality of the simulation, while digital artifacts appear on the doctor's hands. The system also notes that without the appropriate experience or at least observation of a similar operation, the coincidence of the simulation with reality is less than 80%, while images of doctors in the operating room appear in the background. Information about patient Chang In Jun and the heart-lung transplant is being extracted. The life support system is activated, temporarily replacing the heart and lungs during the operation. Dr. Chang is polite, but Dr. Yoon says that formalities are not necessary in such cases, although others around them are watching. Dr. Yoon asks if Jang is worried about In Jun, and if there is a reason for such worries. Chan admits that In Jun reminds him of himself as a child, and Yoon clarifies what exactly he means. In his memoirs, Chan recounts how difficult it was for him after his father's death, and how he learned to remain silent and patient so as not to disturb his mother. Chan explains that In Jun does the same thing, trying not to show pain in front of his mother even when the injections are painful. Yoon advises Chan to take a break, but he refuses, saying that everything is fine. Yoon says the children won't like his frowning face, promising to tell him right after the operation is over so he won't worry. In Jun's parents wait nervously in the hallway, worried about the outcome of the operation. The surgeon comes out of the operating room and removes his mask, showing fatigue. In Jun's parents meet with the surgeon to hear the news after the operation. In Jun's mother freezes in tension, and then begins to cry in relief when the surgeon delivers the good news. After the surgery, In Jun is placed in the pediatric intensive care unit. Hyun Jun finds the boy in the hospital room and asks if he is in pain, to which he replies that he is fine. The doctor smiles softly and tells In Jun that he did very well. In Jun asks if he will now be able to run and play with other children, and Hyun Jun explains that in a couple of months, with treatment, this will be possible. The boy happily says that he will run faster than everyone else, but suddenly adds that he does not want to leave the hospital. Dr. Chan is surprised and asks why the boy doesn't want to be discharged. In Jun sadly says that after they are discharged, they will not see each other again. Dr. Jang says that Hyun will be his personal physician, and In Jun asks what that means. Dr. Chang explains that In Jun can come to him if he feels unwell, and he will take care of the rest. In Jun smiles and says okay, adding that he will consider it a promise. In Jun has a period of adaptation to his new heart and lungs ahead of him, and if he takes immunosuppressants for the rest of his life, he won't have enough strength even for a walk. Taking immunosuppressants precludes jogging and professional sports. Dr. Chang looks at the sneakers in the store and thinks that as long as In Jun is alive, that's enough. He buys sneakers and walks out of the store with a smile and a bag. Suddenly, a nurse collapses in Jun's room. In Jun has an 85% chance of rejecting his transplanted lungs, and the risk of developing acute respiratory distress syndrome cannot be calculated. Dr. Chan shouts that intubation and a ventilator are needed, and the nurse runs to carry out the instructions. Dr. Chan is trying to stabilize the patient's condition. Suddenly, the monitor shows cardiac arrest, and Dr. Chan screams in horror. Dr. Chan shouts for CPR to begin as a nurse assists him. Senior doctors rush into the room and ask what is happening, and the nurse reports that it looks like the transplanted lungs are being rejected. In Jun lies unconscious with an oxygen mask while Dr. Jang performs CPR. Dr. Jang tensely performs CPR, begging In Jun to come back. The nurse prepares the 100-joule defibrillator and shouts to step back, and Dr. Chang confirms. Dr. Chan uses a defibrillator. He demands a discharge again, this time 150 joules. Dr. Chan asks Ronnie about the situation, and the system advises that the chances of survival may be improved with ECMO. The patient's chances of survival depend on the success of cardiopulmonary resuscitation and the use of a ventilator, but the exact percentage cannot be predicted. A young doctor tenses as he wonders where the ECMO device is. There is no ECMO device in the children's department. It is only available in the adult department in a single copy, and the doctor can only act on orders. The senior doctor rudely demands that the junior doctor leave the room, raising his voice. A young doctor announces that he is an intern and intends to continue resuscitation, asking someone to find an ECMO. The senior doctor angrily throws the intern out of the room. The senior doctor says that he will take care of the rest and asks the intern not to interfere, considering him a hindrance. The patient's chances of survival are falling catastrophically, and the intern feels that something urgently needs to be done. The intern tries to convince him to use ECMO, but he is again pushed aside, not allowed to intervene. The female doctor warns that if the intern doesn't stop, he will be kicked out, and everyone present will have problems. Doctors continue resuscitation using an ambu bag as the woman watches in despair and screams for a shock. The senior doctor lowers the defibrillator with a mournful look, sweat running down his face. The medical team stands at the patient's bedside and one of the doctors states that this is the end. The woman, in tears, learns the time of death, 4:27 p.m., and the nurse tries to console her, asking her to hold on. A doctor apologizes to a grief-stricken woman, informing her that the patient has died. Jang Hyun Jun runs away, and a female colleague shouts after him, asking where he is going. The system detects changes in Hyun Jun's emotional state and suggests launching stabilization while he walks in the rain. Hyun Jun sits in the rain, lamenting and apologizing to In Jun. He screams in the rain, blaming himself for the patient's death and regretting his indecision. A female colleague finds him in the rain and hugs him, trying to comfort him. A female colleague consoles Hyun Jun by saying that he did his best, and In Jun knows it. She also says that In Jun's body has most likely not been sent to the morgue yet, and asks if he really wants to part with it without saying goodbye. Hyun Jun, placing his hand on the sheet-covered body, promises In Jun that from now on, he will not just stand by and watch people die. In Jun's spirit, with tears in his eyes, asks Hyun Jun not to be sad and to run towards his dreams. Two doctors walk down the hallway and complain about the high number of shifts in October, which means they won't be able to rest even on Chuseok weekend. One of the doctors mentions that he heard others already starting to congratulate someone. Another doctor explains that they congratulate department heads, hinting at the need to impress them. They discuss that they will need to do this too, probably right after the party, and that they need to remember their faces first. One of the doctors notices someone in the corridor and says, "Look, it's him." They tell him that it is Jang Hyun Jun, a sunbai who is known for constantly getting into trouble. Doctors discuss that Hyun Jung had an ICU case in October, after which he was transferred to another hospital for November and December. One of the doctors complains that this is not normal, since Yeoncheong Hospital constantly has to resuscitate people. They wonder how Hyun Jun will study if he spends 2 months in another hospital, and joke about having one less competitor. The doctor mentions that he heard Hyun Jun getting into conflicts with the heads of the departments where he worked, which makes him special among the interns. Another doctor adds that the rumors about Hyun Jun are contradictory, and he himself recently worked in neurosurgery. The nurses said Hyun Jun was the best intern they ever worked with. A resident with a cup of coffee gathers the doctors and calls them unfortunate souls, welcoming them to the department. He explains the shift pattern, the first 3 days of work from morning until evening, then 24 hours of rest. Next comes the order of night shifts for 3 days, also with 24 hours of rest, and each shift consists of 3 people. The resident announces who will work the day shift and who will work the night shift, warning everyone to be there in advance. The resident asks the interns why they are so happy. He explains that nighttime is the department's finest hour and advises them to stock up on coffee and get some sleep while they can. During the shift, an emergency situation with a traffic accident is announced, and the patient is quickly taken away on a stretcher. The parents seek help. The mother complains of incessant sneezing and the child's fever, and the father reports a nosebleed. The patient screams in panic that he is dying, and doctors ask those around him to hold him back. A resident with a mug of coffee observes the chaos and notes that it is a classic pandemonium, hoping to break the daily record for the number of patients. A colleague corrects the resident, saying that there is nothing funny about such a situation, but he simply replies that he is telling it like it is. The text block explains that the emergency department is divided into teams including nurses, doctors, and interns. The nurse calls an intern to determine the appropriate unit and prescribe basic treatment for a new patient. On the Chuseok holiday, the emergency room is overcrowded. A young mother comes to the doctor and reports that her child wheezes with every breath. The doctor assumes that there is nothing serious, but first plans to contact pediatrics, since the child continues to cry. Another doctor hypothesizes that it may be a foreign body. The doctor notices a bluish tint to the child's skin, and assumes that something is preventing him from breathing. Noticing the blue fingertips, the doctor confirms the deterioration of the child's condition. The second doctor asks the mother whether the child puts objects in his mouth and receives an affirmative answer. The doctor asks the mother what the child was doing about an hour ago, and she tries to remember. The mother exclaims that the child was playing with the construction set, realizing the possible cause of the problem. One of the doctors asks to hand over the child to him so that the necessary actions can be carried out. While calming the child, the doctor firmly assures that everything will be fine with him. The system stabilizes the patient's body by releasing nerve substances through electrical signals. The parents and the doctor are surprised that the child calmed down after the procedure. The doctor says the situation is not critical, but requires immediate action to remove the foreign body. The child begins to cough, and doctors carefully apply pressure to his back. When the child coughs, a foreign body falls onto the floor, a red construction block. The parents thank the doctor, who recommends taking an X-ray to make sure there are no other obstructions. The second doctor asks about the need to involve pediatrics, but receives the answer that the problem was resolved in a timely manner. The doctor takes the mother and child to the X-ray room, continuing to provide support. Another doctor is shocked to wonder if his colleague is really just a simple intern. The resident notices a colleague and asks why he is not resting if he is on the night shift. The doctor inspects the department so as not to get lost during his shift. The senior colleague is surprised that the doctor is inspecting the department and notes that this is the first time in a long time that he has seen such a diligent employee. The senior praises the young doctor for his zeal and warns that there will be no leniency if he passes out during his shift. The young doctor smiles and thinks that he has become too popular among his colleagues and dreams of being just as popular with girls. A new patient questions the doctor and is told that the man developed severe abdominal pain that evening after eating chicken and beer. The doctor leans over to the man and asks if he is okay and where it hurts. The man replies that it hurts right above the navel, and the card indicates complaints of bloating, temperature, and pain when pressed. The receptionist reports that the internal medicine department is not responding, and the doctor wonders what they are doing. The doctor decides that it is urgent to take blood and do an X-ray, despite the need to warn other departments. The administrator suggests waiting for the senior doctor, but the young doctor leaves, continuing to act decisively. The intern confidently reports that everything is fine and he will take care of the situation. He begins to work with the medical equipment, mentally promising that this time everything will be fine. The system reminds him that things weren't so smooth last time, but the intern replies that he wasn't kicked out in the end. The system agrees and advises to remain calm, which is confirmed by the intern himself. The nurse announces that the X-ray and blood test for patient Yu Jin-woo is ready. The senior resident asks if everyone is ready for the X-ray, but the intern doesn't immediately understand what kind of X-ray he's talking about. The senior doctor is surprised that the intern ordered the examination on his own and decides to take charge of the situation, and the system notes that Hyun Jun is now really at risk. The resident instructs the intern to complete the work started. The system concludes that the intern was not punished, which is surprising and unpredictable, and also notes the eccentricity of the senior doctor. The resident reports that the X-ray showed pleural effusion, and according to the tests, the patient has leukocytosis, hypoxemia, and elevated amylase in the blood. The intern confidently diagnoses acute pancreatitis, and the system confirms the diagnosis with a probability of 92%. The senior doctor wonders in surprise whether the person in front of him is really just an intern. The intern confirms that he is an intern and says that we need to notify the internal medicine department. The senior doctor notes to himself that even with his experience it would be difficult to make such a diagnosis, and considers the intern outstanding. Someone clenches their fist and tells them to ask the patient if they know anyone in their department. A doctor in the internal medicine department recalls on the phone about the change of interns, and irritably says that it's boring to do the same thing every month. This doctor explains over the phone that if a patient has problems with his internal organs, he needs to find out if he knows anyone in the hospital. He adds that if a patient doesn't know anyone, since there are no wards in their department, they should be sent to another hospital, and asks that this rule be passed on to the other interns. The doctor's irritation is evident. He repeats over the phone that such patients need to be sent to another hospital. The main character, with a phone, repeats the advice to himself in surprise: send them to another hospital. A man in a white coat receives a call and is surprised to learn that an X-ray and blood test were performed without his knowledge. He is given the diagnosis, a severe case of acute pancreatitis, and cries out in shock, only to be told to stay put. Having escaped from the office, he meets a colleague and exclaims that this is the same doctor who was on call. The doctor notes that this is the first time he has seen an intern diagnose someone with acute pancreatitis, and the intern makes the excuse that he was simply summing up the tests. The nurse is skeptical that the intern most likely simply read the diagnosis from a book, and warns him about the responsibility for the mistake. The doctor, looking at the tablet, clarifies that the patient was admitted with acute abdominal pain. The intern concludes that alcohol has triggered the exacerbation, prescribes oxygen, morphine, and saline, and announces that there are no free rooms, so the patient will be kept in the emergency department. The nurse stops the intern and says that he is too early to report a serious case, because this could cause harm. They pat him on the shoulder and tell him that the diagnosis was correct, but he needs to be more careful in the future. The doctor asks for a minute of attention and informs that the patient's prescribed treatment will soon be changed. The young doctor, confused, asks again, "What?" The second doctor explains that the patient's blood tests and liver condition indicate the seriousness of his condition. They show him an X-ray and tell him that if you look closely you can see a fusion. The doctor points out the angle between the ribs and the diaphragm on the image, explaining that this is important for diagnosis. The doctor firmly states that action must be taken quickly, otherwise the patient may die. The young doctor angrily objects that for acute pancreatitis they use a solution, not a saline solution, and emotionally asks if they consider him incompetent. The staff recalls that, according to American recommendations, Ringer lactate is preferable to saline solution due to the lower risk of inflammatory response syndrome. The young doctor is told that as a gastroenterologist he should have known this, but apparently forgot because he was busy transferring patients to other hospitals. The doctor sternly reminds that the emergency department is not intended to refer patients and promises to report the case to the head physician. He adds that if the rules are not broken, then there is nothing to fear. But the young doctor remains confused. The young doctor angrily asks who is standing in front of him and accuses him of considering himself the smartest. The doctor calmly asks for proper care of patients in the future and promises to pretend that the conversation never happened, hoping that such cases will not happen again. The head nurse introduces herself to the intern as Lee Kyung-suk, and he introduces himself as Jang Hyun Jun. The nurse apologizes for the mess on her first day, and the intern says that it's unlikely that there's anyone on the ward who likes the doctor they were talking about. She asks the intern if he is going to complain to his superiors, and he smiles and replies that he had no plans to do so. The description "problematic person" appears on the screen, and the intern mentally notes that he could not have acted differently. A man approaches the counter and expresses surprise at how many people have come today, despite the beautiful weather. A doctor and a nurse discuss how today looks like they're going to set a new record for the number of patients, but the nurse asks them not to joke. The same doctor is upset that even the nurses don't like him, and he wonders if this is how he expresses his sympathy. Behind the scenes, they note that the intern always appears in the right place at the right time. For such a place, he is a real treasure. The doctor looks at his watch and remembers with irritation that he forgot to send the intern to rest. He notes that if this continues, the intern will have to work 4 days in a row, and his colleague asks who he is talking about. The doctor points to Jang Hyun Jun, who continues to work on the patient, and says that he wanted to send him to rest, but did not notice how time flew by. The young doctor remembers talking to Jang Hyun Jun, who is currently on the night shift. The senior doctor, in shock, asks again how this is possible. He angrily asks the intern why he works so much when he still has a night shift ahead of him, and accuses him of trying to work 24 hours without a break. He insists that the intern go with him, despite the intern's assurances that he is fine. The doctor leads the intern along, inviting him to rest, and he responds slightly embarrassed. The senior doctor sympathetically advises him to at least eat and reminds him that today is not the day to be a hero. He explains that if you work yourself to the point of exhaustion, you can harm not only yourself, but also your colleagues, and this can become a serious problem. The intern thinks with a slight smile that no one has taken care of him for a long time. He says that he will just have dinner and come back, and the senior doctor asks him not to be late. He thinks to himself that not everyone can show concern through reprimand. The senior doctor confidently declares that he is counting on the intern and promises him a promotion if he becomes the chief doctor. The intern says that after 6 months in pediatrics, he began to devote even more time to studying and constantly repeated virtual operations. He notes that he has been cutting back on sleep lately to study, partly due to Ronnie's advice, and has become much more grumpy. The virtual assistant advises more sun exposure and exercise, and the intern reluctantly agrees. He receives another reminder to schedule a workout, and he mentally agrees with this reproach. His colleagues approach him and ask if they can sit next to him. The intern notices that he was about to clear the table when the others approached. The nurse suddenly shouts out "no" loudly, attracting the attention of everyone in the cafeteria. The intern laughs and asks his colleague if he really had to set everything up again, and he admits that he felt like a complete idiot. The intern says that his efforts were probably appreciated, but the interlocutor doubts it and thinks that he was simply taken for a fool. One of the doctors inquires about Hyun's progress, suggesting that the older man is finding the job easier. Hyun replies that he wouldn't say so unequivocally, although there were a lot of good things. The colleague asks again if he understood the name of his interlocutor correctly, and receives confirmation that it is Ju Yeon's son. The protagonist notices that the expression on his interlocutor's face indicates that he wants to ask about something, and assumes that this is precisely why his colleagues wanted to have lunch together. Ju Yeon sheepishly denies that this is the reason and assures that everything is fine. The protagonist clarifies that others are interested in his work in the dermatology clinic and invites them not to hesitate to ask questions. He cordially invites them to ask anything they are interested in knowing. The hero admits that he feels like he is not suited to work in a hospital. He explains that there are no departments here that really interest him, and that he sees no point in becoming a therapist just to learn faster. The protagonist adds that his interlocutor probably knows more aspects of the profession, because he worked not only in the hospital. A person with experience working in a private clinic says that it has its advantages: a better balance between work and personal life, and a higher salary. Colleagues discuss among themselves that in the modern world, one can study for any specialty: dermatologist or plastic surgeon. One of the doctors notes that in hospitals, doctors work themselves to exhaustion, not even taking into account their salary, and have almost no time to rest. The protagonist asks why he returned to the hospital then, since working at the clinic had so many advantages. The interlocutor thinks about how to formulate the answer more correctly. He explains that he was given an opportunity that he couldn't pass up. His colleagues asked him in surprise about the possibility, and he agreed that it was something like that. A colleague asks what specialization the main character will choose, and he answers, general medicine. The hero says that his goal is to become a trauma surgeon, and to do this, he needs to master general medicine. The others are amazed by his choice and ask if this is what he means, and he asks what surprises them. One of the doctors recalls that the most complex operations are performed in this department, and sometimes surgeons cannot even return home due to calls. The protagonist admits that it will be difficult. He adds that this is the price that has to be paid, because sooner or later, everyone has to make their choice. The hero says that he is ready to make a choice to save urgent patients, and it does not matter to him how difficult it will be. He emphasizes that he does not consider traumatology better than other departments, and does not want to appear to be exalting his goal. The colleagues decide that it is time for them to return, since their shift is starting soon, and they agree with each other. One of the doctors wonders to himself how the hero can be so confident if he doesn't even know what these difficulties are. The character's inner voice reflects on the fact that anyone can speak loudly. He adds that when reality comes, many simply run away. Another doctor reminds a colleague to act quickly and take his position so that others can take over, introducing himself as Professor Cho Yeon-soo from the emergency department. The senior doctor tells Dr. Ju that it is time to hand over the affairs, and he agrees. The boss asks why the night intern has been working since early morning, and is told that he was just getting to know the department, and ended up working the whole day. The nurse asks who the intern is and is shown Jang Hyun Jun, explaining that he worked without rest and only left to eat. The receptionists note that every person is important, but nothing can be done. They will have to leave him for the shift. The professor notes to himself that he knew the intern was an enthusiast, and adds that for an intern he is doing very well. Rescuers rush into the department and report that they have a patient after a traffic accident. The doctor and intern rush after the professor to find out what happened, and they are told that the driver fell asleep at the wheel, crashed, and was hit from behind by a truck. The rescuer reports that the second passenger was the victim's wife, but he is interrupted. The doctor firmly says that this can wait, mentally noting that the patient hears everything. The doctor orders the patient to be moved to intensive care first. The team prepares to lift him on the count of 3. The senior instructs the intern to help on the left side, and together they lift the patient. They find out how long ago the accident happened, and it turns out that the trip there and back took 30 minutes. Doctors and nurses report the patient's vital signs: temperature 36.1, pulse 110, blood pressure 90/70, respiratory rate 20. The professor turns to the patient and asks him to open his eyes, asking if he can hear him. The professor notes that the bleeding is not severe, but the pressure is low, and assumes shock, deciding to act quickly. The doctor asks how the patient is breathing, and is told that there is wheezing in the right side of the chest and weak breathing. The professor diagnoses a pneumothorax and gives the order to perform a thoracostomy on the right side of the chest, urging hurry. A tube is inserted into the chest to suck out air from the pleural cavity and activate the lung. With the anesthetic already administered, the senior doctor warns that if the needle is inserted incorrectly, blood vessels and nerves can be damaged, and asks to be very careful. The introduction is completed on the first try, and the mentor praises the good work. Despite the normalization of breathing, the doctor notices that the patient's blood pressure and pulse have not changed as he expected. The system records irregularities in the patient's heartbeat on the operating table. There is an urgent need to respond to a situation that cannot be ignored. The necessary medical information is loaded, and the probability of cardiac tamponade is diagnosed. Additional examinations are required. The system asks Hyun Jun why he is standing still. During the conversation, it turns out that the professor does not allow others to work with the patient, and suggests simply saying the diagnosis out loud. But the effectiveness of this method is doubted. Hyun Jun sighs, thinking that he always puts the patient's life first, and someone calls out to him. The young doctor urges people not to stand idle and to come and help. The question arises whether the patient may have cardiac tamponade. The doctor is outraged that he is being asked to help rather than make diagnoses, and points out that the patient does not have Kussmaul's symptom. The senior doctor is surprised and asks why he thinks it is a tamponade. The young doctor explains that Kussmaul's symptom is only one of 3 signs and may not appear with low pressure, and the combination of low pressure and arrhythmia increases the likelihood of tamponade. The senior physician notes the presence of a paradoxical pulse in the patient. He confirms that it is weak, but he feels a paradoxical pulse with each breath, and is surprised how this was determined without much experience. Then he asks what to do next in such a situation. The young doctor says that it is necessary to perform pericardial paracentesis to prevent cardiogenic shock. An ultrasound scan is required for further action. The doctor confidently confirms the diagnosis of cardiac tamponade. A senior physician approaches an intern and asks if he has ever performed a pericardial paracentesis. The intern replies that he has never done such a procedure. The intern admits that he is very eager to try the procedure. Colleagues are surprised by the intern's desire and think that he has gone crazy. It is explained that pericardial paracentesis is a very complex procedure that can lead to complications, and one is amazed at the intern's determination to try it. The senior doctor reflects that the intern sees this as a chance to gain experience and decides to proceed with the procedure. One of the doctors tries to object to the professor. The professor sternly asks if there are any objections. The young doctor answers fearfully that no, there are no objections. The young doctor switches on the concentration mode using the cube and begins to stabilize breathing and heart rate. He carefully goes around the xiphoid process and prepares to insert the needle. The doctor inserts the needle at an angle. Upon checking, the patient's heartbeat remains unchanged. The doctor gets ready and recalls the experience of virtual training with Ronnie. He relaxes his hand, allowing the needle to enter to the desired depth on its own, applying a little force. The needle reaches the pericardium. Now the doctor begins to pump out the fluid that is putting pressure on the heart. The heartbeat stabilizes and the pressure on the heart decreases. The senior doctor notes the success of the procedure with approval. The senior doctor looks at the intern with respect, noting to himself that the guy is clearly no slouch. The intern announces that everything is ready, showing the patient on a gurney after the completed procedure. Another doctor is surprised to himself that this procedure is much more difficult than the one he just did. But the intern did it so easily. One of the doctors cannot believe how the intern was able to complete such a difficult task, and notes that the patient's heart situation is now resolved. The senior physician gives instructions to notify other specialists, contact radiologists, and prepare for a CT scan, reminding not to panic. One of the interns wonders how his colleague can remain so calm, since they are both still interns, even though he graduated 3 years ago. Another intern recalls how easily a colleague said he wanted to try it, and is amazed by his determination. One of the doctors understands that they have completely different paths, because his colleague wants to become a trauma surgeon, and he shouldn't compare himself to him. The doctor urges the intern to pull himself together and not waste time thinking, because such cases are common in their department. The intern notes that despite everything, this patient is a real lucky guy, because he survived the accident in which the second person died. The doctor anxiously wonders if their patient has died. The patient suddenly begins to move and thrash about, despite attempts to hold him still. The doctors are perplexed as they discuss what happened, and one of them replies that the patient suddenly went berserk. The senior doctor asks if they talked about something in front of the patient. The young doctor explains that they were discussing how a patient survived an accident where another passenger died. The doctors realize the mistake, and one of them angrily calls it stupidity. The medic checks the monitors and reports that the patient is unstable, and his indicators are deteriorating rapidly. One of the doctors shouts that the patient is about to break free and asks to hold him down and administer ketamine, noting that the patient is very strong. The patient strikes the doctor, who tries to restrain him. One of the doctors begins emergency resuscitation of the patient with the support of colleagues. The cube is activated to provoke the secretion of GABA to improve the patient's condition. One of the doctors asks the professor whether ketamine should be administered. The professor pauses the decision and tells them to wait. The patient's condition is stabilizing, which is confirmed by the data on the monitor. The professor asks in surprise how they managed to stabilize the patient. The doctor replies that he addressed the patient, urging him to get well for the sake of his wife. The intern is outraged that he is repeatedly put in an awkward position despite his status as a resident. The second doctor replies that he knows about the resident's status. The resident angrily asks why the intern continues to commit his actions. The senior doctor instructs the intern to read the rule, which specifies his duties, and prohibits independent actions with patients. The intern is reminded of the mandatory rule, to notify the department resident in any situation and consult with him. The senior doctor asks if the intern has realized his mistake, and he promises to be more careful in the future. The resident suggests that the intern take the papers with the rules and copy them to consolidate them in his memory. Cube notes that Hyun Jun's behavior has become more accommodating, and he himself ironically thinks that he did not put in any effort for this. Hyun Jun reflects that copying the rules is a waste of time and would rather continue working. The senior doctor notices that Hyun Jun is tired and asks if he has eaten today. The professor invites the intern to lunch, where he admits that this is his first time in this place. The professor is satisfied with the food and compliments the local cuisine with a smile. At lunch, the doctor mentions that he heard the conversation from the hallway, and notes Hyun Jun's courage, expressing admiration for his determination. The professor asks a rhetorical question about why he allowed Hyun Jun to perform such a complicated procedure. One of the doctors states that the university hospital has two goals: treating patients and training skilled doctors. The professor explains that interns need to be given opportunities to absorb experience and knowledge, citing this as an important reason. The young doctor suggests that the professor had another reason. The professor, surprised by the remark, asks to voice what the second reason might be. The intern believes that the patient's condition was less critical than it seemed at first glance. The professor agrees with the conclusion, confirming that the situation was not really absolutely critical. At lunch, the professor approvingly compares Hyun Jun's skills to those of a detective. The young doctor explains that the conclusions were based on an assessment of the wounds and the patient's reaction to the words. The intern mentions that the patient was intubated, which minimized the risk from the procedure. The professor jokingly asks if Hyun Jun is a fan of detective stories. The professor compares Hyun Jun to a detective in a book who solves a case based on facts and guesses without missing any details. Hyun Jun asks with a smile if he really looks like a detective, to which the professor laughs, confirming that he has a keen eye and an inquisitive mind. Hyun Jun thanks him for the company, and the professor notes that the incident with Dr. Park shows the importance of community in Korean hospitals. The professor notices that Hyun Jun, despite his words, will not change his methods. The professor says he paid the bill and asks if Hyun Jun knows why. The professor admits that he is very curious to know what Hyun Jun said to the patient to calm him down, as he cannot contain his curiosity. Hyun Jun begins to explain as he said before. The professor, smiling, says that he does not believe in nonsense and demands the truth, since they are alone. Hyun Jun is surprised by the professor's persistence. Hyun Jun reflects that he cannot reveal the manipulation of the nervous system and that trying to get out of it by telling half-truths will only increase the professor's persistence. Hyun Jun wonders if the other person will buy his words and mentions the name of the patient's wife. He explains that he gave his wife's name after first obtaining the information from the morgue. The professor asks why Hyun Jun took such a step. The intern tells how he had previously heard information from an orderly who mentioned the patient's wife. Hyun Jun says mentioning his wife's name helped win the patient's trust. The professor notes that this was a kind of lie, something he had never seen before even in the United States. Hyun Jun tries to change the subject by showing interest in the professor's experiences abroad. The professor shares that he worked in the USA, and Hyun Jun listens to his stories with pleasure. At parting, the professor thanks for the conversation and reminds the intern not to be late. Hyun Jun discusses with Ronnie whether he was able to convince him, concluding that the chances are about 50-50. Hyun Jun decides to be more careful in the future, especially in front of the professor. Cube says that with such abilities, ordinary people might not understand and reject him. And Hyun Jun jokes that he is not an alien. Cube notes that Hyun Jun is not an alien, but he can be called a person with super intelligence, which surprises the hero very much. It is explained that superintelligence is an extremely high level of intelligence that is not typical for a normal person. And Hyun Jun replies that superintelligence is more like that of a cube. Cube says that it doesn't matter, because they are both connected, and together they can be considered a single superintelligence. Hyun Jun reasons that the existence of the cube should remain a secret, and also acknowledges the professor's intelligence. The following is a brief biography of Professor Cho Yeon-soo, highlighting his uniqueness. The professor is reported to have successfully passed all stages of the USMLE exam in the United States and founded his own department at the University of Maryland. The patient explains that his skin color no longer mattered after his colleagues learned of his abilities, leaving Hyun Jun surprised. The professor says there are prejudices in the US, but his colleagues accepted him after they were convinced of his professionalism, and compares the differences with Korean hospitals. There was no rigid hierarchy in the American clinic, and respect for senior colleagues was based on recognition of their skills and achievements. Experienced doctors did not push others aside just because of their seniority, as often happens in Korea. When asked why he came back, the professor replies that it was because of the soup they ate earlier. The young doctor is surprised by this answer, although he understands that the real reason is different. In fact, the professor came to Korea as a talented specialist after the opening of a new emergency center at the university. Hyun Jun dreams of studying in the United States, thinking about the possibility of studying abroad. The holidays are over, the flow of patients has died down, and the center has returned to its normal operating mode. The patient complains of loss of consciousness during defecation, and Milena has been observed for 3 to 4 days, but there was no blood. The doctor asks whether the patient has taken NSAIDs or warfarin and receives a negative answer. The young doctor decides that it is necessary to wash out the stomach and announces this out loud. The doctor suggests trying gastric lavage on the patient. The procedure begins. The doctor warns the patient that it will be a little unpleasant and asks to be patient. After lavage, based on the nature of the discharge, gastric bleeding and possible hypovolemic shock are diagnosed. Urgent endoscopy is required. The patient is concerned about his condition, and the doctor replies that the exact diagnosis will be clear after endoscopy. Hyun Jun reflects that this is the first time he has observed another doctor's treatment process, and it is interesting because he is a surgeon. Although he doesn't like his colleagues' behavior, he admits that this is just his character. Another doctor disciplines Hyun Jun with displeasure, reproaching him for his inaction during his internship. They recall a patient with pancreatitis who ate chicken with beer and confirm that he remembers it. It is explained that after a CT scan, necrotic pancreatitis was discovered, and the patient was sent for surgery. Upon learning that the patient is recovering from the surgery, Hyun Jun is relieved and says he is glad to hear it. The doctor reports with satisfaction that everything went well, since he performed the operation himself. Hyun Jun asks in surprise if the operation was actually performed, and his colleague replies that it is a common thing, and the professor often trusts him. Hyun Jun thinks to himself that his colleague thinks simple operations are unworthy, and envies his self-confidence. Hyun Jun becomes inspired and promises himself that one day he too will perform surgeries himself. Realizing that this requires a lot of learning, another doctor advises to think more about yourself, because he heard about a scandal with a resident from another department. A stern doctor approaches Hyun Jun and asks if he is in his right mind. The doctor states that a colleague from another department would only agree to see the patient if he knew someone from their hospital. Hyun Jun discusses with his friend that this doctor was going to leave the patient in the waiting room, and for this, it is difficult to call him a real doctor. The doctor notes that the patient was indeed in great danger, but considers this not so important. The doctor emphasizes that what is really important is status. You are an intern and he is a resident, and Hyun Jun reacts with annoyance to this approach. The senior doctor claims that as long as Hyun Jun remains an intern, his position and development will not change. The doctor reminds him that rumors spread quickly in a small hospital, and Hyun Jun should wonder how the information reached him so quickly. He explains that the hospital has a strict structure, and Hyun Jun will soon realize that there are more people who don't like him than it seems. Hyun Jun disagrees, and states that if a similar situation happens again, he will do the same. The doctor warns that he does not advise making enemies at work, because rumors may reach the deputy director. If the vice director finds out about this, Hyun Jun could kiss his chances of becoming a specialist goodbye. The doctor reminds him that the hospital has rules, and if Hyun Jun wants to continue studying, he should control his temper. He adds that if something doesn't suit you, you can always leave and open your own clinic. A colleague runs inside and calls for Dr. Chan. A boy is brought to the doctor, whose father says that his son fell in the street and hit his head on the ground. The doctor notes that the patient has no signs of hypoxia or hypotension. The doctor asks the parents the child's name, and the father names him Park Sang-hoon. Sang-hoon is examined, revealing no damage to the nervous system, but an epidural hemorrhage is discovered. The doctor notices something strange while examining the child's mouth. Blood appears on the glove, and the doctor is surprised to see blood in the patient's mouth. The doctor finds the situation strange, and his colleague asks what happened to the patient. The doctor reports that the boy has an epidural hemorrhage, a dilated right pupil, a slow reaction to light, and a Glasgow Coma Scale score of 11. Upon examination, they find a cut on the forehead, a bruise on the temple, and internal bleeding in the cheek. So they ask to immediately notify the neurosurgeons. A colleague stops the doctor and asks him to wait a minute. The second doctor suspects that the patient was a victim of violence. A colleague asks in surprise what exactly Hyun Jun means by violence. Hyun Jun explains that the injuries found could not have been caused by a simple fall, and that the blood in the child's mouth was due to a blow. He also notes that he noticed irritation in the guardian's voice when he said the child's name. Hyun Jun notices that the parents are irritated by the very fact that their son is in the hospital, and the mother is acting cautiously and not showing emotions. A senior doctor approaches them, asks about the problems, and they have to justify themselves, assuring them that the neurosurgeons will arrive soon. Hyun Jun examines the medical history and finds out that the child was already in the hospital 4 months ago with bruises and a concussion. He tells Mr. Park that he had already contacted him 4 months ago with his son, who was admitted with a concussion. His colleague adds that a more thorough examination was then recommended, but the child was taken home, after which he speaks out against Hyun Jun. They point out to him that he does not know all the details of the past situation and ask him to shut up. The child's father justifies himself by saying that at first glance everything seemed fine, and insists on his right as a guardian to make decisions, to which the doctors have not objected so far. The boy's father tells his wife to wake up Sang-hoon because they are leaving, but Hyun Jun firmly says no. Hyun Jun states that this time things won't be as easy as before. Hyun Jun suggests that Sang-hoon has intracranial bleeding and needs a thorough examination and possibly surgery, which his colleague is outraged by since there are no neurosurgeons yet. 2 doctors come, Dr. Han and Dr. Yun. Dr. Yun, the pediatrician, asks why she was called, and Hyun Jun explains the situation with the child. Hyun Jun asks the guardians if they are the child's parents and insists on a CT scan due to the head injury, but the father replies that everything is fine. Hyun Jun asks in surprise what his father means. The father shouts that he will not conduct any examinations in this hospital because the doctor has spoiled his mood, and they go to another place. Hyun Jun tries to stop them, explaining that the child urgently needs an examination, and that paralysis or a seizure could occur at any second. But the father is adamant and declares that they are leaving. Hyun Jun continues to insist that his father wait, but his father angrily yells at him, asking who he is and claiming that he is trying to take his child away. The boy's father pushes Hyun Jun away, yelling at him to get out of the way. The man angrily asks by what right he is being stopped and demands that he mind his own business, since this is his child. Hyun Jun realizes that even though he stopped the man, he is legally powerless and wonders what he should do. Cube reminds Hyun Jun that there is a clause in the law regarding emergency assistance to the injured. Hyun Jun appeals to the boy's father, citing Article 3, Section 3 of the Enforcement Order of the Emergency Medical Care Act. Dr. Yoon examines the boy and explains to the father that even without the consent of a legal representative, if the patient needs emergency care, a healthcare professional can provide it with the consent of at least one other healthcare professional. Hyun Jun states that this means that Sang-hoon will be examined and treated here, even without his father's consent. The boy's father continues to shout that he wants to take his child away, and one of the doctors asks in confusion what is going on. Hyun Jun's colleague tells him that he didn't agree with him and asks him not to make a mountain out of a molehill. Dr. Yun raises his hand and says he agrees. An angry man yells at the hospital staff and demands to see the head doctor, while the doctor tries to calm him down. The man approaches a doctor named Hong Jun and reproaches him for raising the alarm when his parents said they would go to another hospital. The doctor says with a serious face that if violence against a child is discovered, the responsible doctor is obliged to report it. The man recalls that Sui Hong was admitted to the hospital 4 months ago with the same companion. The doctor asks if those present know who examined the child that time. The doctor turns to Dr. Park Sung-nae, saying that it was him, and he asks again in surprise. Park Sung-nae justifies himself by saying that he examines dozens of patients every day and cannot remember them all. The doctor with the tablet notes that at that time bruises were recorded on the patient's right shoulder and waist. The doctor says that these signs were enough to suspect abuse. But Park Sung-nae believed the parents' words and did nothing. Park Sung-nae is confused, and the doctor asks his second colleague to take care of Sui Hoon, to which he agrees. The doctor asks his colleague Yoon to inform the staff about a case of child abuse. The man indignantly asks who gave the doctor such a right. The doctor tells the man that he will not be able to take the child this time. The doctor says that the police will contact the man, and he will personally express his opinion on the situation. He adds that he will provide the police with records of previous treatment if necessary, which frightens the man. A woman drags a man home, and he asks why in surprise. The woman explains that everyone is looking at them, and the man silently tenses up. A professor approaches the doctors, asking about the cause of the noise, and one of the doctors nervously calls him by name. The doctor panics and thinks that if the professor finds out about everything, it will be the end of him. The professor, having assessed the situation, simply leaves. And the doctor, surprised, cannot believe that he left so easily. The doctor is surprised that his colleague did not tell the professor the news and asks why. The second doctor admits that he himself does not know what he did wrong, but he did not want to ruin someone else's life. One of the doctors says he will go to the next patient. The doctor mentally thanks a certain Ronnie for his help. The system, or inner voice, asks the doctor why he didn't tell Park Sung-nae. The doctor reflects on the fact that his colleague had studied for many years and did not want to risk his career before a promotion, and the situation was dangerous. An inner voice notes that it still feels strange not to do what you are responsible for. The doctor reflects that people often remain inactive even when they realize their mistakes, and that making decisions with family is even more difficult. The doctor understands Dr. Pak's feelings. The system asks the doctor why he still acts and does not sit in the shadows, despite having his own family. The doctor reflects that his mother wants the best for him, but she hardly wants him to succeed while turning a blind eye to injustice. The colleague reports that she passed the information on to her co-workers, who then passed it on to the police, and asks if the parents have left. The doctor thanks his colleague for supporting his side. A colleague reminds her that the doctor already owes her a lot, and asks her to buy her some food. She says that if he is truly grateful, he should invite her to dinner. With the hospital building at night in the background, the doctors ask him if he is finishing his shift, and he replies that it is time to go. As the doctor leaves, someone stops him and calls him. The employee asks if he is meeting anyone today, surprised by his smart appearance. The doctor clarifies that he is not dating anyone and asks why Song-tae does not go home, and he replies that he has an uncle in the hospital. When asked how uncle is feeling, Song-tae explains that he fainted a year ago, but is better now, and has invited him to dinner today. Sun-tae says that his uncle is like a father to him, and always helps him after his father's death. A friend persistently interrogates him if he is going on a date, and then pesters him with questions. A girl appears and asks if Dr. Lee Yun-sun-ye is from pediatrics. Song-tae and Hyun greet the girl at the same time, slightly nervous. Song-tae says goodbye to Hyun and says that he will see him tomorrow, and Hyun agrees. Seong-tae is alone and reflects that he now understands Hyun's choices, since he has no problems dating. Han and the girl are walking around the city in the evening, and he asks her if she is tired because she had a lot of operations today. But she replies that everything is fine. Han feels awkward around the girl, because the atmosphere is completely different from the hospital. The couple recalled listening to the singer perform near the small theater, which still stands in its place. Han says with a smile that he screamed so much that he almost lost his voice, and the girl confirms that they had a lot of fun. Han and the girl laugh as they remember how loudly they screamed for the musicians to come on for an encore. The girl says that she had fun and they had a great time. She asks with a slight smile if all of this led them to some greater meaning. At dinner, Han remarks how long it has been since they had such a good meal together, and the girl agrees that everything is very tasty. The girl asks Han if he still dreams of becoming a general practitioner, referring to their past conversations. He confirms that his desire to be a general practitioner is still valid, but he avoids explaining. The girl notes that he always avoided answering the question and asks why he wants to become a doctor. Han falls silent, and the girl says that if he doesn't want to, he doesn't have to answer. Han explains that it all stems from his childhood when his father was in a terrible accident. He shares that the disadvantaged district doctors failed to provide timely assistance to his father, which resulted in his death, which led to a deep sense of injustice. Hongjun says that he has decided to become a doctor who will not abandon any patient and will not let a child be left without a father. Sun Ye apologizes in surprise and says that she didn't know about it, to which Hong Jun replies that it's okay and thanks her for asking. Hong Jun smiles and confesses to Sun Ye that he always wanted to tell her this story. He says it's his turn to ask and wonders why she liked him when they studied together. Sun Ye explains that he was cheerful and she admitted it to him. She adds that she was just wondering why she agreed, since Song Ye was considered the goddess of their department. The flashback shows how Song Ye was indeed successful and was often confessed to. Hong Jun admits that he always wondered why she rejected everyone but him. They smile at each other and Sun Ye confirms that it is true. But when asked about the reason, he says that it is a secret. Hong Jun jokingly complains that it's unfair, and Sun Ye smiles and suggests that he should experience the same insecurity that she once experienced. Students dissect a rabbit to learn how its organs differ from those of humans, and the teacher encourages them to view this as an important step toward becoming a doctor. One of the students starts making fun of the dissection, playing along with Korean mythology, and the teacher chides them for their frivolous behavior. A female student feels guilty after working with an animal. She finally finishes the session, but she still smells and can't shake the feeling of discomfort. As she passes another classroom, she notices a student named Yang Hong Jun carefully laying down a rabbit for dissection. The boy carefully covers the rabbit with cloth. On the street in the evening, a girl and a guy reach her house. She thanks them for accompanying them and says that she will go alone. Hong Jun bids farewell to Sun Ye, advising her to be careful. As she leaves, she calls out his name and he turns around in surprise. Sun Ye thanks Hong Jun for today and for telling him about his father, and says that they will see each other at the hospital. Hong Jun stands on a bridge in the city at night and reflects on the complex emotions he is experiencing. The sphere or system asks him why he let Sun Ye go home when it seemed like their relationship had improved. Hong Jun admits that he is glad that Sun Ye opened up first, since he didn't have the courage because he hurt her so much. He recalls that he ended the relationship with her because of his mother's financial problems. Despite his rudeness, Hong Jun notes that the recent walk made his heart flutter again. He admits that his feelings are selfish for a guy who dumped his girlfriend, and the system offers to start all over again. Hong Jun replies that he can't do that because his path is different from ordinary life. He thinks that if they start dating again, he will hurt Sun Ye again. Sun Ye lies alone in the darkness, thinking that what she has now is enough. Hong Jun decides that it is enough for him that Sun Ye has opened up to him again, and the system records this decision. An elderly man in the emergency room yells at a nurse that it's illogical, and that he should be taken home in an ambulance since that's what they brought him in. The nurse tries to explain to the man that it doesn't work that way, and asks for his relative's contacts. The man becomes enraged and swings at the nurse, shouting at her to keep her mouth shut while the visitor is speaking. The man slaps the doctor who runs up, and the nurse screams out the name of Dr. Kim Sung-tae in horror. Hong Jun appears, stops the man's hand and orders him to stop with a cold look. Kim Sung-tae puts ice on his cheek and tells his colleagues who approach him that he is fine. He is outraged by the behavior of a patient who likes to drink, and then behaves inappropriately and tries to hit a nurse. Another doctor notes that this is not the first time this has happened, and it is good that Hong Jun has resolved everything. The doctors discuss how the old man couldn't even look Hong Jun in the eye when he grabbed him. His gaze was so icy, but one of them notes that Song Tae's gaze was even more terrifying. Kim Sung-tae asks again in surprise, and Hong Jun confirms that when Nurse Park was almost hit, Sung-tae's gaze could burn through a wall. A colleague jokingly asks Kim Sung-tae if he likes Nurse Park, and he agrees that she is cute. One of the friends is surprised by the reaction, but Song-tae changes the subject, reminding him that today is Yoon-sun's birthday and suggests celebrating. The whole team agrees, and soon they are walking through the night city, complaining of fatigue but almost reaching their destination. The friends finally arrive at the establishment and are happy that they made it. One of the guys complains about his legs and asks to hurry up as he goes inside. He freezes in amazement when he sees a stern man with a huge cleaver. Inside, everyone is clinking glasses of beer and wishing Yoon-sun a happy birthday. The man in the apron warmly greets the guests, learning that they are Song-tae's colleagues, and offers to order whatever they want, and the guys shyly thank him. At the table, a friend reproaches Song-tae for not warning them that they were going to his uncle's, because he scared the hell out of him, and Song-tae jokingly asks if he looked impressive. Yoon-sung explains with a smile that such surprise and fear are a normal reaction for newcomers, and then teases his friend, asking if he was scared. A friend notices that Hyun is lost in thought and asks where he is looking, and he replies that he is looking nowhere. At the table, Hong Jun's friends ask him if he really paid for that child's treatment, and he wonders how they found out. Remembering that you can't keep secrets in a hospital, Hong Jun confirms that he did pay all the bills. The friend says warily that he understands him but thinks it's too much. The second friend ardently defends Hong Jun, saying that he did a good deed, and accuses the other friend of being too tough. A friend gently reminds us that, as the senbei teach, doctors should not become attached to patients. He explains that otherwise you can quickly burn out and advises to just do your job. Hong Jun admits that he himself is not entirely sure, but he does not consider attachment to patients to be something bad. He claims that patients are people just like him. The friends agree with a smile that it is useless to try to convince the stubborn hen, especially knowing his persistence. Uncle Song-tae announces that the food is ready and says with a smile that since they are his nephew's colleagues, he is obliged to do something for them. Uncle Song-tae says that his nephew, although he seems to be smiling, is actually very persistent. And after the death of his older brother, despite the difficulties, he continued to study to become a doctor. Uncle Song-tae proudly gives a thumbs up and calls his nephew the pride of their family. Uncle Song-tae asks his friends to be good friends with his nephew, otherwise he will find them. Everyone laughs, and one of the friends notices that the uncle is quite energetic. A friend asks Hong Jun what his relationship is with Dr. Yoon Sun-ye, to which he replies that they just went to school together, raising even more suspicion. Another friend shows up and tells him that a bird told him that Hong Jun had dinner with someone last week, and Hong Jun is surprised to ask who told him this time. The friend excitedly asks if he is talking about the same Yoon Sun-ye who is called the most beautiful in the hospital, and he confirms. Hong Jun sheepishly excuses himself by saying that they were just having dinner together. The friend in the purple hoodie starts teasing Hong Jun, saying that in their time, this is called dating, and adds that he always wondered why Hong Jun needed general surgery since he has no problem dating. Hong Jun's friend asks Sung Tai if he wants to go into family medicine since he is free, and he surprisingly confirms. Suddenly there is a crash, and the plate of food falls to the floor. Hong Jun and his friend turn around at the noise and ask what happened. Seon Tai assumes that his uncle dropped something again and goes to help him. Sun Tae approaches the kitchen and asks his uncle with concern what he has there again. He sees his uncle lying on the floor among broken dishes and spilled food, and his friends scream in horror. Hong Jun runs up and asks Song Tai what happened. Hong Jun asks Yoon Sun to call their emergency room and call an ambulance, and also dial 119. Hong Jun asks Sung Tai to tell him everything he knows about his uncle's medical history. Sun Tai, clutching his head, remembers that his uncle has high blood pressure, had a heart attack before, and recently came for medicine. Hong Jun guesses that his uncle must have aspirin or nitroglycerin and asks Song Tai to look in his pockets. Yoon Sung, while talking on the phone, asks Hong Jun to help him put his uncle in jail. The friends manage to sit up their uncle, and his breathing improves slightly, and Hong Jun assumes that it is orthopnea or myocardial infarction. Hong Jun suddenly starts unbuckling his uncle's belt, surprising his friend. Hong Jun notices that his uncle's right leg has turned pale. The system suggests that Hong Jun first reduce the level of alcohol in his body, and he agrees. Ronnie conducts an alcohol analysis and isolates ADH from Hong Jun's liver cells. Hong Jun thanks Ronnie and asks to do a temperature scan on his uncle, and his eyes light up. The scan shows that the temperature of the thigh is lower than the rest of the body, and Hong Jun notes that the sensation is still there. Sun Tai happily reports that he found the pills, and Hong Jun asks him to give them to him. Hong Jun diagnoses the patient with acute arterial thrombosis and says that urgent intervention is necessary. He explains that otherwise necrosis will occur and the leg will have to be amputated, which shocks Song Tai. The 119th team arrives at the scene and asks where the patient is. Friends call them to the victim. Hong Jun reports that the patient has lost consciousness due to myocardial infarction and thrombosis, adding that he needs to be taken to the hospital immediately, and one of the rescuers asks if he is a doctor. Hong Jun confirms that he is a doctor from Jahan Hospital. He says he will contact their emergency department and asks them to take the patient there, to which the rescuers agree. Seon Tai intends to go with his uncle in the ambulance, but Hong Jun stops him. Hong Jun asks Song Tae to contact his family and come with them, and leave the medical matters to them. In the office, someone notes with annoyance that there is not a day without an emergency with young Hong Jun. The boss demands an explanation of the situation on the phone, preparing to take action. The doctors in the emergency room suspect a blockage in the superficial femoral artery and find out that the patient had a heart attack a couple of weeks ago. Inside the ambulance, they discuss the simultaneous presence of myocardial infarction and arterial thrombosis, recognizing that thrombosis is the more serious threat. The head doctor says he will contact the cardiology department to check the patient and asks about signs of AT. Hong Jun clarifies over the phone that during the first check the pulse was weak but still felt, and there was no pronounced paresthesia. When asked by a colleague, he answers with alarm that he no longer feels a pulse at all. Hong Jun reports over the phone that the patient is in the early stages of paresthesia and has developed a complete blockage. The doctor demands to get there faster and asks how much time is left. Hong Jun replies that it will be 5 to 10 minutes and asks if the operating room is ready. The head doctor does not believe that everything will be prepared so quickly, but promises to try. Hong Jun is asked in the ER if he just spoke to Dr. Ju Yeon-tae, and he confirms that the operating room is being prepared. The second doctor insists that they need to hurry and asks if they can go any faster. The system is contacting Hong Jun. Ronnie reports that he calculated the time for the surgery upon arrival at the hospital, and the chance of amputation of the leg is over 30%. Hong Jun is shocked that the chance of losing his leg is so high. Ronnie explains that if the thrombolytic is injected into the affected area right now, the chances of amputation drop to less than 1%. Hong Jun doubts the possibility of performing the procedure without ultrasound, which is necessary for precise injection of the drug. Ronnie confirms that with their level of synchronization, this is possible. Hong Jun wonders if taking charge of further treatment is the right choice, as it would be an abuse of power. In his flashback, Song-tae says that his uncle is like a father to him, who took care of him like a son after his own father died. Sun-tae fondly remembers that now he wants his uncle to rest, and he, as a doctor, helps him with this. Hong Jun asks the paramedic in the ambulance if they have any thrombolytics, and he says yes. Hong Jun strongly asks to give him a thrombolytic drug, as it is necessary to act immediately. Another doctor asks in confusion what Hong Jun is going to do, because if he waits, it will be too late. The doctor objects that even in the acute form the time window is 4 hours, but it depends on the level of collateral circulation. Hong Jun explains that if the occlusion is partial and there is enough blood flow to the heart, there is time. But with complete occlusion, the chance of saving the leg decreases with each passing second. A colleague reminds me that the hospital is only 10 minutes away and doesn't understand why I'm in such a hurry. Hong Jun objects that even upon arrival, the operation will not begin immediately. They will conduct tests and anesthesia, and at this rate, only amputation will remain, preparing a syringe. The doctor asks doubtfully how Hong Jun will find the blockage, since it is difficult even with ultrasound. A colleague warns Hong Jun that if he tries to do this, he will be fired from his job immediately, but he silently holds the syringe. A doctor calls on the phone asking if they have arrived at the hospital, but the doctor replies that they are still in the emergency room, and Sung-tae looks at Hong Jun in surprise. Hong Jun, holding the phone, explains to Song-tae that if nothing is done, Uncle's leg will most likely be amputated even after the surgery, so he intends to administer a thrombolytic. Sung-tae says on the phone that it will be difficult to do it in the ambulance, but he will try, and with his permission, Hong Jun will do it. The doctor in the ambulance yells at Song-tae not to listen to Hong Jun and tells him to come to his senses because they are almost at the hospital. Sung-tae says on the phone that it's okay. Yoon Sung, he knows Hong Jun has a reason, and if he's the one doing it, then he can trust him. Hong Jun applies pressure to the patient's leg and then prepares a syringe. The doctor screams in horror, but Hong Jun, his eyes glowing, gives the injection. At the hospital, Dr. Ju greets Hong Jun with displeasure and tells him not to think that he is happy to see him after a couple of hours. Hong Jun, standing next to a patient who has a visible injection mark on his leg, asks Dr. Ju if they are ready for the surgery. Dr. Ju responds with a grin. Dr. Ju explains to Hong Jun that they will check the ECG and then take the patient to the operating room. And if the condition is normal, they will install a stent. Otherwise, they will perform a coronary artery bypass graft. When Dr. Ju asks about the patient's condition, Hong Jun replies that his breathing is normal. The patient's chest pain was not helped by nitroglycerin, and an arterial embolism caused a pulseless pulse in the affected area, which has now returned. One of the doctors asks in surprise how the pulse could have recovered on its own. Another doctor says that the vessels are in bad condition. It won't be possible to insert a stent. We need to call a professor and take the patient to the operating room. Hong Jun is asked if they did anything else on the way to the hospital, and he hesitates to answer. Hong Jun admits that he injected the thrombolytic drug directly into the patient's blocked artery. The doctor asks again in surprise how he was able to administer the thrombolytic. Hong Jun explains that he decided to act immediately to avoid increasing the risk of amputation. The doctor has doubts because there can't be ultrasound in the ambulance, and is surprised by the decision. The doctor agrees and calmly says that now the operation comes first. Hong Jun is suddenly asked if he is sure he has not drunk alcohol before. Hong Jun, with his head down, admits that he did indeed drink. The doctor calls him a crazy kid and indignantly asks why he did this, because even when sober it's difficult, and he tried it after alcohol. The doctor then says that there is no point in getting angry now, and notes that there is no point in crying over spilled milk. The doctor reflects that it is not surprising. The vascular surgery doctors did not look happy, and considers this a bad sign. Hong Jun is asked how much he drank, and he answers honestly. about 500 milliliters of beer. The doctor promises to try to resolve the situation and advises that if anyone asks, say that you only drank half a glass. In the operating room, the surgeon asks for a scalpel. The surgeon removes a completely intact thrombus from the artery and asks to administer a thrombolytic. Someone reports that the thrombolytic agent was administered to the patient before arriving at the hospital. Another surgeon is surprised and asks who did it, and is told that it was a hospital employee who was both at the scene and in the ambulance. The surgeon is surprised that the clot was removed perfectly and without ultrasound, and notes that the patient was very lucky. The second doctor says he doesn't know who did it, but the person did the right thing. Otherwise, the patient would have lost his leg. Yoon Sung sits in the hospital corridor waiting, shocked by what happened and wondering how this could have happened. He recalls how immediately after Uncle Song Tae lost consciousness, they determined the cause and began providing first aid, because the main factor in thrombosis is to start treatment on time. Yoon Sung is worried that at a crucial moment he was unable to help in any way and did not remember anything he had learned. Hong Jun comes up and asks if Song Tae's relatives have arrived yet. Yoon Sung asks where Hong Jun was, and he replies that he was in the waiting room and advises him to rest for now, since he still has to wait for his relatives. Yoon Sung is outraged that Hong Jun calmly advises rest in such a situation. Hong Jun explains that there is still a long time left before the operation is over, and there is nothing they can do to help right now anyway, and Yoon Sung is amazed at his calmness. Yoon Sung clenches his fist and asks if it's okay to be so calm in this situation. Yoon Sung and Hong Jun sit silently next to each other on the bench, worried after a long period of tension. Hong Jun says that if he says no, he'll be lying because he's actually very worried about the patient. Yoon Sung points out that doctors shouldn't empathize with their patients, but Hong Jun replies that he empathizes with everyone he treats. Hong Jun reflects on the patient's life and how his family will react to the news. Yoon Sung agrees that if you become too attached to a patient, it will be difficult to focus on treatment. Hong Jun admits that it is not easy to accept such situations, but the more closely he gets to know the patient, the more involved he becomes, as if creating a familial bond. He feels like a living person, not just a robot at work, and these emotions are important to him. Hong Jun claims that it is the closeness that helps him understand the importance of saving a person at any cost, which is why he was willing to take desperate measures for the sake of his family. Sun Tai appears in the corridor and calls his friends, saying that he came with his family. Yoon Sung explains that Uncle Song Tai is currently in surgery, undergoing an embolectomy and bypass, and fortunately, everything is fine now. The doctor reports that the operation was successful, and there is no longer any reason to worry. Song Tae and his family thank the doctors with relief for saving him. A colleague praises Gun Seok for his excellent work on the operation, while Hong Jun watches the conversation. Kun Seok thoughtfully calls everything that happened crazy and asks about the patient's prognosis. As he leaves, Kyun Suk repeats that, "What does the prognosis matter now, since it is not the time to worry about patients?" He discusses with Hong Jun in shock the fact of thrombolytic therapy without ultrasound, asking if he is in his right mind. Gyun Suk remembers warning Hong Jun to be careful and reproachfully asks how he ever passed the exams. A colleague says that the deputy director will definitely find out about today's operation, and is sure that a disciplinary committee will be convened. Hong Jun replies with a gloomy look that it doesn't matter now. Gun Suk asks in surprise, "Does it really not matter to Hong Jun?" The young man says that what is more important to him now is Uncle Sun Tha's condition. The second guy says in surprise, and then indignantly walks next to him, saying that he is annoying. The guy with glasses convinces his interlocutor that everything was done correctly and without errors with thrombolytics. He continues, walking down the corridor, and says that he is sure there will be no problems with the commission. A guy in a pink sweatshirt approaches the main character and asks worriedly if everything is okay and what happened. The protagonist calms his friend down, and the guy with glasses remarks that he has always been like this. A serious man with sharp features praises someone's report and says that discipline needs to be established for other employees. He sits in a meeting with his colleagues and notes that no one will forget what happened, and that Henakun's actions surpassed him. Another doctor explains that the hero began to act without orders due to an emergency. He adds that if thrombolytics had not been administered, the patient would have lost his leg. The man says that the use of thrombolytics in this way is not permitted, and that the intern should have first been cleared for treatment. He argues that the intern did everything he could as a doctor, and in an emergency, the outcome would have been worse otherwise. He adds that it is not only the results that are important, but also the process, and without established rules, everything will get confused. One of the doctors says that he heard about treating a patient without ultrasound, and is surprised by this. Another doctor, Yoon Chang-yong, admits that he had never heard of such an operation and was shocked after it. The man suggests that from Yun's point of view, this is indeed a cause for concern. He clarifies that he does not consider it terrible, but he was amazed by the precision of puncturing the occlusion area without ultrasound. The man then doubts that Dr. Yun would be interested in a simple intern, considering it a coincidence. He says that the good prognosis is ensured by outstanding doctors, and notes this as a fact. In conclusion, he firmly states that he cannot ignore this situation. One of the doctors reminds that Hanachan is still an intern and addresses the director. The interlocutor agrees and says that he does not want to lose such talented people because of a mistake. The director notes that the opinions of his colleagues are also important to him. He informs him that he is giving Henchun another chance to do an internship at their hospital, but that is not all. The director says that he heard about Henachun's desire to study surgery, but he cannot accept him for an internship in the surgical department. The other doctor is surprised by this and muses on the need to apologize, deciding that the emergency room is not about surgery anyway. One of the doctors asks if his colleagues would like to admit Henachun to the emergency room, and another asks again in surprise. The director says he doesn't think it's a good idea, and feels that Hanan is not suited to working closely with other departments. Another doctor asks what it means that he is not suitable, and the director points out that the emergency department can only see 3 specialists. The director concludes that Henachun has little internship experience, and the second doctor indignantly does not believe this. The man notes that despite the high level of all medical personnel, due to accidents the rating can drop significantly. He notes with regret that medicine does not stand still, and staff do not always receive praise from patients. One of the doctors heard that Henachun was sent to Yongjung Branch Hospital after his internship. He suggests that instead of a reprimand, Henachun be sent to the Kenya branch for the remaining 3 months of his internship. The man explains that the Kenyaku branch will soon close and become a medical college, and therefore there is a shortage of staff there. He agrees that there is indeed a shortage of medical workers there, and for intensive practice, Henachun will be able to work between departments. The doctors return to the main point. Dr. Chan needs to pass an exam in his specialty, including practical surgery. The man considers that instead of punishing the intern and influencing society, he could simply be transferred to another hospital. He is confident that a guy like Chang Henchun will cope in a new place, because he is superfluous here. The leader sets a condition that all trainees must be notified, and use Henachun's example as a warning. The man, with his eyes closed, acknowledges that this is the best possible option, and notes that if he doesn't like the decision, he will have to accept it anyway. The protagonist confidently says that everything is fine, and the interlocutor is surprised by his calmness. The man asks the hero if he understands what this means, and he confirms. The senior doctor explains that the Gyeongju branch is not such a simple place, and recalls how the medical staff there was weak. The protagonist discusses the number of patients, and asks whether he can do an internship in surgery given the shortage of personnel, and the doctor asks whether he understands the whole situation. The doctor asks if the hero is ready to work there and reminds him of the need to prepare for exams. The hero thanks the professor and bows before him for the opportunity provided. The professor replies that he should thank Ju Young-tae, who asked the cardiologist not to talk about what happened. The colleague says that if the director knew about the situation, everything would have been different, and the hero sincerely thanks Ju Young-tae. The protagonist rides an express bus to Gyeongju and reflects on his internship. Hyunjung looks out the bus window and takes in the rapidly changing scenery. Realizing that everything is happening too fast, Hyunjun smiles and asks Songtae not to make a sad face. The worried friend says that he feels sorry for Hyunjung and feels guilty, but Hyunjung reassures him that he is okay. Sungtae says that he has decided to join Hyunjun and do his internship in the emergency room. After this incident, Yoon Sung has completely changed and is now confident that everything will be fine for him, although he has not yet chosen a department. On the bus, Hyunjung thinks he's almost there. At the bus station, he resolutely gets out with his suitcase, mentally telling himself to move forward. The local hospital is surprised that the intern came from Seoul and says it's the first time they've heard about it. There are almost no patients in the emergency room, just empty beds and an elderly man in a chair. Hyunjun is shocked to see that there are no patients. Hyunjun is perplexed as to how this could have happened, and wonders where the patients are if there is a shortage of staff. An advice pops into my head to find the chief surgeon, Song Wan-gyu. Hyunjun asks the staff member where the chief surgeon is, and she calls him on the phone. Hyunjun is greeted with the question of whether he is Yang Hyunjun, and he confirms his identity. The young doctor from the surgery is surprised that Hyunjun actually came and introduces himself. Hyunjun notes to himself that it wasn't very friendly, and the doctor calls him along as a curator. Looking at the empty rooms, Hyunjun is surprised that everything here is completely different from the main office, and the curator explains that the building resembles an abandoned one, and it is always quiet here. The doctor reveals that the Gyeongju branch will be closing next year and is surprised that Hyun Jun wasn't told about it. The curator advises Hyun Jun to take this time as a vacation and just relax. Hyun Jun wonders if he will have a chance to get into the operating room and asks his supervisor if he is really the chief surgeon, to which he agrees. The chief surgeon yawns and says that he can say hello to the others, since there are only 3 fourth-year students here, including the manager and the new arrival. Hyun Jun wonders why there are so few people, and the surgeon explains that after the 3rd year, everyone is transferred to other hospitals so that they can complete their specialization. Hyun Jun asks about surgeries, and the doctor replies that there is a shortage of interns, and that is why surgeries are possible. They knock on the door, introduce themselves to the head of the surgical department, and Hyun Jun bows. The elderly manager wonders why he needs an intern, says that he doesn't need help, and advises him to go get some fresh air. Hyun Jun notes that the doctors here react very unusually, and unlike Seoul, he does not feel any tension, as if he had entered another world. The surgeon explains that there is no emergency department here, and that the 3 residents only come when necessary, and that the intern will not be taken on duty. The surgeon suggests working in another department, and Hyun Jun says he doesn't care where he works. Hyun Jun asks to be assigned to the night shift, believing that there will be no problems. The doctor is glad that he himself works at night, gives advice to look around the city and says that work for Hyun Jun will start tomorrow. Hyun Jun is asked if he has already decided where he will stay, and he asks again in surprise. He asks if he can just stay on duty and gets the answer that this is not possible. For a day or 2 at most, but not 3 months. The chief surgeon reflects that the intern looks quite decent and educated, and does not understand why he was sent here. The surgeon decides not to pay attention to this, and advises himself not to burden himself with thoughts. Hyun Jun walks into the duty room and wonders what he was talking about. He is invited to go on a tour of the tourist spots in Gyeongju, and he agrees, deciding that it will be a good way to introduce him to a new city. The man at the counter asks if Hyun Jun came alone, and he answers in the affirmative. Hyun Jun reasons that it doesn't matter how many patients there are in the hospital now, because there is still something to learn, and there is no point in jumping to conclusions. He notices something strange and wonders what it was. Feeling a slight vibration, Hyun Jun is surprised and tries to find out if anyone else noticed it, then asks Ronnie about it, but gets no confirmation. Hyun Jun thinks he just imagined the vibration. A man wearing gloves approaches him and apologizes, touching his shoulder. A man with an accent asks if he is a foreigner, and then asks if he is a traveler. Hyun Jun replies that he is a local, and the man explains that he simply mistook him for a tourist because he was looking around. Hyun Jun laughs and says he felt a vibration under his feet and looked around to see if he was the only one who felt it. The man notes that Hyun Jun speaks English perfectly and is surprised by such freedom in Korea. Hyun Jun is surprised to realize that he has been speaking English this entire time. He asks Ronnie if it has anything to do with him and is told that the language program is disabled. Ronnie reports that Hyun Jun can speak English fluently after synchronizing his nervous system, and the hero is surprised by the new capabilities. The man introduces himself as Jae Allen as he shakes Hyun Jun's hand, causing Hyun Jun to feel a strange sensation from the handshake. Jae asks if there's something wrong with his hand, and Hyun Jun replies that it's fine. Jae calls Hyun Jun a very sensitive person. Hyun Jun is surprised, and Jae clarifies that he also felt the vibration that they discussed earlier. Jae offers Hyun Jun a closer look at his hand. He shows off his cybernetic arm and explains that in addition to movement, it has many other functions, including vibration detection. Jae explains that all the information collected by his hand is transmitted directly to his ear. Hyun Jun is amazed at the sophistication of the technology, but the system tells him that such devices are not yet for sale, as they have not been commercialized. The analysis notes that Jae's arm is more like a prototype of the Olympus of healthcare if considered as a prosthesis. Hyun Jun recalls that Olympus is a company that offers treatment for genetic diseases and treats various brain diseases. Jae admits that Hyun Jun isn't that surprised, and notes that he's the first person to see the prosthetic without being shocked. Hyun Jun jokingly says that the other guy doesn't look like a ruthless robot who dreams of taking over the planet, and they both laugh. He explains that he had seen medical robots at work, so he wasn't shocked by the prosthetic, which Jae is surprised by. Jae asks if Hyun Jun works in medicine, and he admits that he is a doctor, but is still an intern. Jae says that being a doctor is not bad, expressing respect. Hyun Jun notices the change in Jae's mood and wonders if he's having bad memories come flooding back. Hyun Jun asks why Jae became a traveler, and he explains that he loves historical places and landscapes. Jae says that in difficult moments he gets energy from such places and compares it to meeting new people. He admits that when people start a conversation with him, they try to avoid him, and he finds this quite sad. Hyun Jun asks again in surprise, waiting for clarification. In Hyun Jun's head, Ronnie repeats the demand to get data from the robotic prosthesis twice, and the hero asks him to stop repeating it. Hyun Jun says that he was also alone at a certain time, and suggests that they take a little walk. He says that he unexpectedly met Mr. Allen and received interesting impressions from communicating with him, looking at life differently, and Ronnie also wanted to know more about him. Mr. Allen displayed a profound knowledge of medicine, and seemed to be himself a medical man with very radical views. He gives the example of a car factory, where automation now means fewer people are needed to assemble cars, but human hands are still needed. However, to make adjustments in production, human essence is needed, although this too may soon become a thing of the past. Allen notes that technology is evolving very quickly, and creating solutions based on complex data is inevitable. Jay turns to Hyun Jun and says that, like many professions, medicine will soon disappear as a specialty. Hyun Jun finds Jay's thoughts and arguments quite interesting. The hero reflects that Ronnie in his body is also an impossible but real phenomenon. Ronnie confirms that Allen's words are indeed true. Ronnie says that he has Jang Hyun Jun, so his abilities will become limitless. Hyun Jun thanks Ronnie for these words. Hyun Jun reasons that his thought may seem absurd to some, but reality will not stand still. Jay explains that modern brain diseases are difficult to treat, but new technologies and genetic tools will open up new avenues. Jay predicts a world where people cannot keep up with technology, and wonders if the medical profession is needed in this new world. Hyun Jun agrees that technology can overcome serious illnesses, but only a person with a heart can support the patient. The two discuss how electronic technologies are related to neural cell technologies, but the clinical results are still far from ideal, which surprises Jay. Hyun Jun admits that he is still studying, but his mother has a brain disease, and Jay sympathizes with him. Jay feels guilty and explains that modern technology still can't reach all areas of the brain. Hyun Jun asks what it is and is told it is neural lace. Hyun Jun speculates that it would be more effective to inject the neural lace in a liquid state deep into the brain, since everything is connected to blood vessels. He is worried that he may seem too smart in front of his new acquaintance. Jay suddenly grabs him by the shoulder and asks him to tell him more. Jay admits that even such ideas can help him, and wants to learn more about the liquid neural lace theory. Their conversation with Mr. Allen unexpectedly continues into the evening in the pleasant surroundings of the park. They discuss how neural lace might be injected through the blood vessels of the brain's nervous system. Allen listens attentively to Hyun Jun, thinking about something. By sunset, Allen apologizes for keeping Hyun Jun late, but admits that he really enjoyed the conversation. Allen says he hasn't had such a productive conversation in a long time. Hyun Jun smiles and replies that he also found it very interesting to talk to Allen. Against the backdrop of a sunset among autumn leaves, someone asks to contact him if there is anything else they would like to discuss, and hopes to meet again. The man is amazed by the events and says he can't wait to meet the talented person again in the small Asian country. In the car, the driver is asked where to take the passenger, and he replies that he will take him to the hotel first. The car rushes through the city. The driver agrees and asks about tomorrow's meeting. The man replies that he will not go, and is asked the reason for his change of mind. Another young man says he thinks something more important than the meeting is about to happen, and a glowing cube floats next to him. At the door with the Korean sign, there is some discussion about how the conversation lasted longer than planned, and someone remarks that Allen is a talkative person. A young man enters the room and a voice says that the interlocutor has presented a lot of interesting data and thoughts. He agrees. The young man looks at the envelope lying on the table in surprise and asks what it is. He reads a note asking him to call a number from Song Lim and repeats the name in confusion. A young man comes up and says hello, saying that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The woman in the hat happily recognizes him and exclaims that it is January. The woman invites the guest in and is surprised by his height, and then tells him that she wanted to thank him for helping her son when he was hospitalized, and she heard that he was transferred to Gyeongju. The guest clarifies that this is a guest house, and the woman says that they have a whole dacha. The woman teaches the child to greet the guest first, and the boy greets him. The young man asks if this is her first child, and she laughs, confirming it. The woman points to the girl and says that this is her daughter. The guest jokes about the third child inside the mother, and the woman agrees that nothing can be hidden from the doctor. The woman invites the guest to come in and make himself at home, while she prepares dinner and waits for her husband. The boy takes the guest by the hand and asks what is going on. A boy attacks a guest with a toy sword who praises his blow, while a girl sits nearby. The woman suggests that the children calm down and let the guest rest and eat. The boy agrees. The guest looks tired and notes to himself that the child's endurance is amazing. A lot of different food appears on the table, and the guest is surprised by its quantity. The woman's husband says that she talked a lot about the guest. The man at the table admits that he really wanted to meet him because he heard that he was a good person, and the guest sheepishly replies that she is exaggerating. The man asks if the guest has decided where he will stay in Gyeongju. The guest replies that he will spend the night in the hospital, and tomorrow he will look for housing, which surprises the interlocutor. The woman offers to stay with them, saying that it is not the season now, so the rooms are free. The children admit that they really liked the guest. The young man happily agrees to pay the full cost of the stay, and the hostess promises to give him a special discount. He sits on the floor and reflects on how long it has been since he had such a homely atmosphere, feeling like he is missing something. He dreams that his mother will get better soon, and that their home will become as cozy again. The young man notices that his grandmother is suffering from pain and asks her about it, but she replies that her legs just go numb sometimes. He asks how long this has been happening to her, and the grandmother replies that it has been going on for quite a long time, and lately, she has been waking up at night. Medical terms flash through the young man's mind, and he begins to suspect that his grandmother may have restless leg syndrome. The cube tells the patient to place a hand on the head and prepares to release nerve agents. The young man asks his grandmother to wait a little and puts his hand on her head. The man is surprised by the actions, believing that he needs to treat his legs, not his head, and the woman replies that she shouldn't interfere so as not to distract him. The woman smiles and says that Jang Hyun Jun himself called this his magical method of treatment. The woman recalls how he placed his hand on the head of a crying child and the child instantly calmed down, which she found amazing. The grandmother, with her eyes closed, feels relief when a hand touches her head. The young man asks if the numbness in his legs has gone away, and the grandmother replies that it is much better than it was last night. The cube reports a disturbance in the dopaminergic secretion system and suggests restless leg syndrome, and the young man agrees. The young man asks his grandmother to be honest, and asks if she took any medication when she couldn't sleep. And she replies that she doesn't remember, but she may have had some soda before bed. The woman reproaches her mother, reminding her that she promised not to drink anymore. The young man mentally notes that the habit of drinking soda is associated with a lack of dopamine, and believes that everything else is fine. The man tells the family that the grandmother's numbness in her legs is due to restless leg syndrome, and explains that it is associated with nighttime symptoms and tremors. The woman recalls that sometimes in the mornings, she noticed her mother's legs shaking, and the man confirms this observation. The young man advises his grandmother to stop drinking before bed and to eat fish or soybeans regularly. The woman advises taking small iron supplements and asks if it is possible to avoid going to the hospital. The young man says that if you follow his instructions exactly, you won't need to go to the hospital, for which he receives gratitude. The man notes with amazement that it all really does seem like magic. The guest is shown his room and offered to settle in, he thanks. He notes that the room is cozy and spacious, and the cube adds that there is no better place in Gyeongju. The cube reports that the natural environment reduces the protagonist's stress levels, and he reflects on the benefits of living away from home. He agrees that wherever you go, you can find something good. The next morning, Grandma asks Jang Hyun for forgiveness. A woman with gray hair approaches him, remarking on how tall and healthy he is, and asks if he is married. She says he would be perfect for her niece, and he is surprised by this statement. Mr. Allen is surrounded by locals who ask if he is an actor and why he is so cool. Allen asks for help. The protagonist says that he contacted Allen immediately after moving in and asks if this environment bothers him and if it is always so crowded here. The hero replies that initially there were no people, but now everyone has come to be treated, and Allen asks if there are any more free rooms. They show the number, which is now in Allen's possession. The woman says that for a long stay they give a discount and subtly hints at this, and then invites the guest. Allen approves the proposal and says that everything is fine. Allen asks if it has already started, and at this time the guests are asked to stand in line outside the house. A young man asks someone if he is taking blood pressure medication and receives confirmation. He tells his grandmother that she has high blood pressure due to decreased kidney function, and she wonders what that means. The main character explains to those around him that the kidney is a very important organ that can get tired just like a person. He advises changing the medication and undergoing an examination at the hospital, and the interlocutor agrees. Allen notes that although he was planning on going to the hospital, coming here turned out to be a good idea. Allen asks why people don't go to the hospital and whether the city has its own clinic, and he is told that the local hospital has lost trust. The protagonist gently persuades his interlocutor to go to the clinic, assuring him that nothing bad will be done there. Allen thinks that it really is as if the hero read his mind. Allen reasons that if robots could be diagnosed, there would be no reason to lose trust. But if the necessary equipment is not available at home, you will have to go to the hospital. The main character says that he dreams of becoming an outstanding doctor, and it is impossible to convince him otherwise. Allen realizes he has gone too far and feels he has said too much. Allen apologizes for his stubbornness and asks for forgiveness. The protagonist says in a friendly manner that everything is fine and discussions are always welcome. The woman in blue is surprised by the appearance of the other woman and asks what she is doing, learning that it is Song Ah's mother. Song Ah's mother explains that she came to see the doctor to ask him a question. The man is surprised, because usually this woman is always busy. The woman in blue says he has to go to work soon, and the other adds that he is very hard-working. The protagonist happily allows him to go for an examination, and the woman in blue notes that Jang Hyun Jun is a very good person. The hero asks the woman about her complaints, and she replies that spots constantly appear on her hands. The woman shows her hand with spots and says that at first she thought they were bruises. But they are getting bigger and bigger, although they do not hurt. They are causing concern. The woman asks the doctor what these spots are. The hero analyzes the spots, determining their blurred borders, irregular shape, and large diameter, after which the probability of melanoma is estimated at over 90%. The hero assesses the size and location of the spot, assuming that the connective tissue lymph nodes are affected. Cube reports that if cancer cells reach the lymph nodes, the 5-year survival rate drops sharply, and a hospital visit is needed for an accurate result. The hero strongly recommends that the girl undergo an examination immediately. She wonders why she needs to go to the hospital, since she is not in pain. But the hero insists on an examination, regardless of how she feels. The girl tries to object, but nevertheless intends to leave. The cube analyzes her voice and determines that the probability that she will not visit the clinic is over 80%, and again emphasizes the need for an examination. The woman in blue encourages the heroine to take advantage of the opportunity and undergo medical examinations for the sake of her own health. The hero reasons that the children have an older brother, but what will happen if she gets sick? The girl convinces herself that she feels fine and has no reason to worry, and then says that it's time to go to work. The girl asks her mother if she is leaving, and she replies that she has to go to work, and wishes her not to be late for school. The protagonist exclaims that all this is wrong. He tells the woman that the spots on her arm are a tumor, a type of skin cancer, which leaves her in shock. Alan questions whether it is too reckless to make a diagnosis based solely on examining a patient. The protagonist explains that melanoma can be removed surgically if it is not spread beyond the epidermis, to which the woman reacts with fear. He notes to himself that she was very frightened by the proposal of surgery and is now seriously thinking about it. The hero shares something personal. He says that his mother is currently in the hospital. He says that his mother lost her husband early and worked day and night for the sake of the children. His mother suddenly became worse due to a rare disease, and he explains that she has been in the hospital for more than 5 years. Both heroes admit that they feel guilty about their mother's condition and think about it all their lives. The hero asks the woman not to ruin herself for the sake of the children. The woman listens with hope that everything can be fixed before her hair starts falling out, and asks curiously if this is true. The main character smiles and says that he himself needs to go to work soon. The woman agrees and says that she will go with him. Alan speculates that the diagnosis may have been premature, but the young man was able to persuade the patient to seek treatment. The woman is surprised that Jan dreams of becoming a good doctor and admits that she didn't think things were so bad. Alan notes to himself that the hero's dream has almost come true. The woman thanks the hero that thanks to him she would not have just gone to work, and says that she always considered raising children her main task. The hero asks her to get well, to devote more time to her family, and tells her that he himself is sad because he has few memories with his mother. The main character thinks and decides that he needs to call his mother. Later, already in the laboratory, he notices a slight vibration in the equipment. The main character notices something strange in the laboratory and asks what it is. He asks Ronnie to check out the situation, and the cube replies that it is carrying out the task. The hero comes to the hospital department, introduces himself as an intern from the main office, and asks about emergency doctors. The employee does not know where the doctors went and is surprised by their absence. The hero reflects that no matter how much they talk about closing the hospital, the responsible doctors never show up, and wonders about the reception of emergency patients. The girl asks whether to call the head doctor, and the hero decides to look around himself. In one of the rooms, an elderly man screams in pain and asks for help. The nurse suggests calling a doctor, but the patient abruptly refuses medical assistance. The hero asks the nurse if he can see the patient's medical history, and she agrees. He studies the chart, sees that the patient was admitted with abdominal pain, but does not find what he was treated with, and asks Ronnie to determine the most likely causes, to which the cube agrees. The protagonist is happy and notes that now it is necessary to reduce the list of possible diagnoses. The nurse says that there were no tests and suggests that it would be better to examine the patient. The hero is surprised and suggests going to the emergency room to check the tests. Otherwise, the differential diagnosis will be useless. He asks if the patient has ever had an enema, and is told that the enema did not help. The hero suggests trying again. The nurse is surprised. Does it really need to be done more enemas? The nurse sheepishly says that patients are sent to the city hospital if the cause cannot be identified. The hero sternly asks who said that, because they are now in the hospital themselves. The nurse apologizes to the main character. The old man wonders why another enema is needed. The hero explains to the patient that if it doesn't help, they will try another method of treatment, but he complains of severe pain and the inability to move. An elderly patient comes out of the toilet and says he can't take this anymore. The protagonist thoughtfully asks the patient to lie down on the bed, and he anxiously asks about further actions. The young doctor puts on gloves and says that he will perform the procedure himself. He explains that this is a standard treatment method and asks you to relax and tolerate a little discomfort. After the procedure, the result is shown. Apparently, the patient felt better. The hero asks the patient how he feels after the procedure. The old man replies with relief that the pain has gone away. The doctor advises the patient not to take laxatives, limit sour milk products, and consume them only after the main meal to avoid pain. The nurse is surprised that Hyun Jun Hwan gave the patient an enema himself. The doctor apologizes to the nurse for his harsh tone, and she replies that luck is clearly on his side. It seems that the signs about an ambulance on the hospital building were not accidental. And 2 hours after the start of the shift, several patients were admitted to the emergency room. A man with a frightened face urgently asks for help, saying that he cannot hear anything. The young doctor asks the patient to wait a second and examines his ear with a flashlight. The doctor reports that he has removed the insect and advises the patient to simply use a bright light in the future to force the insect out on its own. A woman brings in a panicked child, screaming that he was burned by hot water. The doctor quickly gives instructions to apply ice, prepare a bandage and ointment for burns. An elderly woman turns to a nurse, who listens to her attentively. The woman indicates that she wants to receive personal treatment from this young doctor, despite the fact that he is an intern. The nurse smiles and assures that the intern is an excellent healer, and the elderly woman agrees. The protagonist studies the chart and notices that the woman came because of wrist pain, although she usually comes for diabetes medication. The doctor asks the woman if she has pain or numbness in her wrist, and if she experiences similar pain in other parts of her body, and receives the answer that perhaps so, after which he suggests taking a closer look. The main character greets everyone in the emergency room. A man approaches him and rudely asks what he is doing. The man repeats the question with displeasure and wonders why he is being ignored. In response, the intern introduces himself as an emergency department employee, and the other physician asks again if he is an intern. The man suspiciously asks where all the hospital interns are and why the hero is pretending to be a doctor. The protagonist notices the name Hyun Jung Hwan on the badge and realizes that he is an emergency room doctor. The nurse explains that he is a new intern who works in the emergency department and has recently arrived from the main office in Seoul. The hero confirms that he has arrived from Seoul for 3 months and asks for permission to start working. Dr. Hyun Jung Hwan smiles and says that the hero is funny. The man says he was once an intern and worked for 5 years at the Gyeongju branch, and he never heard of medical staff from the main office being sent anywhere else. He asks the nurse to keep an eye on the intern so that he doesn't go anywhere, and he calls the office to clarify the information. The main character is puzzled why this guy is so rude. The man finds out over the phone that the intern is indeed telling the truth. He annoyedly states that he should have greeted him first to avoid any misunderstandings, and the intern internally notices that he was not there. The man reproaches the intern for having already seen some patients and thinking that he can do whatever he wants. The hero calmly explains that he read the case histories and performed the basic actions that he believes are part of the responsibilities of an intern. The man shouts, asking if the intern understands who he is, and states that this is not the main office. He strictly requires that you first ask the doctor's permission, and only then act, even if you want to help patients. The hero is confused, thinking that something is wrong with this man, but still agrees to obey. The head doctor irritably tells the intern that he can turn to the nurses in his absence and asks him to keep an eye on him, calling him too self-confident. There is a conversation between the nurses about their fear of taking initiative, and one of them wonders if this is how a graduate should behave. The head physician suggests that the intern not make each other angry and remain calm. The intern asks the head physician to clarify something, and he answers with interest. A young doctor announces to patient Ko that she has been diagnosed with carpal tunnel syndrome. The head doctor is surprised and says that he always prescribed her anti-inflammatory drugs. The patient says that a year ago she received steroid injections, and the pain appeared about 6 months ago, and the treatment was limited to medications all the time, but there was no improvement. The intern doctor believes that this is a case where the disease does not respond to drug treatment, and asks whether the head doctor sees sprains due to complications of diabetes. The head physician requests a medical record and delves deeper into the patient's history. The young doctor explains that with diabetic neuropathy, the pain is usually symmetrical on both hands, to which the head doctor irritably replies that he knows this himself. In the case of patient Boksuko, partial numbness of the wrist is noted. The thumb, index, and middle fingers cannot be felt, which is typical for CTS, especially at night, and requires surgical treatment. The head doctor is surprised that his treatment is wrong and insists that the drugs are helping. He asks the patient again if the medications are really helping her, since she continues to come to the hospital. The doctor insists to the elderly woman that the medications are helping her, and she hesitantly agrees. The head physician turns to the intern with a reproach. Since the patient says that everything is fine, why does he insist on the opposite, and asks whether the intern should intervene if the doctor has already prescribed treatment. The intern, looking serious, demands an honest answer. The patient calls him and asks him not to quarrel over trifles. The intern explains that he is fine and thanks her for her concern. Noting that older people often experience pain, he announces that he is leaving, calling the doctor sir. The head doctor says that in a few days the intern will understand that he shouldn't contradict him, and he asks where he's going. The doctor says with displeasure that he is not obliged to report, and asks to call him when patients arrive. The orderly shouts that they have an emergency patient. The doctor is indignant about why the patient was brought to them, since the hospital is in a difficult situation, and the orderlies respond that there are no free beds in the city hospital. The doctor examines the patient and says that there is no bleeding, and he does not seem seriously injured, so he advises taking him to another hospital. A young doctor offers to take the patient to a hospital in Pohang, but warns that even a quick trip will take 40 minutes. A young doctor decides to accept a patient at the hospital. The senior doctor asks him angrily what he is doing, and demands that the patient be taken to him. The senior doctor shouts angrily to see if the young doctor can hear him. The young doctor calmly replies that he hears and notes that doctors who do not help people are not real doctors. The senior doctor, in a rage, asks if he is in his right mind and rushes towards him. The senior doctor tries to hit the young doctor, but he stops his movement with his hand. The senior doctor grabs the young doctor by the coat and is surprised by his strength. A young doctor with bright blue eyes sternly tells him not to interfere and not to tell him what to do. The young doctor asks to call Mr. So Wan-gi, check the patient's breathing, and find out what happened. The rescuer explains that the car crashed into a tree, and the victim hit the steering wheel, losing consciousness, and the airbag deployed. The young doctor calls Ronnie and activates some kind of interface. The interface shows a visualization of the accident and reports that the main impact was on the victim's chest. The model indicates probable injuries include blunt chest trauma, liver contusion, rib fracture, and aortic rupture. A young doctor examines a patient, blood pressure 90 to 50, pulse 120 beats per minute. The senior doctor looks angrily at the young one and mentally decides to check how good he is. A young doctor reports pain and damage to the soft tissues of the chest and asks to prepare for the placement of a drainage tube before an X-ray. The second doctor asks in surprise if it is possible to perform direct chest intubation. The second doctor indignantly demands that such actions be stopped. The young doctor calmly asks what's wrong again, but the second doctor doesn't know what to answer. The young doctor says that if they are not going to help, it is better not to interfere, and takes full responsibility for the patient's treatment. The patient breathes slightly, and the doctor notes impaired lung function. The young doctor says that an X-ray needs to be taken urgently. A second doctor reflects on how the intern was able to cope with the difficult task of intubation. One of the senior doctors asks Hyun why he is standing idle and inquires about the patient's condition. Another doctor checks to see if the patient has a pneumothorax and confirms that the chest has been intubated. The senior doctor says that it has nothing to do with it and suggests asking the intern. The young doctor reports that when he suspected pneumothorax, he immediately performed intubation with a pleural drainage tube. The transfer of the X-ray is complete, and the young doctor shows the results to his colleague. A colleague notes that there was no rupture of blood vessels when the first rib was fractured, and believes that the pneumothorax was caused by damage to the parenchyma. The doctor with the X-ray notes that the first aid was provided without error. Doctors discuss how the patient was specifically transferred to this hospital, and feel that not everything is so simple here. The doctor says that the initial care was excellent, and the patient needs to be hospitalized immediately. The young doctor asks Ronnie to enlarge the picture and asks if his colleague sees anything special in the image. The doctor notices that the mediastinum appears widened and asks a colleague about it. The young doctor suspects aortic dissection, which surprises the second doctor. Demonstrates aortic dissection caused by a strong, short-term impact that can result in microscopic wounds. It is explained that this tiny wound occurs because the aorta cannot withstand the blood flow and high pressure, leading to rupture, with 80% of patients dying even with timely assistance. The doctor cannot see the problem in the image and asks to show it, noting that the diagnosis is usually confirmed by additional studies, such as CT. A senior colleague explains that you only need to worry if the dilation increases by more than 10 centimeters, as then the likelihood of rupture increases. The young doctor insists that even a small chance of a rupture requires an examination, because even a slight delamination can lead to a threat to life. The senior doctor irritably asks why his colleague is listening to the intern, without understanding how he justifies his advice. The senior physician exclaims that he almost laughs when he hears about the expansion of the mediastinum, and is perplexed as to how the intern guessed about the need for drainage. A young doctor asks if it is possible to confirm the diagnosis in their hospital, to which his colleague replies that this requires a CT scan and the appropriate personnel. The young doctor clarifies whether surgery is possible if the diagnosis is confirmed. A senior colleague replies that the operation is impossible because the hospital does not have enough specialists. The young doctor looks at his watch tensely and thinks that there must be a way to perform the operation. Doctors are discussing the need to transfer the patient to another hospital where the necessary operation can be performed. The senior doctor furiously asks if he is serious and reminds him that he himself insisted on keeping the patient. The senior doctor shouts after the young doctor and asks what he has achieved and where he is going. The young doctor says that he can't leave the patient in such a state, and decides to become a real doctor for himself, introduces himself as Hyun Jun, and hears the question of whether he is being too reckless. The patient's card is passed on to another person. The senior doctor, swearing angrily, leaves, and his colleague tries to calm him down and take him outside. The young doctor says he has a lot of work today, after which the head nurse asks if they have met before and remembers his name. The young woman confirms that the meeting could have been less formal and says that she has been working at this hospital for about 20 years. The head nurse asks with a smile how the young doctor's workday went. The protagonist admits that he is very disappointed. He was sent to Kyungnak Hospital due to a lack of staff. But there are few patients here. Two doctors discuss how this is causing staff to be slow to save people and agree that this may be the case. The head nurse asks whether the interlocutor is aware that the hospital will be sold next year, and clarifies whether the same medical staff will remain. The nurse explains that only the building, equipment, and certain staff will be transferred, but the rest will not. The old doctor says that doctors will have to compete with each other to stay and work, and asks which specialists work the longest. A young doctor asks if working hard means he will definitely get hired. The nurse explains that all the jobs have already been assigned. Priority will go to locals, and the doctors who worked here will leave the building. They show that young professionals have already left for promising cities, while older ones are thinking about retirement or work closer to home. The main character understands that all this is a consequence of general policy, and if everything is so, then he will not be able to change anything, but he thinks about it. The nurse notes that there haven't been patients like today for a long time, because they are usually sent to the city hospital, which is why it is always so quiet here. The head nurse suddenly asks the young doctor if he likes his job. The young doctor replies that he used to think that working in the emergency room was not difficult, and he wonders why the doctors here are so irritated. The nurse thinks about his words, and admits that she herself was a little nervous, since she hadn't taken on the treatment of patients seriously for a long time. A pregnant woman asks Hyun Jun if he was asleep at all. Hyun Jun apologizes, saying that he wanted to leave quietly, but woke the woman up with the light, and she asks what kind of work he has at this hour. The young doctor says he is going to Seoul to take a written exam, and adds that the bus leaves early in the morning. The woman asks how many days it will take for him to return, to which Hyun Jun replies that he will be home in the evening, since he has a workday tomorrow. The woman wishes him well on the exam and says that she will root for him, and he promises to try. The professor asks Hyun Jun if he is going to apply for general surgery. The main character confidently answers the professor that yes. The professor asks how long Hyun Jun has been working at Gyeongnaku, and he replies that it has been about a month. The professor regrets that he did not know about the state of the branch in Kyunggaku, and otherwise would not have sent him there. Hyun Jun says that everything happened unexpectedly, but he has already gotten used to the place and is happy with everything. The professor asks if Hyun Jun did well on today's exam, and he replies that there was enough time to prepare in Gyeongnaku. The professor laughs and clarifies that the interview will be in mid-December, and Hyun Jun confirms this. The thought arises that Vice President Pyo will never accept him, and Hyun Jun prepares to ask an important question. The professor asks Hyun Jun what he will do if he fails the interview. Hyun Jun replies that he will then apply to other institutions. The professor asks whether he would agree to work even if it was not Daehan University Hospital. Hyun Jun says with a smile that everything will suit him. The professor assures Hyun Jun that everything will be fine no matter which hospital he ends up in, and tells him to be careful. The protagonist notes that he is beginning to get used to the monotonous life in Kyonaku. It's already December, and the main character is returning to his usual routine. He feels that his employees have become real colleagues to him, not strangers. However, he notices that one of his colleagues still treats him unfriendly. Every day the number of patients is getting smaller. The hero spends more time walking than treating patients, learning the benefits of walking for the body. He wonders whether he likes this life or not, but he cannot understand his attitude. In the corridor he meets Professor Yan and greets him. Professor Yang notices Hyun Jun walking around, and he confirms it. The professor reminds Hyun Jun about the upcoming interview and asks to clarify the date. Hyun Jun replies that he will go to the interview tomorrow morning. The professor notes his potential and advises him to go to an interview at the main branch. Hyun Jun laughs and says that it is too difficult for him, so he will not go there, and the professor wonders why. The professor guesses that he was sent here due to disciplinary action, but Hyun Jun does not regret it, since the patient recovered. Hyun Jun says that everyone here treats him very well. He adds that he will definitely not be accepted into this hospital due to the sale of the branch. Hyun Jun notes that he has no intention of giving up and abandoning his business. The professor says that he thinks Hyun Jun is right, and he is surprised. The professor believes that if a doctor cares about patients as much as Hyun Jun does, he can't do anything wrong. The protagonist recalls how in the past he thought a lot and observed the professional work of his colleagues in the hospital, wondering what kind of doctor he really was. The professor says he may have forgotten his medical duties due to being so immersed in hospital affairs. The protagonist admits that he has once again realized important things thanks to Professor Yan. The professor smiles and says he was just doing what any doctor should do. The professor jokes, asking if this means he is not a doctor if he does not do the same, and the hero rushes to convince him otherwise. The professor says he would like to ask one more thing. Does the hero like fried meat? 3 colleagues sit down at a table in a restaurant and are about to start eating. One of the doctors notes that a lot of time has passed since Professor Yan's arrival, but only now they have gathered together for the first time to eat. The senior doctor jokes that he was invited under the pretext of having a drink, and was not warned that John would also be coming. The senior doctor apologizes, and the main character, bowing his head, asks for forgiveness for his past mistake. The senior doctor recalls that much time passed, and he almost forgot about that incident. The professor agrees that conflicts happen, but that growth occurs through overcoming mistakes. At the table, the friends offer to have a drink together and invite Jan to stay with them. The senior doctor admits that the hero is a very capable employee, but asks about the moment with the operation. The hero says that he has nothing against it, but knowing the situation in the hospital, it would be better to immediately transfer the patient, because there is absolutely nothing to do there. The senior doctor advises not to try too hard to help patients, because truly sick people no longer come to their hospital. The hero wonders what it means to be truly sick. The senior doctor asks thoughtfully if there are fake doctors who could see patients. He is outraged by the hero's apologies and asks what kind of fake doctors there are. The hero explains that he apologized for his thoughtless actions in an emergency situation, and not because he recognized the senior doctor as right, and the professor laughs at this. The protagonist says that he cannot stop treating patients just because the hospital lacks equipment. The senior doctor thinks that they are talking about him, and his colleague tries to stop him and calls for silence. The senior doctor accuses the hero of being absolutely useless as a doctor. The professor is indignant. Why are they provoking him? And the hero remains silent. The senior doctor gets up and leaves, and the professor tries to stop him. The professor calls Hyun and Yang to wait and worries that the situation is repeating itself again. The senior doctor stands on the street, lights a cigarette, and sighs deeply. The hero's internal monologue is that he wants to become a doctor who actually treats patients and not just makes a diagnosis. The senior doctor gets angry on the street, mentally calling the hero self-confident, and does not understand who he thinks he is. The senior doctor arrives at work early in the morning and greets his colleagues, who are surprised by his unusually early appearance. The doctor notices a familiar elderly woman in the queue and remembers her. He asks her if she still feels bad. The doctor is surprised that the medicine ran out so quickly, and asks if there are any difficulties with taking it. Surprised, he asks the woman to follow him, and she hesitantly agrees. A young doctor greets a female employee at the reception in the morning. He notices that there are no patients in the hospital today. Suddenly, the senior doctor calls out to the young one and says something angrily. The senior doctor hands the young doctor the results of the examination of that same woman, reminding him of the previous situation. The senior doctor confirms that the young doctor's diagnosis was correct and asks if he is happy with it. The nurse brings the woman to the young doctor and says that she wants to ask him something. The main character asks the elderly woman with a smile what she would like to know. A senior doctor tells another patient that it would be a good idea to have an operation, and the patient asks in surprise, An elderly woman timidly asks the protagonist what he thinks about the operation. The hero replies that long-term drug treatment does not help, so he also believes that surgical intervention is required. The woman agrees to sign up for the operation and thanks her, and the hero replies that he has no particular merit in this. The hero reminds that for the operation it is necessary to collect documents and take tests. The nurse promises to inform the doctor about this. The main character thinks that he was wrong to be so biased towards that doctor, because he is also a doctor. Colleagues on the surgical shift ask John how he got home yesterday. One of his colleagues says that Professor Hyun used to be a completely different person and was considered one of the best doctors. Another colleague asks the hero to understand Professor Hyun, and Hyun himself mentally agrees that he was too harsh yesterday. The doctors agree to get together again, but first they head to the operating room. The operation begins and the doctor prepares for the intervention. The elderly patient is worried and asks if it will hurt a lot. The doctor reassures her, promising that under anesthesia, she will not feel anything and everything will be over soon. One of the assistants thinks about the skill of Professor Sun, who is excellent with both hands. The doctor asks to hand over the endoscope, after which the assistant fixes it in the patient's hand and tells her to hold it without letting go. Surgeons look at a monitor to see what's going on inside. The assistant is amazed by the dexterity and speed of the surgeon's movements, mentally noting this for himself. A colleague asks Jan's opinion, and thinks that it would be good if this doctor stayed to work at the university hospital. During the operation, the surgeon asks for a saline solution, and the assistant immediately agrees. Hyun Yang feels a strange vibration during the operation and loses concentration. The senior surgeon asks John why he is taking so long with the salt, and he comes to his senses. The surgical team decides to clean the wound and complete the operation, but Ian feels like he is the only one who can feel the vibration. Ian receives a system warning of an impending earthquake of at least magnitude 6, and notices the vibrations increasing. He understands that the minimum strength of the earthquake will be 6 points, and decides to hurry to finish the operation. Jan tells the professor that he should hurry up a little, but he asks in surprise if Jan is late for something. Jan replies that this is not the case, and ponders how to convince the professor to speed up. The professor suddenly suggests that Jan try to put in stitches, and Jan asks again in surprise. The professor recognizes John's hard work and allows him to try, and he thinks that this is what he's always wanted. Ian agrees and sits down next to the patient, mentally telling himself not to be nervous, but realizing that he needs to finish this as soon as possible. Anesthesia is administered and an intravenous catheter is inserted. In 20 seconds, a strong seismic wave will begin, and the hero hurries to put in stitches faster. 10 seconds pass, the hero quickly makes stitches, and the assistants admire his speed. 1 second before the seismic wave hits, the hero speeds up his work and an earthquake begins. During an earthquake, plaster falls from the ceiling, lamps start to fall, everything collapses. The hero understands that there are still 3 stitches to be made, and everything around him begins to break. At this moment, the infrared mode in the hero's system is activated. His eyes glow. He continues the operation even in the dark. The emergency power is turned on, plunging the operating room into darkness with backup lighting. The other doctors do not see the hero and the patient and begin to panic, asking where they are. The protagonist gives a sign that everything is under control and maintains the patient's calm. A colleague notices blood on Jan's face and asks if he is okay. Jan replies that something fell on him. Jan is sure that he did not have time to put in the stitches completely, and notices that his assistants have wrapped the wound with a pressure bandage. One of the doctors is irritated and wonders how he can work now without electricity. A colleague asks Ian if he has ever had surgery for carpal tunnel syndrome. Ian recalls performing several virtual surgeries on Ronnie, but not on a real patient. Jan decides to tell the truth and admits that he only attended such operations. The head nurse says that now is not the time for talking, and suggests that everyone move to a safe place. The doctors agree that we need to go down. Ian takes charge of the patient and tells the others to go first, assuring them that he can handle it. The colleagues promise to meet on the first floor, and the nurse wishes Jan to be more careful. The nurse notices blood on the doctor, but the doctor replies that everything is fine and suggests going downstairs. The doctor and patient notice a warning about weak waves and rush to leave the room. The doctor carries the patient in his arms, asking her to hold on tighter, and she worries whether it is hard for him. The doctor and the patient decide to take the stairs to go down. The guard with the lamp asks why the doctor hasn't come down yet. The doctor explains to the guard that the operation has just ended and says that there are no others left upstairs. The doctor suddenly hears a human voice and is internally surprised by it. The doctor quickly climbs back up the stairs, and the guard asks in surprise where he is going. The doctor says that he thinks he heard a human voice and goes to check, instructing the security guard to help the patient get to the first floor. The security guard and the patient watch the doctor leave and wonder how he even heard it. The doctor counts the patients in the room, saying the numbers out loud as he goes. The doctor notices that all the patients have gathered, but one more is missing. The doctor asks the guard if he is sure that everyone in the wards has been checked. The security guard assures that he inspected everything and even checked the beds. The guard recalls that the young doctor said he would check the wards again. The doctor suggests that perhaps that young doctor will find another patient and wonders if that doctor is Mr. Yang. The guard notices that someone is coming down and informs the doctor. The doctor sees a young doctor descending with a patient on his back and is surprised by what is happening. The doctor offers his help to a young colleague. A young doctor explains that a patient accidentally fell out of bed. A senior doctor examines the patient and prescribes further actions. The senior doctor explains that if a doctor is injured, he also becomes a patient, and asks if he wants to work in this condition. The young doctor agrees with the words "good," and the guard admits that otherwise he would have made a mistake. The young doctor assures that thanks to the efforts of the security guard, all patients were evacuated. The guard thanks him and hears the advice not to worry too much. A young doctor decides to check the situation outside, and a security guard tells him to be careful. The young doctor looks at the blue artifact, thinks that strong vibrations are not expected now, and thanks Roy for his help in finding the patient. The artifact replies that it only helped to reveal the potential, and the young doctor reacts with surprise. A young doctor receives a call from an unfamiliar number and wonders who it is. He picks up the phone, and the caller introduces herself as Chang Jun's mother. The doctor asks in surprise when Sun's mother lost consciousness. A woman on the phone explains that after the earthquake, her mother had a sharp stomachache and they had already called 119, but there were no cars. The young doctor asks if they see blood or water and receives confirmation of dangerous symptoms. He says that we need to go to them urgently and asks to find out the mother's blood type. The woman says that her mother has blood type B, and the doctor promises to leave quickly. The woman asks Mr. Yan to come as soon as possible because her mother is getting worse. A young doctor asks a colleague if the hospital has resuscitation kits for newborns. He explains that the owner of the house where he lives is pregnant and suspects that she has placental abruption. A colleague is surprised by the diagnosis and asks if it is related to the earthquake. The second doctor is nervous, explains the bad road for the ambulance and therefore asks about the kit. The young doctor decides to go to the patient himself, despite his colleague's surprise that he will go alone. A young doctor asks a colleague to follow him, and he gives instructions on preparation. The assistant hands over the blood transfusion kit and bag, mentioning that everything needed is here. The young doctor thanks him and promises to return soon. The senior watches the departing intern, reflecting on the fact that he is entrusting him with an important task. Internally, they note that Mr. Yang is an unusual intern. Jan, breathing heavily as he runs, remembers that the house he needs is at the very end. He encounters a blockage of debris and realizes that he cannot go this way. The doctor realizes that the earthquake was stronger than expected and does not know what to do next. He notices that the house is over the hill and decides that there is nothing to be done. Ian comes to the conclusion that he has no choice but to climb over the fence. Jan makes his way through the forest and thinks that after the earthquake the ground has become very soft. The system warns that your feet will soon start to sink in, and you should be prepared for landslides. A landslide begins, and Jan is shocked by what is happening around him. After overcoming difficulties, Jan asks himself where to go next. Jan gets injured. The system offers to make a detailed diagnosis. He refuses diagnostics and is determined to move on to save the mother and child. Mother and daughter in the house. The daughter tries to encourage her mother to breathe deeply and endure a little longer. Yan runs into the house and loudly asks where Sun's mother is. He is greeted by being shown that Sun's mother is here, and Yang notes her poor condition. Jan first palpates the abdomen and asks the woman how she feels. Jan palpates the patient's abdomen and notes that there is a lot of empty space inside. He suspects placental abruption and wonders if a post-placental hematoma has formed. Now it is clear to him why there is so much blood, and he decides to first stop the bleeding and do a blood transfusion. Jan asks his father to hold the blood in order to urgently help his mother. He begins to listen to the baby's heart with a stethoscope. Hearing the fetal heartbeat of about 130 beats per minute, he is convinced that everything is fine with the baby. The father asks worriedly if the child is okay, while Jan continues to listen. Jan confirms that the baby is fine, but warns that it looks like she will have to give birth right now. The relatives are shocked and ask if they really have to give birth here, to which Jan nods affirmatively. Jan thinks that they would have done a cesarean section at the hospital, but any delay here is dangerous, and he doubts whether he will be able to deliver the baby on his own. Remembering the day Ying-jun got hurt, Yang decides not to hesitate anymore. He understands that there is no other way out, and mentally asks Ronnie for help, then asks to prepare warm water and towels. Jan instructs the father to place the woman in labor on a flat and wide place and make sure everything is ready. He asks the patient to breathe slowly and says that the procedure will take several minutes. Yang instructs Jang Jun's mother to call the hospital and ask them to arrange for emergency helicopter support for the newborn. He says he's going to do an ultrasound and the parents agree. Jan sees on the ultrasound that the baby's heartbeat is gradually decreasing and diagnoses heavy bleeding, which will make it difficult to use a labor stimulator. He decides that his main task now is to save the child and is ready to do everything possible. Jan places his hand on the patient's forehead, says he'll check something, and the woman begs for help. The system tells her that it can stimulate the release of oxytocin to start labor, and Jan uses the cube to begin the process. The woman screams in pain during childbirth, and the father anxiously asks Jan if everything is okay. Jan notices to himself that the baby should already be starting to come out, but something is going wrong. The system detects that the woman has shoulder dystocia, and Jan panics and asks what to do next. He analyzes the situation, understands that the umbilical cord is pinched, and recalls various obstetric techniques to save the fetus. The system recommends using the McRoberts maneuver as the best option, and Ian decides to follow this advice. Jan asks his father to help him change his mother's position to perform the maneuver. He instructs to lift and hold the mother's legs. The father agrees and prepares to help. Jan explains that on his signal the father will have to press hard, and he confirms his readiness. The father encourages his wife to endure a little longer, and Jan gives the command to begin. Jan announces that there is only a little bit left and begins the countdown, preparing for the decisive moment. The man peers worriedly through the crack in the door, watching what is happening in the house. The elderly woman asks if her daughter-in-law is okay, and the gathered children quietly listen to her. The man returns to the room and reports with a smile that everything went well. He speaks encouragingly, but in his mind he hopes that someone else will succeed. The man speaks again, but admits that he can't do anything now. Hearing the silence, he turns to his family and wonders why it has suddenly become so quiet. At that moment, a loud cry of a newborn is heard from another room, and the man sees Jan and the father holding the child. Jan looks at the baby with relief, and is glad that the child was born safely. The mother with the baby in her arms is happy and congratulates her baby on his arrival into this world. The father asks John if the child is healthy, and he confirms with a smile, and the mother cries with happiness and thanks him for his help. Jan thanks everyone and is glad that everything worked out for him. A worried woman runs into the room and says that the matter is urgent. She tells Ian that the helicopter won't be able to arrive, and he asks again in shock. His family is panicking and asking what to do, but Jan thinks he has done everything he could. He understands that the woman in labor definitely needs to go to the hospital. Jan realizes that there is not enough blood supply for transfusion. He says that they will have to get to the hospital themselves. Otherwise, there is a risk that the mother will be in danger without urgent surgery. The father asks if the woman in labor is feeling well, and Jan admits that he can't do anything else on the spot. The danger after the difficult birth has receded for now. At this moment, a new earthquake begins, and John asks everyone to go outside immediately. The woman and child run outside, calling for Changjun's mother, and the whole family hurries out of the house. At the moment of a new earthquake, the man protects those around him by clenching his fist and straining with all his strength. The woman calls for Mr. Allen, and he reassures her that everything is fine. Jan doubts whether everyone will be able to reach the hospital, since earthquakes start suddenly. He understands that if they stay here, the woman will be in danger. Jan is desperate about what to do and dreams of a helicopter. To his surprise, a helicopter appears on the horizon and approaches them. Jan calls the medics from the helicopter and directs them to the patient. He explains to the medical team that the woman had an emergency birth due to placental abruption after the earthquake. The baby is healthy, but the mother needs surgery. The doctors say that they arrived in response to a request for a VIP patient and are clarifying where he is located. Jan becomes indignant and asks what they are doing when he notices that the team is starting to act outside of plan. The doctor says that they came here specifically for the VIP patient. Jan indignantly declares that the mother and baby are now also VIP patients, and reproaches the doctors for their indifference to people's lives. Jan asks if this means that if you are not a VIP, you should not expect help. The doctor tries to justify himself, saying that everything is wrong, but Jan harshly demands an explanation and insists on saving the patient. The doctors agree, and John is glad that the patient will now be able to get to the hospital. Jan speculates that there could only be one person who could have called for help for the VIP. He realizes that this man was Mr. Allen. Ian calls Mr. Allen by name and watches him walk away thoughtfully. Ian reasons with the artifact whether this man is really Allen and receives confirmation with the match statistics. In the end, Ian decides not to ask Mr. Allen anything for now. thinking that there will still be time to reveal his identity. Mr. Allen smiles and says he doesn't understand what they're talking about. He tells Jan that it is time to say goodbye, as it is time for him to return home. Ian regretfully admits that he learned a lot from Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen repeats that it is time for him to go back and advises Ian to go back to his place as well. Allen leaves, asking if Ian has any other patients waiting and waves goodbye. Ian replies that he will see him again. Ian bids Mr. Allen adieu with a slight smile, saying goodbye with the phrase, "See you later." As he runs, Jan is glad that he found a surviving road, and is confident that thanks to the detour, he will have time to get to the hospital. Suddenly, Jan notices an ambulance driving up the road and is surprised. Jan thanks the ambulance driver for picking him up, and the driver replies that, on the contrary, he himself should thank Jan. The driver says he unexpectedly hit a hole, but Jan says he just gave the car a little push. The ambulance driver says that Jan helped him a lot, and now there is an emergency. Jan asks what the emergency is, and the driver explains that his father was injured in the earthquake. Jan realizes that he needs help because the driver was unable to answer the call. Jan supports the driver, promising that his father will recover, but suddenly winces in pain. The driver notices something is wrong, and Jan names the building number. Jan sees that there is a fire in his parents' apartment. In the underground parking lot, people are shouting and telling everyone to go down there quickly. The rescuer says that the only way up is by stairs and advises Jan to return to the car. Jan insists that it is impossible to cope alone and urges the rescuer to act faster. The rescuer agrees and calls Jan to follow him up the stairs. Ian holds his right arm and mentally curses the pain, realizing that his ulna is broken. The cube reports that it has reduced pain somewhat with the help of neurotransmitters, but warns of the dangers of their excess. Ian breathes heavily, explains to Ronnie that he can't help himself and asks her to understand him. The situation has become too difficult. A massive fire breaks out in the hallway, and the characters watch the flames in horror. Ian advises the ambulance driver to cover his mouth and nose with a cloth to reduce exposure to smoke. They go down the corridor, and Ian warns that inhaling the smoke is dangerous and will cause unconsciousness, and that opening the door will cause the flames to intensify. As they pass through the wall of fire, Ian and the rescuer move forward, using their hands to protect themselves. Jan pulls the pin from the fire extinguisher, and together with the rescuer they begin to put out the flames. A thick stream of foam pours out of the fire extinguisher, and Jan and the driver call out to their parents in the smoke-filled apartment. Jan notices that his parents have already left and, seeing their silhouettes, points out where they are. Jan and the rescuer find his parents in the smoke, and Jan calls out for his mother. The son runs up to his mother, asks about her condition, and she replies that she is fine. The mother is worried about his father. The son is trying to bring him to his senses, finding out that his breathing is too rapid and shallow. The rescuer tells his son to take his mother away, and Jan takes on the task of carrying his father. Ian asks Ronnie to release endorphins for strength, and the system warns of the dangers of artificial stimulation. Jan carries his father out on his back, and someone calls to quickly take the victims away. Jan asks to carefully place his father on a stretcher near the ambulance, and receives consent. While examining his father in the car, Jan reports that his condition is critical, and immediately begins first aid. Ian decides to start by normalizing breathing and prepares for intubation. However, he notices that the airways are burned, and the patient in this condition will not withstand intubation. Ian reports that the patient's airways are damaged by burns, intubation will not help, and he is going to perform a tracheotomy. He asks to prepare a scalpel and a sterile napkin. The assistant agrees. The assistant notices that Jan's hand is swollen and asks if he is okay. Cube warns Ian about the risks of continuing to stimulate endorphins, and advises him to be careful. Ian reflects on the role of endorphins, citing their powerful pain-relieving effect, but acknowledges the danger. He is aware of the potential serious consequences and risk of complications from overstimulation. A voice from the past speaks, and Ian is instructed to think about his choice during his probationary period. The manager says that if they see each other again, it will mean that Ian is able to protect himself. The manager sternly asks if Jan understands, and he confirms that he understood everything. The manager compares the hospital to the army and says that failure to follow orders makes the doctor useless. The manager, with a cold look, says that even an excellent doctor can't do anything without an order from his superiors. And if you're an intern, you're obliged to follow instructions. That's all. Jan forces the system to release more endorphins, resolutely thinks that he will no longer doubt, and swears to himself to send such a system to hell. Ian performs an emergency tracheotomy on his father, making an incision in his throat. The son is worried about his father, and Jan reports that his breathing has returned to normal. Next, Jan asks to test his father for carbon monoxide poisoning, and asks if there is a suitable device. The rescuer brings in the apparatus, and Jan sets up the ringer's solution for infusion. Jan estimates the burn area as 20% of the total body surface, and calculates the required dose of medication based on his father's height, weight, and condition. The rescuer asks Jan for his COHB, hemoglobin level with carbon monoxide, levels. Jan analyzes the values. The COHB level in smokers is usually around 10%. Over 30% is dangerous, and over 60% is fatal or leads to coma. The rescuer reports a level of 16%, and Ian is relieved that this result is better than expected. The woman asks John if her husband is okay, and he replies that everything went well. Ian reports that the man's level of carbon monoxide poisoning is not that high. The woman thanks Jan and understands that everything worked out only because she dragged her husband to where there was less smoke. Rescuers help the woman out of the ambulance, and she thanks Jan for his help. During the trip, the driver notices Jan's injured arm and asks what happened. Jan initially waves it off, but the driver realizes that Jan most likely has a broken bone. The driver is amazed that with such hands, Jan was able to carry his father and even perform surgery. The driver recalls that if the car had not gotten stuck in the hole, he would not have met Jan. He realizes that in this case he would not have saved his parents, and they could have died. The driver mentally considers Jan to be a righteous man sent from heaven. A young man is talking on the phone in a car and is asked where he is. An ambulance carrying an emergency patient from Songdo is escorted to a hospital across a street full of emergency vehicles. The guy says on the phone that he is going with the best driver he knows. A young man asks on the phone if there are any vacancies in the hospital and is told to hurry. The doctor at the hospital replies that they are in total chaos and that many patients are being admitted at the same time. A massive accident with a large number of wrecked cars and casualties is described. Industrial complexes were also reportedly damaged. Gas leaked after the earthquake and many people were poisoned. The hospital in Gyeongju is in an emergency situation, and there are many critical patients in the emergency room. The doctor asks to bring him some saline solution, and asks the patient to be patient for a little while. Another doctor says he will bring the solution and asks to wait. A health worker is surprised by the large number of unfamiliar staff in the hospital, and asks who they are. They explain to him that these are emergency doctors from local hospitals, and that the government has declared a state of emergency. Some doctors arrived by helicopter. The hero realizes that a state of emergency has been declared and is surprised to see it in reality. He notices an unfamiliar man and thinks that he has seen him somewhere before. Someone warns Hyun Jun to be careful because aftershocks are expected. One of the medics shouts for everyone to stop because there's going to be another shake. During an aftershock, staff protect patients in their beds. After the aftershocks, the main character asks if it's over. A woman runs into the room and calls for Mr. January. She reports that Dr. Song is urgently calling him to the operating room, and he, surprised, specifies the operating room. The surgeon is outraged that the operation is not finished. The bleeding in the liver continues, and asks where his colleagues are going. One of the doctors says he doesn't want to risk his life by being here, because no one knows when the next earthquake will happen. In the hallway, one of the doctors decides that there won't be any heavy bleeding and says that's it. Mr. Yang notices the doctors leaving and they turn to him. They tell him that they will explain everything, but first they advise him to go and change his clothes. Mr. Yang stands with a mysterious expression and glowing blue eyes. The doctors ask Sun what happened, and he admits that he can't concentrate on the operation. The staff discusses whether they can simply stitch the wound, but they realize the problem is more serious. One of the doctors is sure that if he just stitches it up, the patient will die, and calls Mr. January. Another doctor reminds that another earthquake could happen at any moment, and doubts the possibility of surviving in such a situation. The surgical staff says that the operating room is left only after the operation is completed and agrees with the opinion of the anesthesiologist. The head physician confidently decides that he can handle the situation. The patient shown is a 53-year-old man with a ruptured carotid artery and an interrupted operation during bleeding. Doctors say they need to stop the bleeding first and are planning to begin damage control surgery. One of the surgeons admits that this is too difficult for him. The doctor understands that this level of surgery is completely different and much more difficult than the previous ones. His colleague encourages him, but he insists that he should be the one to do this. He reflects that if they run away now, they will regret it for the rest of their lives. Another surgeon agrees and says he can't run away because it's their hospital. A colleague suggests that Mr. Yan start the operation, and he is surprised by this. The doctor admits that he doesn't understand what's going on, and says that Mr. Yang is clearly not an ordinary intern. The doctor muses that if Jan's skills are better than his, then it's impossible. But everything is heading that way. Anesthesiologists and nurses from other hospitals discuss how no one knows about Ian's intern status. The doctor admits his cowardice, but states that he relies on Ian's skills. Ian proposes to proceed with damage control surgery and sets the goal of finding the source of bleeding, achieving hemostasis, and controlling the infection. In his mind, the doctor asks Ronnie how things are going with his fracture and whether there will be any problems with the operation. The system diagnoses an incomplete fracture and limits movement to avoid straining the injured part. Ian asks Ronnie to support him because this is the DCS emergency protocol. Ian prepares for surgery. Holographic images appear around him and he tells him to begin. In another room, a doctor anxiously asks what is happening in the operating room. The female doctor is worried about Hyun Jun and mentally asks if he is okay. In the operating room, they demand to add more blood bags and monitor the pressure. They discuss the patient's temperature, which has dropped to 35.7 degrees. One of the surgeons does not understand the source of the bleeding and asks if Mr. Yang is coping. The system diagnoses a critical intraperitoneal contamination, and Ian decides to remove the fecal matter. Jan calms the team and says that he will solve everything now, but his vision changes. Jan asks for a colon suture and clamps. The team works in sync, pulling, holding, and cutting. Ian realizes where the damage was and scolds himself for not checking the area immediately. Everyone is amazed by his unique and fast sewing technique. Surgeons are amazed at the incredible speed, precision, and skill of the operation. Ian prepares for the next stage of the operation and asks to check for damage to the pancreas. Assistants clean the blood and determine where else damage may be present. Ian notices that the patient's liver continues to bleed. The holographic image reveals damage to the inferior vena cava. Jan realizes that access to the inferior vena cava is difficult and asks Ronnie about a possible solution. The system reports that a sternotomy approach is required, and the patient's survival is in question. Ronnie advises to act quickly and check the condition of all vital organs. Jan orders an incision to be made in the sternum and the inferior vena cava to be repaired, and also requests that the vein below the liver be blocked. The assistant, in shock, asks if he will now have to have breast surgery. The doctor wonders if he should do this and asks for a scalpel. He asks the nurses to move the patient a little lower and names the instruments: gauze, clamp. Jan reports that he is starting to stitch. The surgeon is amazed at what he just saw. He is surprised that Jan was able to find a wound in the inferior vena cava and begins to cut. They check with each other to make sure everything is okay, encouraging the team. Jan asks his colleagues if the others are okay and receives confirmation. Jan, with a serious look, suggests proceeding with the next operation. DCS surgery is completed. Biomarkers are within normal limits. The team thanks each other for their work and notes that this is the first time they have seen such a clear and well-coordinated operation. Jan smiles and says that everything worked out thanks to good assistance. One of the surgeons is amazed that the intern performed both a DCS and a sternotomy at the same time, and did not expect to see such work from a resident. Ian mentally thanks Ronnie for her help, and the system confirms that the operation went perfectly. Doctors discuss whether the patient will survive the surgery, and note that they have done everything possible. Jan says that now all that remains is to wait. The patient with a sutured abdominal wall was immediately transferred to intensive care. The next 24 hours will be decisive, and if the condition improves, he can be operated on again. The doctor meets the patient's relatives and asks if they are Go Tae-hyun's family. The wife worries about her husband's condition. Jan reports that the emergency operation was successful, and his wife asks again what primary means. Jan explains that the crisis has passed, but due to severe bleeding, the spleen had to be removed. The wife asks anxiously about the spleen, worrying whether her husband will be able to live without this organ. The doctor tells the family that this is not a final conclusion, but the patient now has a better chance than before the operation. He reports that there is another operation to be performed late this evening. The mother, in tears, begs Tae-hyun to save them. The doctor encourages the family, noting that the husband is very strong-willed and has endured the difficult operation well, and promises to do everything possible. Ian reflects that he will now not be able to trust a secondary operation to anyone else after DCS. In another thought, he remembers that he has an interview tomorrow. He decides that he will be able to pass the exam in his specialty next time, because the chance will definitely present itself again. The helipad sign says it is unavailable due to patient transfer, and one wonders why. The doctor irritably asks why he can't fly away on the same helicopter he arrived on, and they explain to him that in such a situation, it's impossible. They are further clarifying whether he was sent from Daejeon branch of Daehan University. Jan says that his interlocutor does not remember him, talks about a 50-year-old patient, and recalls seeing the doctor when leaving the operating room. One of the doctors asks irritably if Jan is stalking them. Jan reproaches the doctors for abandoning a patient right during an operation and asks if they are not ashamed to be doctors, citing the Hippocratic Oath with seriousness. John says that the health and lives of patients must come first. The doctor indignantly replies to Jan that he is still young and does not understand anything. One of the doctors calls the professor. The second tries to assure him that everything is okay. Dr. Song admits that he did indeed neglect his medical duty, but begins to make excuses. Sun reflects that he is also a human being and did not want to come, but was forced to by order due to the declared state of emergency. He shares the fear he felt during the earthquake, imagining that the building might collapse. Then he hopefully asks for understanding, because he was worried. If he survived, would he be able to return to his family? The doctor sadly says that he doesn't care if he is called a cowardly fugitive, because as a doctor, he will feel guilty all his life. He asks, as a human being, to just leave him alone. Ian reminds him that the patient they abandoned was also someone's family. A colleague informs that the patient is in intensive care with temporary closure of the abdominal wall. The doctors confirm that they have just completed the operation and decide to send the patient away immediately. The intercom announces that another patient will be brought in soon. The doctor urges the team to try again and gather their strength. Despite the fears, there were no new tremors, but the number of people in need of emergency operations did not decrease, and work continued until late at night. Soon, medical reinforcements were sent in and the situation gradually became more stable. Ian returns to his usual position as assistant, and the team that carried out 3 operations is disbanded. After completing the 6th operation, the doctor goes out into the fresh air and notes the coolness. He realizes that dawn has already come. Jan thanks Ronnie for helping with the fracture and is glad that the pain was not severe, and the system confirms his correct decision. Ronnie reports that he has data on the fracture, and Ian is surprised, asking what it is. Ronnie explains that he has received the key to strengthening the muscles that hold the fracture, and Ian, surprised, repeats, strengthening the muscles. The computer reports that it was looking for a way to increase strength without exercise, and that Yang's fracture helped increase understanding. Ronnie says there will be more opportunities in the future, and Ian notes that it has become colder. A man approaches Yang with a coffee cup and asks if he scared him, introducing himself as Professor Yu from Daehan University. The professor starts a conversation with Yang, reminds him of the mention of Dr. Chang and suggests doing without formalities, finding out that Yang arrived from headquarters. The professor asks how the internship is going, and Jan honestly answers that it is not very good. The professor asks if Jan has decided on a specialty, to which he replies that he has applied for general surgery, but is not sure about his choice. Yang admits that he won't go to the interview tomorrow and can't just return to Seoul right now. He says that he would rather stay here and save as many people as possible. The professor wonders what this is all about. Jan learns that the interview for the specialty has been postponed for 3 weeks and is surprised by this. He gets a notification on his phone and is convinced that the interview has indeed been rescheduled. And the professor says that heaven helps those who help others. Jan thanks the professor, admitting that he feels better. The professor notes that the trauma specialist is funded by the state. The professor asks John if he wants to become a traumatologist. Jan answers with a smile that he plans to complete a course in general surgery and switch to specializing in traumatology, to which the professor responds approvingly. The professor says that the country provides state support to applicants for a traumatologist course and to hospitals with trauma centers. He explains that after the earthquake, the government came under criticism for a shortage of trauma surgeons. The professor laments that hospitals are constantly short of specialists when critical patients are admitted, and public attention is only attracted temporarily, without fundamental changes. The doctor asks in surprise if the patient Go Tae-hyun is really being transferred to Seoul after the operation. They tell him that after an emergency operation, patients are always transferred to another hospital, because there is a shortage of qualified personnel. The doctor is outraged that he should have waited for the temperature and blood clotting to improve, and asks where exactly the patient is being transferred. They explain to him that Go Tae-hyun will be transported by helicopter to the trauma center at Daejeon University Hospital, and he agrees that this is a good option. The doctor notices his colleague and asks what's wrong. He replies that he is adding notes to the medical record before the patient is urgently transported to Seoul. The physician clarifies what notes are being referred to, and the colleague explains that additional notes about the DCS process will help the next team of specialists. The nurse asks Jan if he recently became a doctor, and he smiles and asks what the question is about. She notes that there are no doctors who are so attentive to everyone, and explains that at first everyone wants to devote themselves completely to their patients. But already in the first year of residency, she says, everyone begins to change. The nurse explains that the reason for the changes is the enormous load. Jan admits with surprise that he didn't know about this and begins to think. He sincerely says that he wants to do everything possible for his patients. Journalists and people gather in front of the hospital, which is the emergency medical center of Daehan University Hospital. The reporter reports that an emergency patient from Gyeongju was flown to a trauma center by helicopter, a transfer that once again raises questions about the shortage of trauma surgeons. It is noted that the surgeon who will operate on the patient is already known in the professional community as an active supporter of increasing the role of trauma centers. The young doctors discuss that this is the first time a patient has been transferred from Gyeongju to them, and that the operation will be closely monitored. But this is no cause for concern. Professor Seok Jin-woong from the Department of Traumatology says all patients are equal and urges everyone to focus on their work. The team of doctors confidently responds to the professor. The assistant brings the professor data from the hospital in Gyeongju, and he tells him to pass it on. The professor hands over the medical chart to his colleagues and is surprised by the large number of notes, wondering if they have ever encountered such a detailed chart when translating. He notes that even things that were not checked during the operation were recorded here. The professor reflects that the surgeon was unable to cure all the organs in one DCS operation, and there is a sense of regret in the notes. He looks at the card, noticing that the surgeon teaches general surgery at Daejeon branch of Daehan University. The professor says with inspiration that there is more than enough information, and now it is their turn to act. The team begins the operation, checking the medical record and verifying all the details of the intervention. The assistant, amazed, shows the boss the perfectly even and narrow stitches, marveling at the surgeon's skill. Two surgeons admire the professionalism and agree that it is a real masterpiece. One of the doctors notes that such even stitches are amazing, especially since they were made during a state of emergency, and admits that this is not a machine, but a person. Doctors say that the work on each organ was ideal, but the process itself reveals the hand of a not very experienced specialist. Despite this level of skill, one of the surgeons is curious to know who performed the operation. The second wonders if they want to poach this doctor. The first doctor decides that it is still worth finding out whether he can invite this specialist, and suggests trying. Professor Seok Jin-woong calls the university hospital and introduces himself as being from the trauma department. The conversation confirms that he is from the trauma center, and the professor reports on the successful operation of patient Go Tae-hyun, who was transferred from Gyeongju. On the other end, they clarify that they are talking about the patient Go Tae-heng, and agree that the medical record does indeed indicate an abdominal traumatologist. The doctor asks if his name was there, and says that he was going to read an article about the results of the operation. The professor thanks for the cooperation, says that he is glad to inform his colleagues first, and admits that the success was possible thanks to support. And the second doctor replies that it is an honor for him. The professor looks at the phone in bewilderment and thinks that this is definitely not the person he expected. He wonders if it wasn't Dr. Taejon who performed the surgery, then who the hell it was. The professor recalls that the medical record also indicated Professor Yu, a vascular surgeon. Professor Seok Jin-woong calls Professor Yu from the trauma department and asks if he is currently in Gyeongju. He asks if they had a patient with carotid artery surgery, and asks about an abdominal surgeon. At this time, Jan calms the child down at the appointment and asks him to be patient before the procedure. Jan, smiling, convinces the boy that everything will be fine and asks him to try. The boy is surprised that it really doesn't hurt and is happy with the treatment. Women discuss how the doctor manages to get along with children and call him a magician. John reflects with a smile that there is a saying about the indistinguishability of advanced science and magic, and he himself is surprised by his result. Ian marvels at Ronnie's ability to adjust the tone of his voice to instill a sense of safety, and Ronnie says that he simply brings out the inherent abilities in people. A colleague, Dr. Song, approaches Jan and asks to talk. A colleague asks another doctor if Professor Yu is specifically interested in a DCS surgeon. The doctor says Professor Yu asked if he had performed abdominal trauma surgery himself. Dr. Song explains that everyone knows about the doctor who escaped from Daejeon Hospital, but he couldn't tell that the surgery was performed by an intern, Dr. Yang. Yang speculates that Professor Yu might have guessed who performed the surgery without knowing it directly, and wonders why he asked. One of the doctors asks Chief Sok if he had lunch, to which he replies that he was busy with surgeries. The colleague agrees, offering to go and talk anyway, but suddenly starts talking about Professor Yu. Chief Sok reacts in surprise, and realizes that he was simply ignored. The doctor is amazed. It turns out that the doctor actually left the operating room right in the middle of the operation. The man asks in surprise who finished, then says he'll contact him later. Two doctors discuss Professor Yu Cheol-hyun, who was transferred to the Gyeongju branch. One of the doctors asks why the surgical team hasn't hired medical staff for Gyeongju. Another replies that they don't have a shortage of staff. The man clarifies why the situation is critical and transferring the patient does not matter, while the other says that the patients should have been helped anyway. When the two exit the elevator, the man is surprised and suspects that his colleague does not understand traumatology. A doctor with glasses in an elevator asks if media coverage is simply needed and advises a personal visit. The man is called the chief of surgery, and the interlocutor is surprised. The man, in a rage, silently vows to one day wring his rival's neck. The woman at the reception reacts with surprise to the news of the Gyeongju branch. The teacher or doctor apologizes on the phone, noting that it is very sudden. The man asks in surprise who finished, then says he'll contact him later. Two doctors discuss Professor Yoo Cheol-hyun, who was transferred to the Gyeongju branch. One of the doctors asks why the surgical team hasn't hired medical staff for Gyeongju. Another replies that they don't have a shortage of staff. The man clarifies why the situation is critical and transferring the patient does not matter, while the other says that the patients should have been helped anyway. When the two exit the elevator, the man is surprised and suspects that his colleague does not understand traumatology. A doctor with glasses in an elevator asks if media coverage is simply needed and advises a personal visit. The man is called the chief of surgery, and the interlocutor is surprised. The man, in a rage, silently vows to one day wring his rival's neck. The woman at the reception reacts with surprise to the news of the Gyeongju branch. The teacher or doctor apologizes on the phone, noting that it is very sudden. Dr. Song admits that he is not capable of this and doubts himself. He asks Dr. Yang to teach him a little, bowing before him. Dr. Yang asks with a smile what he can teach the resident. Dr. Sun says with despair that this is not a joke. Dr. Yan discusses what a specialist doctor should do after a hospital closes and what to do with his family, since he cannot open a new hospital. He admits that he has effectively given up on remaining a surgeon. Dr. Song is excited to say that he might be able to stay on at the university hospital, and admits that he doesn't want to miss out on the chance. He asks for help from Dr. Yan, clinging to him. Jan recalls the familiar despair and how there were always people who helped. He thinks that if it weren't for the help of others, he himself would not have come this far. Dr. Yang says he can't teach Dr. Sun. He adds that they can study together. Dr. Song happily thanks Dr. Yang, but decides to refrain from hugging. On the way to Seoul for the exam in their specialty, the heroes ride together on a bus. Dr. Song accompanies Dr. Yang to his interview to become a trauma surgeon, and looks very tired. Ian reflects on the difficulty of studying every night with a large patient load, and admits that fatigue builds up. There is a sudden collision on the bus and the hero screams. Both heroes sit down in their seats, and Dr. Song clutches his head, while Yang is surprised by what happened. The bus is stopped on the road, and the inspector tells the driver to go around the obstacle. 3 weeks after the earthquake, the bus is on a detour under the supervision of workers and police. As the city of Gyeongju quickly rebuilds its streets, Song Wong's father, who was in a fire, is discharged from the hospital. The head nurse tells the doctor that Go Bok-soon's grandmother is also doing well. The main character on the bus remembers how eventful those weeks were. In the morning, there is a test on translating an English article. The teacher announces that it is time to hand in assignments and everyone leaves. The hero leaves the exam and thinks that he did quite well. He unexpectedly meets an acquaintance. The other guy smiles and recognizes him, Yoon Sung Lee. They walk down the hallway together, discussing that they both came for an interview for general surgery. The hero is surprised and asks himself whether general surgery is really planned. One of the friends wonders why he needs to take the general surgery exam if he has already applied for plastic surgery. The other confirms that he mentioned it. Another suggests that the reason for the move was high competition, but receives a negative answer. He explains that he came to this decision after much thought, and his friend laughs and says that he was just joking. The internal monologue confirms that the friend was indeed thoughtful, and the choice of general surgery seems safe. The girl in the suit asks them to be quiet because she can't concentrate. Her friends call her a bad girl and apologize for the inconvenience. They are called in for an interview along with other candidates. The meeting begins. The committee welcomes the candidates and prepares for questions. The girl is asked to read the first sheet on the table. Candidates study a medical case and read details from a sheet of paper in preparation for the discussion. The examiner calls Mr. Han Ki-won, who responds excitedly. He is asked about the most likely diagnosis for the patient. The girl with red glasses says it looks like gallstones. The doctor clarifies whether cholecystitis is meant. Han Ki-won quickly agrees, confirming that yes, that is exactly what he meant. The examiner asks Song Song-hui if she agrees with this opinion. Song Song-hui confidently replies that he thinks it looks like diverticulitis. The teacher says that with gallbladder disease, the pain should be localized in the right upper side, and not cholecystitis. Song Song-hui is asked whether it is complicated diverticulitis or uncomplicated diverticulitis, and she begins to explain. Song Song-hui replies that it is a complicated case, explaining the high white blood cell count, and the examiner confirms, good. The examiner asks what tests are needed to confirm the diagnosis, and the candidate hesitantly answers that it is a CT scan, after which she is asked again what exactly the CT scan will confirm. The girl begins to get confused in her answers. The examiner turns to Jang Hyun Jun, but she insists that she is ready to answer, surprised by the speed of the questions. The examiner says that he has heard enough from Miss and switches to others. The examiner then asks Jang Hyun Jun if he has any comments on these answers, and he replies that he does. The girl cautiously invites John to speak out, mentally challenging him to prove his knowledge. Yang confirms that, as Ms. Song Song-hui said, it is most likely diverticulitis. He clarifies that the symptoms indicate recurrent diverticulitis of the sigmoid colon, which surprises the girl. When asked what led him to such conclusions, he answers that it was pain in the lower left quadrant of the abdomen and symptoms of fever. He adds that there are no signs of systemic peritonitis, but should note fever, leukocytosis, tachycardia, and that the disease can be considered recurrent after a course of antibiotics. When asked what tests are needed to confirm the diagnosis and why, Jan says that CT is used to evaluate complications of diverticulitis, especially abscess. A girl with red glasses reads a complex professional text in shock and mentally resents who is in front of her. She is in despair, and the interlocutor confidently answers the question, and she does not understand what her mistake is. The friend is devastated to learn that the professor at the exam is Young Jae Won and clutches his head. One student explains to another that the examiner is known as an inductive questioner, who asks endless clarifying questions. The main character advises not to panic, promising that everything will be fine because he does not ask questions without answers. Yoon Sung waves to his friend and wishes him luck in his interview. The protagonist thinks with interest about how Hyun Won-gyu's interview is going. The professor greets his interlocutor and invites him to enter the office. Dr. Song Won-gyu timidly confirms his identity to the professor. The professor asks if he can operate on such nerves, and Song Won-gyu replies that he can handle it. A young doctor in the operating room asks in surprise if he really needs to act right now. An experienced surgeon explains that the patient does not have a fracture, but a rupture of the abdominal cavity by a blunt object, giving clear instructions. Showcasing the best assistance and impeccable equipment, working with a reputation for professionalism. The operations team works in a coordinated manner, emphasizing that this is their teamwork. The protagonist realizes that this feeling is different from the experience of being an assistant in Young Jun's operation. The surgeon turns to Dr. Sun, who responds. The senior doctor, with a stern look, tells him to finish the operation. Feeling relieved, Dr. Song thinks that everything ended well, without any mistakes, thanks to Jun Jun's help. Dr. Song thanks his colleague for his support in the operating room, and in response hears that it was also a good experience. The senior doctor starts talking about the operation at the Gyeongju hospital, hinting at a serious conversation. The senior doctor asks Song Won-gyu if he really performed that very operation. Song Won-gyu is surprised and begins to doubt, because it seems like he didn't make any mistakes during the operation. The senior doctor says he understood everything as soon as he saw the surgical wound. He notes that Song Won-gyu's method and style are different from what he has seen before, but admits that it was not bad. The senior doctor assures that he is not going to scold him. He explains that the scene was done with unusual precision and without errors that time, and wants to know who did it. Thinking, he excludes all professors and residents, leaving only one version. The senior doctor says that in this case there is only one person left. He states that an intern was involved in that operation, and Song Won-gyu becomes tense. Meanwhile, another young doctor believes that the nuances of style do not matter, and decides to somehow compensate for his failure at the interview. A woman in a business suit asks if the man is an intern at Daehan University Hospital. The guy replies that yes, but she clarifies that she is not talking to him. The woman indicates that she is interested in the person behind her, and the protagonist recognizes her as a participant in the case interview. Jang Hyun Jun introduces himself to Dr. Song, and she replies that she remembers him. Jang Hyun Jun modestly explains that he simply knew the answers to the interview and was lucky. The woman objects that this is not modesty, but deception, and Yan feels open hostility from her. He asks her to tell him honestly how she learned all the tasks for the interview. A friend intervenes and says that the question is too rude for a first meeting. The woman asks if he is the intern Jang Hyun Jun. Jang Hyun Jun confirms her identity and wonders to herself if she could be the professor. The senior doctor puts his hand on Jang Hyun Jun's shoulder and speaks clearly. Candidates are called for consideration, and their documents are reviewed before a committee. The vice principal meets Jang Hyun Jun and asks in surprise if they have come again. Jang Hyun Jun recognizes Deputy Director Pai and answers shyly. The meeting discusses intern Jang Hyun Jun's grades, with surprise at the range of C's to A's on the tests. One of the doctors asks if this is the man who distinguished himself earlier. Jang Hyun Jun's friend reflects that he had a lot of problems in the past and worries about him. The commission members announce that the interview will be fair, although in fact, this is a lie. Jang Hyun Jun can tell from the doctor's look that he intends to kill him. He prepares with determination, knowing that it won't be easy, but he will give it his all. A man suddenly enters the room and apologizes for interrupting. The interview participants turn to look at the person who entered, and someone asks if the interview is in progress. The senior doctor asks the guest why he came, and the protagonist recognizes him. One of the doctors asks if he received the official notification by email, and notes to himself that he has not participated before. The doctor notes with a smile that the year will be interesting. A female intern receives praise for her good grades and says she tried very hard. One of the committee members notes that she has a well-organized speech and self-confidence. She is a worthy candidate. The senior doctor announces that he has a question for Dr. Jang Hyun Jun. He asks how many months ago he treated a patient with a thrombolytic drug without permission, and is interested in what to do next in the event of an emergency. The doctor asks if it is difficult to answer such an extreme hypothetical question. An inner voice warns Hyun Jun that if he answers honestly, he will be penalized, and his grade will be lowered. But he decides to go his own way. The girl thinks to herself that he should just answer the way the boss expects. Hyun Jun internally argues that it is not a question of compromising values. He says loudly that one cannot compromise at the cost of the patient's life, and if necessary, he will make an independent decision. The examiner clarifies whether he understood correctly that Hyun Jun will make the choice himself. Hyun Jun firmly confirms that he will figure it out himself. The senior doctor mentally notes that he likes this kind of straightforwardness. The examiner says that Hyun Jun will be responsible for his answer. The doctor in the office announces that it looks like someone has already chosen this candidate. The commission is about to sum up its results, but one of the doctors asks to wait another minute. One of the doctors says that Jang Hyun Jun is not on the list, although he is sure that he was in the top 10 based on the test results. Another doctor asks why his colleague is trying to stand up for Jan, to which he replies that he withdrew his candidacy because of his interview response. One of the doctors claims that Dr. Yang responded like a real doctor. The doctor in the chair objects, believing that such an approach is not appropriate for a hospital of such a high standard. A colleague says that if this answer is the only reason for dropping out, then it is difficult for him to understand. He has support. General surgery is different from emergency medicine, and Ian will have to make a lot of independent decisions. The boss agrees to follow the proposed scenario. One of the council members proposes a vote to remove Jang Hyun Jun. They decide to have a fair vote, and the doctor mentally notes that the majority is still on his side. The artificial intelligence observes this process, noting that Hyun Jun's behavior remains mysterious to it. Jang Hyun Jun reflects on how he knew the expected answer in the interview, but didn't say it. He accepts the idea that he might not be able to become a specialist at Daehan University Hospital and thinks about it. He is convinced that he will sleep soundly if patients always come first, and he cannot be a doctor who turns his back on patients. He admits internally that he would be glad to stay, but the girl calls out to him. A girl appears in front of him and looks at him in surprise. She calls his name with joy and excitement and hugs him. The girl, in tears, reproaches him for not calling during all the commotion with the earthquake. She admits that she was waiting the whole time, and the protagonist notes that she was indeed worried. Jang Hyun Jun mentally notices that she cries every time because of him, and regrets that he didn't tell her sooner. The girl angrily reminds him that he could have at least responded to the text message, and he guiltily agrees. The girl says that if he is really guilty, let him treat her. The guy suggests having dinner together today, and the girl replies that she is not sure and asks to look at the schedule. A young man approaches them and asks sharply if now is the time for such conversations. The guy with glasses aggressively grabs Jang Hyun Jun by the collar and calls him an idiot, while the girl, in shock, asks him to explain what's going on. The guy with glasses shouts that Jang Hyun Jun failed the interview and exam with such a score. The girl demands an explanation, because the announcement of the admission should be in 3 days. The guy with glasses claims that he heard information about the failure at a meeting of professors. The background of the stairs suggests that Jang Hyun Jun was not on the list of those admitted and was not officially accepted. Later, the girl admires the delicious food they cook together. Jang Hyun Jun jokes that he promised to treat her to something delicious, but wonders why she chose chicken wings. The girl demands that the guy apologize for insulting the chicken wings, and he justifies himself by saying that he treated her and that they were delicious. The guy explains that if you eat fast food every day, you want something that takes longer than 5 minutes to prepare. The girl complains that because of their specialty, they don't even have time to eat properly. The girl suddenly apologizes for her tactlessness and realizes that she said too much. At the table, the girl asks what exactly the guy meant, and he remembers that the exam grades are supposed to come in today. She sadly wonders what he will do if Gen-suk does what he promised. The guy thinks he's confused, but he doesn't want to worry Sun-ye about it. He notices that Gen-suk is not one to talk nonsense and reveals that he is looking for a hospital to continue his work. The girl hopes that everything has not been decided yet, but the atmosphere is becoming tense. The guy answers the phone and says that he is currently doing an internship at the Gyeongju branch, clarifying the details of the conversation about a possible job at a hospital in Seoul. Jang Hyun Jun asks in surprise on the phone if the disciplinary investigation has really ended, and Sun-ye clarifies that the call is from the vice principal's office. Sun-ye repeats that he is being asked to come to Seoul the day after tomorrow, and he cannot believe it. Jang Hyun Jun agrees over the phone and says that he understands everything. He apologizes to Sun-ye for being distracted by the call, and she looks at him with worry. The girl asks if this is his exam number on the results list. She happily and tearfully tells him that he sort of passed. The man confirms over the phone that he has conveyed Jang Hyun Jun's appointment to Yeonjung Hospital, and asks if everything is ready for the entry. The boss is told that the candidate has been advised to refrain from speaking to the press, and he praises the good work. A man in the office suddenly hears a scream and a call for help. Someone is hurt. The man looks at the screen, recognizes the name Jang Hyun Jun, and realizes that someone is calling for rescue. The hero, judging by the internet video and internal monologue, is sent to reconsider his actions and is determined to pass the test. The man is stressed out as he thinks about how the situation isn't getting any better and how much of a fuss it would be if he dumped Jang Hyun Jun now. He decides that until the interest in Jang Hyun Jun dies down, he needs to hold on to him and then get rid of him. The man vows that when the time comes, he will make sure that Jang Hyun Jun is left completely alone. The young man with the suitcase is sad because he is sorry to leave his room. On the stairs, the man clarifies that Yeoncheon Hospital is in Seoul and expresses surprise at the hero's imminent departure. The hero apologizes for his sudden decision, and the second interlocutor says that he is simply sad. The man tells the hero that he is a benefactor to his family and should not leave without a celebration, to which he responds with a smile. At sunset, the hero says goodbye to the owner of the house at the gate, remembering how much has happened here. The hero, leaving against the backdrop of the setting sun, is glad that most of the memories from the past are good. Yang Jun receives gratitude for a job well done during the meal. A colleague reports that Wang Yu was admitted to the trauma department and notes that he would not have coped without Yang Jun's help. At the table, they discuss that director Seok personally decided to hire Wang Yu, and the heroes agree to meet in Seoul. Suddenly, a third man appears with a package and asks why they only communicate with the main branch. A man with a bag approaches Dr. Hyun, saying that he found it on a tip from the head nurse. Dr. Hyun asks in confusion why they brought alcohol and jokes about a bribe. The man admits that he would like to work at the main branch and receives a sharp refusal not to ask for Hyun Jun. The man justifies himself by saying that he was just joking, but his interlocutors object that it doesn't sound like a joke at all. The man explains that he brought a set of 2 bottles, one in honor of Mr. Sun's return to his hometown. He expresses his gratitude to the intern, that is Dr. Yan, for his hard work. 3 friends gather around the table, remembering past difficulties and expressing gratitude to the doctor. The man in the black jacket says he worked hard and calls for a glass. One of the characters recalls thinking that Dr. Hyun hated him, but is convinced that truth always wins. The young man is happy that he was recognized and thinks that he needs to prove himself in the main branch as well. The guy asks in surprise what is happening. A serious man announces that Dr. Yang is now prohibited from entering the operating room. His remaining months of internship are spent at Yeonjung Hospital, as he left Gyeongju early. The work was not much different from before, but due to the large number of patients, it was necessary to work without breaks. He finally becomes a specialist and completes his internship at Yeonjung Hospital. Lying in the room, the hero reflects on how quickly time has flown by, including because he has become a celebrity. The main character is a little embarrassed by the sudden fame he has acquired. He watches the video and guesses that the video was filmed exactly then. In the hospital, the hero says that he was recognized so often that it was hard to work. Cube reports that it was most likely thanks to this video that he passed the main exam. The hero reacts to the Cube's words with surprise, and learns that the call from the vice president's office coincided with the excitement surrounding the video. The hero guesses that the advice not to communicate with the press was connected with the fear of attracting unnecessary attention. If Ronnie's reasoning is correct, that's why he was sent to another hospital. The hero reflects that perhaps he did not pass the selection in the first place, and the result was the opposite of what he expected. He wonders thoughtfully what Vice President Pyo is thinking about. The hero's first day of work in his specialty at the university hospital begins. The hero is asked to remain on duty for another 100 days, which surprises him. The boss notices that he doesn't seem to understand the situation, and the hero thinks that the punishment should have ended by now. The manager confirms the end of the punishment, but is distracted by an emergency patient and reports the diagnosis. The hero must guess from the video what kind of incident this is, and immediately recognizes a familiar situation. In the video, eyewitnesses discuss the critical condition of the wounded man. The hero recalls the moment when the patient's airways were damaged and he decided to perform a tracheotomy. He realizes that it was an emergency operation that he performed in Gyeongju. The boss asks if he did everything himself and why he made such a decision. The hero reflects that the patient would have died without his help, and believes that he must bear responsibility for his actions. He agrees to be on duty for 100 days, and the boss adds that there is something else important. The protagonist is informed that he is prohibited from entering the operating room for 100 days, which causes him indignation. The boss asks ironically about the disagreement, and notes that he thought of the hero as a person with strong convictions. The hero is forced to admit that responsibility now seems inevitable. He asks to at least be allowed to enter the operating room for urgent operations, to which the chief asks about such cases. The boss is surprised to himself that the hero cannot give up operations, and notes his obsession with the profession. The supervisor makes an exception. Permission is possible only with the consent of the responsible professor. The hero repeats to himself that he has received the right to urgent operations to exclude. The boss thinks that someone as stubborn as Jang Hyun Jun will hardly be satisfied with this, and wants to see how long he can last. The protagonist is given a patient's file for colon cancer. The hero voices the patient's test results, reporting the normal leukocyte count, hemoglobin, and other details. The doctor reports that the patient's electrolyte levels and liver function tests are normal. He is abruptly interrupted, handed a piece of paper, and required to urgently find the materials and bring them. The doctor warns that there will be a meeting tomorrow morning and that he cannot miss a single one, but he himself rushes to the operation. The hero is surprised that he was assigned to look for materials for someone's personal reports. The boss yells at the hero not to stand still but to move faster, and he quickly agrees. The hero feels a strange hostility from the entire staff. He carries a large stack of books, thinking that even Yeongjong was better and it's very stuffy here. He is recognized and greeted as Dr. Jang Hyun Jun, and it turns out that he is Dr. Kim Byung-seok, a second-year residency student. A colleague asks with interest whether he is going to study this entire stack of books. Another doctor asks if the books are meant for Dr. Hwang Yu-sun. A fellow doctor asks if everything is okay, noting that there are many different rumors circulating about the hero. He adds that unpleasant rumors are circulating not only about someone else, but also about the main character himself. Another doctor notes that many people are unhappy with the hero's fame and have even filed complaints with their superiors. The colleague says that he doesn't think it's all that terrible, but he has doubts and is thinking about it. The doctor wishes the protagonist good luck, and he wonders what rumors are being spread about him. A group of doctors discuss a new patient with colon cancer who was admitted today. It turns out that the patient had a colon polyp removed using an endoscopy 7 years ago, and is asked if he has had any tests since then. The head of the department is asked about the results from the laboratory, but the assistant replies that he has just been in the operating room. One of the doctors says that the attending physician, Jang Hyun Jun, should know the results, and notes that this was already discussed at the briefing. The head doctor remembers the name Jang Hyun Jun and, looking at him in surprise, asks who he is. The doctor with round glasses explains with a satisfied look that he loaded the main character with work all day, so that he would not have time to prepare. The hero is mentally advised to be ashamed. The hero says that everything is ready, and the other doctor notes that he has figured it out well. The surprised doctor does not understand how the hero managed to prepare, because he did not have time for this. Doctors ask Hwang to choose a treatment method based on the location of the tumor, and he is unprepared to answer. The manager reminds him that this is a topic for tomorrow's presentation, and he makes the excuse that he is busy with the operation. The senior doctor sternly notes that if he does everything alone, he won't last even a year. The leader orders him to complete the treatment this time, and the hero thanks him for the instruction. A colleague reminds Hwang that he better prepare thoroughly for tomorrow's presentation. The main character resolutely promises to be ready, and the second doctor remembers that there really is a presentation tomorrow. The hero thinks that he would not like to get into trouble. The professor asks if he has finished his daily rounds, and the hero replies that the last patient is coming. After the rounds, the doctor announces that there is another operation planned for the evening. The professor is informed that one patient urgently requires surgery, and he clarifies the details. The patient is reported to have intestinal obstruction and colon perforation, although no one wants to undertake this operation. The professor assigns the hero and Dr. Hwang to be responsible for preparing for the operation, which annoys the latter. The hero enthusiastically declares that he also wants to take part in the operation. A colleague stops him, reminding him of the current ban and instructions from the vice president. The professor clarifies that the hero is the same first-year student that the vice president was talking about, and apologizes that his participation is difficult. The hero actively insists that he is allowed to participate in urgent operations, and asks to be allowed to participate. The professor allows the hero to follow him, and he happily agrees. The hero thanks the professor for the opportunity and bows deeply. One of the doctors in the operating room suffers from an unpleasant smell and regrets being there. The doctor is tasked with removing the leaked feces, and he reluctantly takes on the task, remembering how much Hyun Jun was eager to get here. The colleague wonders how Jang Hyun Jun is feeling now, thinking that he must regret his enthusiasm. Everyone is surprised by his calmness during the operation. The senior doctor indicates the place for washing. Everyone strictly follows the instructions. The hero checks the site of the perforation of the colon and finds that it is thinned through and through. He notices that everything is leaking out through this thinned area, and there are probably many more perforations. Another doctor asks if the perforations are still visible, but his colleague is at a loss and cannot answer right away. There is a scream in the operating room, and the doctor calls for Hwang Gyu-sun, who is clearly confused. A senior surgeon is outraged that a colon and rectal surgeon is afraid of feces. A rebuke follows that it might be embarrassing to be a third-year student, and Hwang Gyu-sun apologizes. The surgeon demands not to apologize, but to look for holes, to which he is hastily assured that they will find them now. One of the surgeons says that he seems to have found a place and turns to the professor. The surgeon confirms the perforation and asks if the site has been found. The next doctor checks whether the place has really been found and receives confirmation. The perforation site should be commended for being found quickly. The operation is shown. Excision of the affected area is complete. The senior surgeon says that he is now going to perform an anastomosis, and on command, Dr. Hwang responds. The senior surgeon assigns one of the doctors to perform the stoma, and Chan will assist. It is specified that the command for the operation to form a stoma comes from the right. The doctor begins performing the operation, preparing for the next stage. The assistant wonders if the lead surgeon has forgotten what to do next. The primary doctor asks for a stoma rod. The assistant quickly hands over the required tool, which causes surprise and gratitude, and he is asked to follow and learn. The doctor, in tension, guesses that perhaps this is a coincidence, and begins the next step. The surgeon asks for a scalpel, and the assistant carefully hands it over at the right moment. The surgeon calls the needle the next instrument, and the assistant immediately hands it over again. Finally, the surgeon thinks about the next step, and the assistant voices his thought and hands over the stoma bag. The doctor is confused and wonders who this man is, and thinks that he didn't even have time to say anything. The assistant reports that everything is ready, and Dr. Hwang confirms with some embarrassment. After the operation, the professor praises the well-done stoma, and the heroes promise to do the same well in the evening. The professor clarifies that the words of praise are addressed to Dr. Yang, and he is surprised. The professor notes that Jan has a keen eye and quick reactions, inviting him to assist at the operation in the evening. Dr. Hwang asks sheepishly what will happen to him, and the professor advises him to focus on preparing for tomorrow's presentation. Jan thanks the professor, hoping that with such successes the ban on operations will soon be lifted. Professor Hong enters the vice president's office and says hello. The vice president asks what Professor Hong has come for, and he replies that it is a special matter. The vice president checks to see if there really is a doctor named Jang Hyun Jun in the general surgery department and receives confirmation. The professor explains that he knows that the hero is prohibited from entering the operating room, but his skills are worthy of attention. The vice president listens with displeasure, and the professor asks to be allowed to look after the hero and allow him to perform operations. Professor Hong Sung-pyo waits for an answer and turns to the supervisor. The vice president angrily asks if the professor is joking about his words. The main character is happy that he was able to get into the operating room and feels like a real specialist. Colleagues notice the professor's absence and assume that he is busy preparing for a presentation. One of the doctors tells the professor to come immediately, reminding him that they were going to take Dr. Yan instead. The protagonist hears that today they will stick to the original lineup and is about to leave. The professor promises that if the chance arises, they will operate together another time. Time passes. New chances to get into the operating room no longer present themselves, and the hero practices only virtually. The simulation is rated as perfect, and the virtual queue prepares the next patient for Hyun Jun. Hyun Jun replies that he doesn't want to continue any longer and asks Ronnie to stop. The cube ends the simulation and Hyun Jun sighs tiredly. Ronnie is surprised by Hyun Jun's sadness since the surgery went perfectly, but he explains that it was just virtual practice and not a real experience. Hyun Jun muses that Daehan University Hospital is considered the best precisely because of its great doctors. He notes that people come here to learn technology and recalls that his 100-year watch will soon end. Hyun Jun wonders if there is any point in continuing to work here if the situation doesn't change. Dr. Kim Byung-suk comes over and asks how he's holding up. Kim Byung-suk says he doesn't know what Hyun Jun is thinking, but Professor Hong Sung-pyo really did his best. Hyun Jun is surprised and asks him again what he means. Byung-seok explains that Professor Hong tried to convince the vice president to let the hero into the operating room that day, but was unable to do so. The protagonist is surprised that Hong tried so hard for him, and Byung-seok confirms that the professor thinks well of him. Byung-seok notes that the hero, as a specialist, challenges the real world without fear, so he supports him. On the other hand, Byung-seok says that being frank is not easy, and will not be easy in the future either. The hero asks what he can do in such a situation, to which Byung-seok replies that the solution is simple. Byung-seok states that despite their small numbers, they will confront the vice president and push the cart even if it does not move. He advises to become a famous person with the right of immunity. The hero reflects on what it means to be famous and thinks about what a doctor needs to do to become famous. The cube suggests that the most famous one in the hospital is Seok Jin-woong, and the hero remembers that this is true. The hero recalls that he did not immediately recognize this man when they met, but he had heard his name back in school. One of the founders of the emergency center at Daehan University Hospital turned down offers from the most famous hospitals despite being a top-notch surgeon. 21 children died in a terrible collapse of an orphanage. The miracle twins who survived the tragedy and the leading surgeon, Professor Seok Jin-woong, have found themselves in the spotlight of the media. The surgeon's professionalism and skill made him famous thanks to the operation to save twins. The protagonist reasons that the essence of mastery is in the cycle between operation, mastery, and fame, and feels that everything comes full circle. In the corridor, the hero meets intern Kim Jin-young, who asks if he is going to the emergency room. The hero confirms and asks what happened. The intern explains that one patient has severe abdominal pain and was previously diagnosed with dysmenorrhea. The patient loudly states that she does not have dysmenorrhea and denies the diagnosis. The intern says that the surgeon sent the patient to the obstetrics and gynecology department, and the hero greets the doctor. The intern points out that the patient denies menstrual pain, but she is confident that she can tell the difference based on her age. Doctors clarify the test results, find that the hematocrit in the blood is 25% and other indicators are normal. The hero thinks that this indicator is too low for menstruation, and the patient complains that the drugs do not help. The doctor apologizes and tells the patient that he needs to palpate the abdomen. The protagonist begins to palpate the patient's abdomen, concentrating on her symptoms. He asks if it hurts there, and she replies that yes, it does hurt there. The hero notes that the problem is in the upper right quadrant of the abdomen and believes that the situation is serious. The doctor asks if the patient is taking any other medications, and she answers with confusion that she is not. The hero thinks to himself that her reaction confirms his guess if he is right. The intern is surprised that both the surgeon and the gynecologist diagnosed dysmenorrhea and wonders if they could both be wrong, while the protagonist thoughtfully calls for Dr. Kim. Dr. Kim is instructed to order a CT scan in the radiology department, is surprised because other doctors have diagnosed dysmenorrhea, and is called away. The protagonist asks to urgently call those who diagnosed this patient, and the intern agrees. The intern, confused, confirms that he has understood the task and leaves to carry out the assignment. The hero notes to himself that this patient definitely does not have dysmenorrhea. First-year residents of surgery and gynecology come into the ward, insisting that the diagnosis has already been made, but the hero begins to explain the situation. He checks with his colleagues to see if they have asked the patient about taking birth control pills and learns that she had taken them before. The gynecologist accuses the patient of lying. The patient justifies herself by saying that she was embarrassed because the doctor was a man. The gynecologist is indignant that she was called for such a question, but the hero explains that this is not the only reason. The hero asks the gynecologist whether a palpation of the abdomen was performed, and she asks again in surprise. The gynecologist summarizes the test results and guesses, but admits that palpation could reveal uneven tension in the lower abdomen. Several doctors discuss a patient's condition with her as she sits in a hospital bed. A doctor asks about menstrual pain, and another doctor suggests the presence of uterine fibroids. The female doctor hurries off to the lab to clarify the results, while the patient remains on the couch. A young doctor reflects on his colleague's casual approach to examinations. Another doctor is unhappy with the number of problems in gynecology. The young doctor is sure that he needs to check the CT scan and wait for the results. Doctors are discussing whether Dr. Lee Gun-suk may have made a mistake with his prescription. The senior doctor asks to do everything according to the instructions and calls Lee Gun-suk. One doctor calls on the phone, and the second doctor orders to go into the CT room immediately. A young doctor calls Dr. Lee Gun-suk about a patient who has been diagnosed with dysmenorrhea, and the latter is surprised that he is calling directly. A doctor tells a colleague over the phone that a patient appears to have a liver tumor. Behind the glass, doctors discuss with surprise that the patient actually has a liver tumor. The senior doctor reproaches the younger one for jumping to conclusions without CT results, and mentions the use of oral contraceptives. The young doctor suggests that the patient has a liver adenoma caused by hemorrhage, and someone mentally notes that this is in contrast to Lee Kyung-seok's diagnosis. The senior doctor addresses a colleague by name and notes that it is more likely to be FNH than liver adenoma. He explains that specialists must respond to emergency illnesses, but FNH is not considered an emergency. The young doctor insists that with a liver tumor there is always a risk of rupture. The senior doctor agrees that with such dynamics, bleeding into the abdominal cavity is likely, and acknowledges the emergency situation. The irritated doctor asks why the young man is so confident in his diagnosis, and reproaches him for his self-confidence. The senior doctor gets angry and accuses the younger one of being impudent, believing that he has become self-important because of the discussions on the internet. The doctors look at the monitor, and one of them notices bleeding in the abdominal cavity. The senior doctor asks if there are any scars in the center and receives the answer that there are no scars visible. He doesn't believe the results and asks if it's possible to do a CT scan with contrast. On CT, doctors see that contrast enhancement occurs from the periphery, while others note that with FNG the enhancement would be uniform. The doctor admits with surprise that it cannot be a liver adenoma, but another confirms that it is definitely a liver adenoma. The senior doctor wonders why his young colleague is so lucky. The young doctor turns to Lee Kyung-suk in his mind, wondering about his opinion. He thinks he has an advantage because of Ronnie and considers it unfair competition. The young doctor explains his confidence by the fact that he personally examined the patient. The senior doctor asks what this diagnosis was based on. The young doctor is indignant. You didn't even go to see her. What right do you have to blame everything on luck? Another doctor admits with dismay that he should have studied everything carefully and conveyed the information correctly. One of the doctors turns in confusion to his departing colleague, who leaves the room. In his thoughts, the hero notes the name Jang Hyun Jun and decides to defeat him at any cost. The professor shows the main character's mother an MRI scan taken a year apart and talks about the enormous improvements. The hero thanks the professor, and he replies that he himself should thank him for his help. The protagonist modestly says that he simply shared his opinion, and the professor notes that without him, the research would have stalled. The professor mentions that their dissertation was featured on the cover of Nature magazine, and the hero is surprised. The hero, amazed, asks if they are talking about that very best magazine, and the professor confirms. The hero imagines a magazine cover and is told that he too has been honored, and he asks again in surprise. The protagonist holds the professor's hand and remembers that this article is about mesenchymal stem cell treatment. The professor happily informs the hero that he is a co-author. Jang Jun, leaving the building, is surprised that his name actually appeared in Nature magazine and receives congratulations. He reflects that the idea for the article came from Ronnie's assistant and mentally thanks him. An employee approaches the hero and tells him that Deputy Director Pyo is looking for him. The deputy director shows the hero the article and asks if he really is the co-author. The hero mentally clarifies that this is an article by Professor Kim Hyun-pil and confirms his name. The deputy director says with an ironic look that he only helped a little last year. The deputy director unexpectedly quickly ends the conversation, asking how much longer is left until the end of the internship, and suggests that they simply return to work. The main character is surprised and does not understand why the conversation ended so unexpectedly. The boss tells the hero that he heard everything, so he can go, and he agrees. The hero is surprised that he got away so easily with a punishment that even the professor could not reverse. He remembers the words, "Become a famous person who cannot be touched." That's what it means. The hero reflects that the boss values someone else's opinion, so he did not risk putting himself in a disadvantageous position. Leaving the office, the hero thinks that he now understands what it means to be famous. In the operating room, they are discussing the fact that an article has appeared in the journal Nature, and they are wondering if this is Jang Hyun Jun. The doctors in the operating room are surprised to note that this first-year student is skilled in both surgery and neurological research. Colleagues remember that this young man is currently on a 100-day internship, and they ask if it is he who is operating. One of the doctors proudly recognizes the hero as his fellow student. Operators note that the young doctor, despite his age, has outstanding skills. In the operating room, doctors greet the deputy director. One of the surgeons announces that the new Olympus project at the hospital is now under management. It is shown that cooperation with Olympus Healthcare promises large financial investments and the status of the largest competition in medicine. The surgeon confirms that their team is developing technologies for robotic surgical networks. The colleagues find out that Lee Gun-suk will be leading this project and receive confirmation. Doctors admire not only Lee Gun-suk's technical and research skills, but also consider him an outstanding individual. Against the backdrop of the operation, someone notes that there are 2 talented people in the hospital and that a bright future awaits it. Jang Hyun Jun becomes famous in the minds of other doctors. His name is heard everywhere, and everyone is amazed by his success with the publication in Nature. One of the rivals is determined to wait for his chance to prove himself in the Olympus project. The woman watches with a smile, wondering why the hero communicates so easily with the CEO. The woman suggests going into the cafeteria, and the young doctor invites her to come in. In a cafe, she congratulates the protagonist on his publication in Nature magazine, while a third doctor observes the conversation. The protagonist modestly says that his name is there perhaps undeservedly, but the woman assures him that he has every right to do so. She notes that thanks to him, the development of a new drug is in full swing. The woman explains that CodeStem has a program that sponsors 2 neurologists every year. This year it was decided to sponsor a doctor from another faculty. The second doctor thinks to himself that he has heard about the program and knows that the grant is significant. The woman clarifies that this doctor is from another faculty, namely Jang Hyun Jun. The main character is surprised, and the second doctor is mentally shocked that they chose Jang Hyun Jun. The woman reports that the hero will be paid a prize, not a research grant, and the second doctor understands the reason for the opponent's special behavior in the hospital. The hero mentally calls his interlocutor a terrible person and politely thanks her, adding that he cannot accept this money. The woman asked again in amazement, and the hero explains his refusal. The main character says that he wants to become a doctor who can cure all diseases, and so that patients do not suffer due to a lack of medical personnel. He believes it is right to choose for the prize someone who needs the research funds more than he does. The woman notes that he is indeed an unusual person, as Professor Kim Hyun-pil said, and the hero apologizes for the inconvenience. The woman says that there is nothing to apologize for, but then decisively states that she has set her own condition. She demands that the hero be able to get even more of this money. The woman states that achievements in methodology are required to receive the award. She sternly explains that Dr. Yang cannot become a hospital, and the hero is surprised by this remark. The woman explains that the hero can become a doctor who treats anyone, but this cannot replace the entire system. The woman claims that it is impossible to cure everyone. She offers an example of what to do if 2 emergency patients arrive at the same time. She says that usually the one who recovers faster is operated on first, and the second one is left in a serious condition. But she does not agree with this. She asks if only one can be saved, is it worth abandoning the other? The hero mentally replies that he became a doctor to prevent this from happening, and he cannot abandon a single patient. The woman notes that there is no need to abandon anyone, because other doctors can also provide assistance. She explains that it is impossible to ensure equal treatment opportunities for everyone on your own. Even if you become a great doctor, it's not enough. Everything is decided by people and money, and Lee Gun-suk also said something similar. The woman admits that she had to make realistic decisions to make her dream come true and asks the hero's opinion. The protagonist realizes that simply developing his skills is not enough. The woman says this with a smile and waits for the continuation of the answer. The main character confidently declares, "I want to found my own hospital." The woman asks in surprise if he really wants to organize a hospital himself, and he confirms. He adds that if she ever wants to help him, he would like to approach her as an investor. The woman starts laughing loudly, and the hero asks, embarrassed, if that's not how he put it. She assures him that everything is fine, and notes that he is an unusual person, and she likes such impudence. The woman extends her hand and tells him to write if he needs help, she will be waiting. The second doctor, in shock, repeats to himself, "Found a hospital." He was inwardly indignant that Jang Hyun Jun even dared to think about such a thing. The hero notices the second doctor and asks if it is Lee Gun-suk, and he justifies himself by saying that he was nearby by chance. Lee Gun-suk says with a grin that he knew about his crazy dreams, but he didn't expect such a degree of detachment from reality. He advises to express such thoughts more often, and then asks again in surprise if he is serious. Lee Gun-suk asks the hero if he ate something wrong. He abruptly suggests that they stop talking nonsense and get down to business, walking away. The protagonist reflects that up until now, Lee Gun-suk has been giving him realistic advice, and perhaps that is exactly what he needs. The hero notices an Olympus healthcare folder on the table and thinks that Lee Gun-suk left something behind. He opens the folder and thinks it's some kind of program. The system tells him that this is a network program for robotic surgery, and the hero is surprised by the existence of such a direction. Unexpectedly meets an old acquaintance, who greets him with the words "Long time no see, Van Gu." Van Gu says that he hasn't been seen in the main department for a long time, and the hero asks if he is busy, to which he jokes that he doesn't even see his own wife and children. The main character is interested in how his friend is doing at the emergency room. A friend asks if Hyun Jun is involved in the Olympus project, to which he asks in surprise about the Olympus project. A friend confirms that we are talking about the Olympus healthcare competition and clarifies about the file. The hero thinks thoughtfully about the large company Olympus Healthcare. He tries to start a conversation about the project, but his friend is suddenly distracted by a phone call. The friend says goodbye and says that he will see Hyun Jun again. The main character reflects on the Olympus project. The hero is interested and offers to find out the details with Ronnie's help. Olympus CEO Rona Allen appears and greets her colleague in the morning. Rona Allen asks a co-worker what happened last night, and he's about to tell her everything in order. Rona says that there was a visitor at the hospital last night. She is surprised to learn that this visitor is the president. Rona sees the president standing at the window and is amazed that it is really him. She asks how much time has passed, 5 years, and says that she looked for him for a long time, putting in so much effort. The president asks with a smile if the competition is going well. Rona answers in the affirmative and asks the president to now tell her everything in detail. She asks what made him come back and what he saw in Korea. The girl realizes that the president is her father, and he addresses her by name, Rona. The father says that if he had warned in advance, it would not have been a surprise, and begins to explain his position. He looks at Rona with a smile and says that the wait was really worth it. The doctors are having lunch in the cafeteria and discussing yesterday's robotic surgery, which was performed by Chief Lee Kyung-suk. At the table, one of the doctors says he heard about a colleague's influential father and discusses his support for the Olympus project. One of the doctors suddenly notices someone in the room. He points to the main character and exclaims that it is him. While the hero is receiving food, the other doctors at the table note that he is not an ordinary person either. Some doctors say that despite rumors and talk, the hero is also quite cool. One of the women urges him to remember that he is a colleague and asks why no one cares about his reputation. The man states that he has heard many different things about Hyun Jun, but does not want to discuss it anymore. The woman objects. After all, she is right, and remembers how many punishments the hero received. She recalls a rumor that the hero arbitrarily administered a thrombolytic in the ambulance, and wonders what would have happened if the patient had gotten worse. The female doctor asks if the protagonist would have taken responsibility in that situation. One of the doctors is surprised that this really happened, while the other is sure that Vice President Pyo chose him for a reason. The doctor recalls that if Hyun Jun had not saved Uncle Song-tae, he would have died. The protagonist says that he would not have used the treatment if he had not been confident in it. The girl asks if there really wasn't even the slightest % of risk. She accuses the hero of arrogance, asking if this is his essence. The protagonist replies that it is not arrogance, but confidence, and he simply did what he had to. The girl exclaims in amazement that this is truly amazing. She asks if this is the same situation that was discussed during the exam, and he asks again, during the exam. A friend advises the girl Hyun not to pay attention to this. The doctors discuss the main character, mentioning that he allegedly obtained the exam answers thanks to his connections with his superiors. The protagonist decides that he needs to talk to the girl who is spreading rumors. One of the doctors mentions that he hasn't seen the hero in a robe for a long time, and he talks about his first operation. At the table, they discuss that the professor who summoned the hero is not connected with any of the departments. The main character says that he heard about Professor Ju Gwang-wook, a liver transplant specialist. His friend is surprised to learn that he knows the professor. The main character sarcastically says that he would prefer not to know each other. During the operation, the command is given to be extremely careful in order to avoid criticism. All doctors respond readily and receive praise for their work. One of the surgeons is surprised by the presence of a specific person at the operation, looking at the hero with a question. Jang Hyun Jun is assigned to supervise an intern during surgery and reacts with surprise. Another doctor quips that Hyun Jun is doing a great job as an observer, hinting that he will do without practice. The professor demands an answer, and Hyun Jun asks for permission to take part in the operation himself. The professor sternly replies that it won't be possible to suck up to him, and that he will maintain discipline. All the participants are told to take their places and run to the operating room, and Jan notices the professor's behavior in his mind. Hyun Jun notes how strict and principled Professor Ju Kwang-wook is. The laparoscopic surgery begins when the professor gives the command to lift the instrument. The assistant is instructed to pull the tissues to the left, but internally it is noted that he is too nervous despite the professor's quick work. The assistant complains about the cramped conditions in the operating room. The professor abruptly tells the assistant to leave, and he makes excuses and promises that he can do better. The professor scolds the assistant severely, saying that if he had the ability, he would have shown it immediately, and asks why he is even getting involved in the operation if he can't even assist. Under pressure, the professor continues to shout that with such slowness the patient will die of old age. Someone from the team apologizes, and another character internally notes that he now understands the reaction of his colleagues. The professor orders a student in red glasses to assist, and he says in surprise that he is a first-year student. The professor sharply retorts that a first-year student is also a doctor, or perhaps he is a first grader. The professor becomes even more irritated and asks if he came to the hospital just to take notes. Hyun Jun firmly declares that he will assist the professor. The professor asks him incredulously if he is sure he can. The protagonist confidently replies that he has practiced this operation many times on the simulator and receives silent consent. The professor calls Hyun Jun closer, and he mentally notes that the patient is not critical, and usually he would avoid such training. But the situation is different. The woman predicts that Dr. Yang will become an even more famous person who will always stand out wherever he is sent. Young Hyun Jun admits that the organization was not right and understands that he was faced with envy and jealousy. The woman reminds him that the light always comes out, and it is better to set a good example than to hide. He decides that he cannot continue as before if he wants to achieve his goal. The hero realizes that any skills are useless if the circumstances do not change. He confidently tells the professor that he is ready to start work. Young Hyun Jun decides to show himself since it is necessary. The professor clarifies the readiness. The hero confirms and mentally notes the instrument ligating clips. Seeing the professor's dexterous hands, the hero experiences excitement for the first time from the named doctor's hand. He notes that a laparoscopic assistant is the complete opposite of a surgeon and is far from ideal. Another observer mentally assumes that the hero will be kicked out in a minute. In the operating room, several surgeons perform a laparoscopic surgery while discussing the tension of the instruments. One of the surgeons indicates which way to move the instrument and is surprised by the speed of the other. The assistant pulls the instrument to the right place, reflecting on its ideality, and receives instructions to release it. The surgery is performed under strict control from above, and the command is given to press in the groin area and lift up. The surgeon watches the screen carefully and thinks about how to carefully attach to the gallbladder so that it does not come apart. The protagonist ponders a technology that provides maximum efficiency with minimal movement. The young surgeon decides that he needs to seize every second of the professor's skill. He secures the entrance of the endoscopic bag to contain the cut gallbladder, then closes the entrance and notes how comfortable it is to be an assistant without unnecessary movements. The stones from the removed bladder appear numerous, like seasonal blue crabs. One surgeon approaches another and asks if he can do anything, and receives a confident answer. The professor tells the team to watch carefully, and one of the residents agrees. The professor tells the resident that he is scheduling him for his first operation, causing surprise. A resident stands at the operating table, preparing for his first operation, describes an event where a selected resident performs his or her first internship under the watchful eye of faculty. The hero realizes that this opportunity increases his chances of remaining a specialist in a hospital after his basic course. Another doctor is surprised that this is actually the resident's first operation. The protagonist reflects that keeping up with the professor's pace is cool, but there are some difficulties. One of the doctors is upset, believing that he should have been the one to perform the first operation. In the office, the manager also recommends candidate Young Hyun Jun. At the meeting, the doctors decide that the punishment is over, and now they need to give the hero a chance. One of the doctors remembers that Song Pyo always got on his nerves and raises his hand, voting for Song Sung Hee. The other two doctors also vote for Song Sun Hee and take turns raising their hands. One of the doctors notes that despite Dr. Song's positive qualities, she still gets too nervous during surgeries. The director notes that Dr. Yang is able to act quickly and is more suitable for the first operation. He continues that he appreciates his ability to act and informs him that he has sent him to Kyonaju. The doctor asks if the other can swear that something like this will never happen again. The leader announces the end of the discussion, as there are no more objections. He says that the first operation goes to Dr. Song, who received 3 votes. Another doctor enters the office and votes for Young Hyun Jun. The new arrival explains that he was delayed due to an operation, and his colleagues are surprised by his appearance. The man says it's now 3 against 3 and finds the situation unexpected. He reasons that this variable will not change the final result. One of the doctors suggests that Chief Lee Gen-suk resolve the dispute. The head doctor asks again in surprise if he really has to make the decision. Once he receives confirmation, he realizes that his opinion really matters. The manager says that he really wants to hear the opinion of the assembled doctor. One of the doctors washes his hands in confusion and feels nervous tension. Professor Ju Guang-wook appears and asks why the doctor made this particular choice. The doctor explains that he had several thoughts about the situation. The doctor addresses the interlocutor. The professor reproachfully says that the interlocutor did not even think about how much stronger Song Song-hee's skills are. He claims that it was impossible not to notice the difference in skill level. The man adds that his interlocutor is not a good judge of character and leaves the room. In another room, a man in a suit notices that his son is usually reluctant to come to him. The person standing next to him replies that he doesn't understand why his competitor is so lucky. The father reasons that if this is the case, the son is acting only out of common sense, and he explains that he worked as hard as he could. Father says sternly that if all efforts have not yielded results, then this is the limit of possibilities. He advises that if you don't have the strength to try even harder, you need to find another way. The man smiles and hints that staying in office for 4 terms is not a matter of luck. He also adds that on the way you need to overcome the one who hinders your forward movement. A tree branch is pushed down with a sharp tool. The man instructs, if you want to rise. He continues, reach up and don't give up. The guy recalls the words that fair competition will not give applause, and only results prove value. The main character confidently thinks that he made the right choice. At the hospital, someone calls out for Jang Hyun Jun, and everyone turns their attention to him. Jang Hyun Jun mentally promises to do his best to gain recognition from his rival. The hero is thinking about the Olympus project, but is unsure whether to apply. The electronic assistant advises to clarify the keyword. The main character decides to start searching for ideas. The nurse asks if the doctor is going to the pediatric ward today, and says that the children are waiting for him to return. The doctor smiles and agrees to come into the department, mentally apologizing to Ronnie for the delay. The children greet the doctor with joy, asking when he will return, and he replies that he will return now. A nurse shares that this is the first time she has seen a patient allow himself to be given an injection. A family is lying on the floor crying, and the doctors who appear from behind are surprised by this. The doctor asks Nurse Lee if something is wrong with Yeonji, and she is at a loss for an answer. The protagonist notes that Song Ye as a patient has been causing them great concern lately. Her father says Yeonji was diagnosed with terminal cancer at 18 months old, and her stomach was completely covered in tumors. The child underwent intensive chemotherapy for more than 6 months, but always had a smile on his face. The woman was knitting a fluffy hat for her, which was supposed to be ready next week. But today, Yeonji has passed away from this world, and 2 figures in white coats silently look out over the city at night. Hyun Jun finds Song Ye and approaches her. He says he heard about Yeonji and asks if she's okay. Song Ye replies that no, she is actually not feeling well. She says she's fine, but she should be disqualified. Hyun Jun hugs Song Ye to support her. Later, he sits in the staff room, unable to concentrate and thinking about the Olympus project. The electronic assistant asks if it is related to his relationship with Yoon Sun Ye, and Hyun Jun denies it and explains that it was just a consolation. Sun Ye stands next to Hyun Jun in the rain and says that it's time to get used to it. Hyun Jun looks at her, and Song Ye says that he shouldn't get used to it. They greet the coming night in silence, reflecting on what happened. The main character says that doctors should treat patients with indifference, but he himself does not agree with this. He believes that with care and understanding one can see the situation much better, be it a person or his illness. He admits that he still thinks about it a lot, and sometimes the responsibility is too heavy. The hero is confident that this approach makes him the best doctor, and Song Ye, standing next to him, is surprised. He thinks about the anti-cancer drug that is currently undergoing clinical trials and dreams that this medicine could cure Yeonji. He regrets that if the drug had been developed a little earlier, lives could have been saved. The story begins about the long journey of developing a new drug, from 10 to 15 years, with several stages and phases of clinical trials. If it were possible to reduce this time, then it would be necessary to focus on the search and selection of candidate substances. The protagonist reflects that it is difficult to significantly reduce the time, and there are also limitations on the number of people who can work on the project. Suddenly he gets the idea, what if there is no need to mobilize labor at all? The protagonist suggests that Ronnie analyze existing data using artificial intelligence algorithms. Ronnie confirms that this way the development period for new drugs can be dramatically reduced. The hero speaks enthusiastically about the project to develop new drugs using AI and considers it a great idea for Olympus. Colleagues say goodbye and thank each other for their work. 2 young men are discussing how one of the employees is very energetic even on duty because she is about to have her first operation. The girl herself, in a white coat, having overheard the conversation, stands thoughtfully at the door. In her mind, she is delighted my first operation. She enters the office and congratulates herself on her first operation. The doctor asks his colleague where she thinks she will be assigned. and she is inwardly indignant that he hasn't left yet if he's not on duty. The girl assumes that it will be appendicitis or an open operation, and agrees with her interlocutor that it is indeed appendicitis. The girl listens with doubt as she is told that the operation is relatively safe and wonders why the interlocutor seems friendly. She thinks he knows about her conversations behind his back and is trying to figure out what he is up to. It dawns on her that the guy is simply hiding his irritation over the missed first operation and therefore behaves calmly. She cheerfully supports her colleague, assuring him that someday he will definitely perform his own operation. In the hallway, Hyun Jun learns about a patient with appendicitis and rushes to the 5th operating room. In the operating room, they ask him why he is there, and he replies that he came at the invitation to observe. The leading surgeon clarifies that he has been entrusted with the first operation of the year and asks if he can perform it right now. Hyun Jun confidently agrees and is invited to begin. Hyun Jun stands at the table and mentally hopes that everything will go well. Already during the operation, he discovers that although the patient has appendicitis, this is not an open operation at all, contrary to expectations. The surgeon in the mask is surprised that the operation will be performed laparoscopically, with an explanation of what this means. One of the doctors speculates that it will be difficult for a first-year student who is not used to forceps to cope with the task. He notices that the patient has been injected with CO2, the abdomen is bloated, there is excess weight, and he wonders about the peculiarities of the case. The senior doctor reports that the patient is 20 weeks pregnant, and asks everyone to be especially careful and attentive. The surgeon is worried that the operation has already taken too long, and thinks that too much time has passed. Another surgeon is very nervous about caring for the child and acts uncertainly. The doctor realizes that touching the uterus with forceps can be fatal for the fetus. The protagonist understands that if the surgeon continues to delay, this will lead to complications. Someone intervenes, advising the professor not to delay the operation so as not to aggravate the risks. The doctor thinks of Song Song-hee with regret, noting her concentration, but realizes that the anesthesia has been going on for too long. One of the surgeons suggests that the professor take control of the situation and complete the operation himself. Another surgeon asks ironically if the professor would like to personally take up the scalpel, causing him to be perplexed. The protagonist clarifies that the professor himself does not want to operate, to which he receives the answer that this is not what he meant. The professor suddenly hands over the operation to Jang Hyun Jun, leaving his assistant surprised and confused. The professor asks to begin the operation, now addressing Song Song-hee. Hyun Jun thinks Song Song-hee probably had high expectations for her first surgery. The senior surgeon reminds that he himself told her not to waste time, and asks if the process is not being delayed too much now. Having received a firm answer that there is no time to waste, the team prepares to continue. The doctors resolutely continue the operation and ask to put the patient in the Trendelenburg position. An image is shown on the monitor, and the surgeon reports that the position of the appendix has been found. The doctor reports that he is isolating the damaged area and is surprised by the speed of his colleague's actions. He wonders if the patient has already had a perforation here and decides to use ultrasound. Another doctor suggests that a Maryland dissector, an instrument used for endoscopic procedures, will now be used. Even understanding the surgeon's skill, he envies that he can observe such a thing, and begins to say something to Jan. Jang Hyun Jun asks the nurse to hand over the ultrasonic cutter, causing surprise among those around him. A colleague is shocked. He also saw the perforation and knows what equipment is needed. The doctor mentally notes that he usually has an easy time reading people, but now he feels like he's hit the jackpot. The assistant asks for a laparoscopic camera, and notes that even in such a difficult situation, Jang Hyun Jun does not get lost. He is amazed that such knowledge and skill are available to a first-year student. Not even every specialist is capable of such things. In the hallway, someone bows to Jang Hyun Jun and asks him to forgive him for his behavior. Jang Hyun Jun asks what he is being asked to forgive him for. The girl admits that she gave in to her emotions and spread provocative rumors about him. She explains that she worked harder trying to keep up with others, and it was hard to admit that there was someone better than her, so she apologized again. Jang Hyun Jun replies that that is not the problem and begins to explain his position. He thanks her for her care, especially during the operation on the pregnant patient. The girl says she is glad that everything ended well and without incident. The protagonist reflects that although she regrets missing her first operation, the patient should always come first for the doctor. He concludes that she does have a sense of professional responsibility after all. Jang Hyun Jun suggests leaving the past behind and continuing to be friends. Song Sun-hee happily agrees and asks him to promise that he will teach her laparoscopy. Song Sung-hee enthusiastically recalls that Jang Hyun Jun himself suggested getting along, and he wonders why the conversation suddenly turned in that direction. Song Sung-hee happily announces that she will now be his student and will follow him. As she runs away, she assures that she will refute all the rumors herself, and Jang Hyun Jun notes to himself that she was the one who spread these rumors. The main character has a premonition that something might happen soon. After that day, Professor Ju Kwan-wook began to call Jang Hyun Jun into the operating room more often, not giving him a scalpel, but allowing him to observe the experienced surgeons. Just by watching the master's operations, Jang Hyun Jun realizes that he can learn a lot. The entire training began with Song Song-hee's persistent request and continued until recently. During a laparoscopy class, Jang Hyun Jun explains techniques to an eager student who enjoyed learning. Song Sung-hee takes notes diligently, and Jang Hyun Jun notes that he enjoys teaching an interested student. A friend tells me over the phone that he initially thought Song Sun-hee's training would take a long time. The headquarters of Olympus Healthcare stands out among the city buildings. The woman asks Michael if he has seen the project, and he replies that he is a little familiar with it. Michael Gibbs, the company's CSO, says it's a real surprise. The woman notes that the chairman is also surprised. The talk is about developing new drugs using artificial intelligence. Michael concludes that judging by her reaction, the project has already been chosen, and someone will soon become the lucky one. Meanwhile, the team is determined to recruit someone. One of the doctors reports that the list of candidates is ready. They are delighted to find the name of Genseok Lee from Dukhan University Hospital on the list. The team congratulates their boss on the fact that his project has been selected for Olympus, and he admits with relief that it worked out. The doctor hopes that he can now finally overtake Jang Hyun Jun. One of the doctors is surprised that Jang Hyun Jun's name appears in the project. He confirms that it is indeed about him and is very shocked. The bespectacled doctor muses that Jang Hyun Jun wouldn't have had time to develop a project using AI. Colleagues assume that it might be someone with his namesake, but one clarifies that it is the hospital where Jan works that is indicated. Some suggest that he may have used his personal connections, but others refute this idea. Song Sun-hee intervenes, saying that she herself witnessed the entire process of Jang Hyun Jun's preparation of the project. She clarifies that he asked his friends for advice, but the idea was entirely his. Song Sun-hee admits that she was wrong in her assumptions about Yan and suggests that everyone forget her words. Colleagues are discussing that Jang Hyun Jun is involved in numerous projects and is probably just a genius. Another doctor is worried that Jan's numbers are too good to be a fluke and is trying to figure out what's going on. The hero reflects that if he leaves everything as it is, then one day the one who is harmless for now will definitely make a mistake and regret it. He admits that his father was right. Those who strive upwards must be cut down. The Lotta World Tower can be seen in the city. At the restaurant table, the new interlocutors are amazed and thank Jang Hyun for the opportunity to hear all the details of the project in person. The woman sincerely says that the trip was worth it. Jang Hyun Jun says with a smile that he is not ready to give up surgery because he is still only a first-year specialist. The woman notes with admiration that this only increases her surprise and turns to Michael. Representatives of the Olympus Center offer John a job and promise the best conditions. Jang Hyun Jun is surprised that the offer is addressed to him and receives confirmation. The woman asks if Ian knows anything about the Deep Brain Lab. The hero reflects on the Deep Brain Laboratory and remembers that it was there that they recently created an effective cure for Alzheimer's disease. He regrets that not everyone can use this medicine because of its high price. The girl explains that this laboratory is a subsidiary of Olympus, and if cooperation in developing new drugs continues, it will help many patients. Jang Hyun Jun thinks that he was going to become a surgeon and cannot leave the hospital no matter the conditions. He also acknowledges that improved technology will allow laboratories to develop and market new drugs. A visual image of a scale with a pill appears. No matter how innovative a medicine is, it is meaningless if patients cannot buy it. The hero dreams of finding a way to reduce the financial burden on patients. The virtual assistant's voice advises Jan to put forward his demands. In addition to payment for the technology, he is offered to receive 10% of the net profit from drug sales as royalties. When drugs start selling well, they can generate significant amounts of money in the market. At the table, the woman and the man discuss that this demand is unreasonable and will not be accepted. A blue cube appears and the man is surprised, thinking about the strangeness of the relationship between the requirements. The voice announces that the prices of the drug Olimia will be affected by a 10% royalty, and the protagonist realizes this. The hero is happy that they will be able to provide patients with new drugs at a more affordable price. He doubts that this will be accepted and asks himself whether such conditions are really accepted, and the woman turns to him. The cube informs her that if she adds one more condition, she will not be able to refuse. The hero ponders what she cannot refuse. The woman repeats with disbelief about the 10% royalty on new drugs, and says that this is the first time she has negotiated something so absurd. The man agrees that there is some common sense here, and the woman agrees with him. The woman cites a new condition. If there are no results within 3 years, the project will be delivered for free, and claims that they will easily be able to bypass this condition. Michael questions whether they are confident enough in their abilities, calling it charity. Rona says that we'll see. Rona reflects that Dr. Ian is definitely special. A few days after the meeting at the Jamsil World Tower, the two doctors receive a contract for Olympus to invest in their ideas. Rona, Helen, and Michael officially visit the hospital and ask to review and sign documents. Dr. Lee is pleased to note that his juice gene was also selected. Dr. Lee notices that there is another sheet in the contract. Dr. Lee realizes that the other sheet of the contract is an informal fee contract. Michael and Rona report that now that the contract is officially signed, all that remains is to bring the ideas to life. A colleague tells Dr. Lee that once his program is completed, it could be applied to surgery, and he agrees. Dr. Yan is told that he should hurry. Rona explains that you need to prove the value of your idea by developing a new drug, and reminds you that time is money. Jan agrees, but wonders what will happen if he doesn't achieve visible results within 3 years. Rona and Michael say goodbye because they have a meeting with other winners. Doctors say they will wait for the projects. Jan thinks about the first results of his project. He realizes that there are still 3 years ahead, and he will have to work hard to combine hospital work with development work. Jan decides to start by developing an idea for a new drug, and an inner voice supports him. Jan's mother is surprised that a foreign company is investing in her son. He replies that it is true. Mom asks about the difficulties, and Jan asks again what difficulties. The hero reflects that it is difficult to decide on a concept for the first project, but he is ready for it. He reproaches himself for not telling his mother about the difficulties. Mom smiles and says that everything is fine with her, and the hero confirms this with enthusiasm. Mom strokes the hero's head and expresses pride, and he explains that it's all thanks to the good people around him. Mom agrees and advises to be grateful to these people, because nothing in the world can be done alone. The hero says that he thinks so too, and agrees with his mother's advice. He notices that his mother's speech has become clearer than before, and is pleased with her progress. The inner voice notes that the effect of the treatment is amazing. The doctor says that these successes would not have been possible without Professor Kim Hyun-pil. The hero considers himself lucky because there are few places where rare diseases like MSA are studied. Mom says there are other patients with rare diseases who are suffering due to the lack of a cure. Hyun Jun wonders what if he could create such a medicine. An idea appears in Hyun Jun's mind. To choose creating a cure for a rare disease as his first project. He understands that treating rare diseases is usually unprofitable, and pharmaceutical companies push such topics into the background. Hyun Jun decides that if they develop a cure for a rare disease, it will help patients who have no choice. He wonders whether Olympus will accept such a loss-making topic, but remembers that the contract does not require developing only profitable drugs. Hyun Jun decides that they first need to collect data on rare diseases. On the bus, he notices a man with an inhaler and realizes that he is an asthmatic. As Hyun Jun gets off the bus, he sees that the man's inhalation has not brought any improvement. A woman knocks on the bus window and shouts, reminding that the bus was supposed to stop right here. Hyun Jun calls out to the driver, informing him that he missed his stop. Hyun Jun screams in panic, calling for the driver, who is clearly not feeling well. He notices that the driver is breathing heavily and realizes that it is an asthma attack. Another passenger tries to get Hyun Jun's attention by calling out to him. Outside the bus, Hyun Jun notices danger and realizes that something critical is happening. Hyun Jun thinks about the collision and tries to take control from the driver. People on the street react to the bus accident with fear and surprise. Hyun Jun asks if all the passengers are okay after the accident. Luckily, no one is injured, and Hyun Jun asks for an ambulance to be called immediately. The voice suggests that the steering wheel should have been turned 150 degrees to minimize damage, and thanks to this, losses were avoided. Hyun Jun notices that the driver used an inhaler first. He speculates that if the symptoms do not go away after using the inhaler, it may not be asthma. Examining the skin, he notices hives. Hyun Jun realizes that the salbutamol inhalation did not help for this very reason, and that the wait for an ambulance is too long. He worries that if epinephrine is not administered, brain damage will occur due to hypoxia, and decides to try to release adrenaline through the frontal lobe of the brain. Ronnie warns that if adrenaline is synthesized in the body, there's a risk of overloading the body, and asks for confirmation of action. Hyun Jun firmly insists that the patient is more important, and agrees to the procedure. Hyun Jun performs stimulation to save the driver. At the hospital, the driver regains consciousness and assures his family that he is now fine. Hyun Jun feels the effects of the overload, as Ronnie warned, but watches the driver recover. Hyun Jun thinks that the main thing is that the treatment was successful, but if he had delayed, everything could have ended differently. In the emergency room, people argue about who was first. The medic asks the others to wait, explaining that the patient on the gurney is in serious condition, and the disputants are indignant that theirs is also a sick person. Hyun Jun reflects that emergency aid always takes priority. One of the people waiting shouts that his companion is also in pain and asks why an ambulance is needed at all. Hyun Jun recalls how he began to dream of saving as many patients as possible. He watches as someone is sent to another hospital and realizes that nothing has fundamentally changed since then, feeling powerless. Hyun Jun remembers his promise that he would not leave any patient without help, just like he once did with his father. Even in the best hospital in the country, the emergency situation has not improved. He realizes that investing in an emergency room is difficult because it always loses money. Hyun Jun stands in front of the emergency room at night, wondering if he can find a way to revolutionize the system. In the operating room, the chief surgeon is asked to stitch up a patient, but he looks confused. During the operation, the assistant is reproached for unsteady movements and asked to grasp the tissue more firmly. The bespectacled surgeon warns against damaging the splenic vein and casually praises Dr. Yang's article in Nature. Jan sheepishly replies to his colleague that his name is in the article only for a small comment. The professor angrily shouts at his assistant to hold the instrument firmly and not to tug. The mistake forces the professor to re-sew the vessels, and he sighs heavily. The surgeon is angry with himself, admitting that he made a mistake as a rookie. In the corridor, he rushes forward with the evil thought that Jan is to blame for everything. The gloomy surgeon jerks open the office door, preparing to take it apart. The director is surprised by Dr. Lee's unexpected visit and inquires about the purpose of his arrival. Dr. Lee vigorously declares to Director Pyo that he is ready for anything. He asks the director for a favor, internally deciding to use any opportunity to rise higher. The director clarifies that Lee wants to join Professor Bu Chae-young's team for the World Transplant Conference, and Lee confirms. The World Society of Liver Transplantation Conference brings together hundreds of specialists from all over the world. The program Color OP broadcasts live surgical procedures that were previously completely controlled by Professor Chu Kwang-wook's team. Many members of the team have recently left, and most doctors consider their participation unlikely. Now the team led by Professor Bu Chae-young is preparing to demonstrate liver transplantation using a surgical robot. Lee thinks that being part of this team and showing off his skills will make a strong impression on the professional community. The director praises Lee's skills in robotic surgery and invites him to join Professor Bu's team, to which Lee enthusiastically agrees. The director asks in a reserved manner about Chu Kwang-wook's visit and informs him that he plans to include Jang Hyun Jun in his team. He notes that Chu Kwang-wook will still be attending the World Conference, even with a newcomer, which surprises the attendee. Lee muses that if Team Chu also participates, Professor Bu's team will receive less attention, and is amazed by Jang Hyun Jun's omnipresence. The director says that now is the time to stay in the shadows, because during the elections it will be easier to get rid of those who interfere. He adds that the first place to start is the emergency room. Lee is surprised by the plan, finding it strange that the emergency department is also targeted, not just the recalcitrant doctors. The staff discuss that if it comes to closure, Seok Jin-woo and Choi Yeon-soo will be the ones to blame, since the vice president doesn't like them. Lee thinks that although Chu and Yang are key figures, the director wants to get rid of everyone who is against his will. Hearing the director's thoughts, Lee is internally shocked by his cruelty, and the director kindly asks if Lee would like to join their team. The director insistently asks what Lee is willing to do for their team, and Lee reacts with surprise. The director says he has no doubt about Dr. Lee's skills, but believes that there needs to be a strong motive to join their team. Dr. Lee clarifies what motive he is talking about, and the director draws his attention to the reporter's camp in front of the hospital. Lee guesses that it's all because of a real report on the state of affairs in the emergency department, and the director hints at the need to take responsibility for problems. Lee asks about security at the entrance, and the director replies that it is a precautionary measure. The director adds that if someone were to let journalists through, this could become a strong motive. The director leaves, noting that such an event could become a significant reason for changes in the doctor's fate. "I want you to join our Liver Transplant Society team," another doctor tells Jan. Jan is surprised by the invitation, and the doctor confirms his choice. They explain to Jan that his skills have already been noticed during an operation on the appendix of a pregnant patient. Jan recalls that the doctor specifically entrusted him with that operation to test him, and now after that everything changed. The protagonist recalls how, while watching the operation, he repeated the movements with his hands, and the professor noticed this, offering a real experience. He is excited about the opportunity to join Professor Ju's team, and dreams of learning laparoscopic liver transplantation, not only virtually, but also in practice. The professor sternly asks the hero what he will say to this proposal. The hero reflects that joining the team means becoming a key employee of the surgical department. And after that, he will no longer have the moral right to go into traumatology. The hero hesitantly begins to answer the professor that he, of course, agrees. The professor reports that he knows about the hero's desire to apply for a traumatology specialty. The professor clarifies that he is inviting the hero only to his team, not to the department, and he will be able to make a decision about specialization in 3 years. On leaving the office, the hero is surprised that he accidentally ended up on Professor Zhu's team. The hero decides that he needs to practice a lot so as not to interfere with the team, and Ronnie suggests virtual practice. Having accepted the offer, the hero decides to focus on watching videos of the professor's operations and practicing to improve his skills. Ian runs into a colleague who shushes him and calls for silence. A colleague asks what's going on, and Jan says that there are TV journalists nearby. A colleague clarifies that the journalists came to film a story about an overcrowded emergency room. Jan reflects on criticism of the ambulance system, recalling patients' questions about its meaning. He notes that the media constantly publishes articles about the problems, lashing out at the doctors who work tirelessly. Ian realizes that the vicious circle continues because it is impossible to change the circumstances. A colleague is outraged that journalists could be allowed through an entrance intended only for employees. Jan guesses that the entrance to the department was opened using an employee's keycard. Ian and his colleague encounter an angry man, and Ian shouts out a question as to why this happened. Professor Zhu intervenes and sternly expels the journalists who are keeping the attention on what is happening. Trying to calm the situation, Professor Zhu shouts for them to leave immediately. Jan's colleague nervously exclaims that the situation is becoming critical, and Jan is stunned by what is happening.